Chapter 43 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. Expect great things of yourself. "Why," asked Mirabeau, "should we call ourselves men, unless it be to succeed in everything, everywhere? Nothing else will so nerve you to accomplish great things as to believe in your own greatness, in your own marvelous possibilities. Count that man an enemy who shakes your faith in yourself, in your ability to do the thing you have set your heart upon doing. For when your confidence is gone, your power is gone. Your achievement will never rise higher than your self-faith. It would be as reasonable for Napoleon to have expected to get his army over the Alps by sitting down and declaring that the undertaking was too great for him, as for you to hope to achieve anything significant in life while harboring grave doubts and fears as to your ability. The miracles of civilization have been performed by men and women of great self-confidence, who had unwavering faith in their power to accomplish the tasks they undertook. The race would have been centuries behind what it is today, had it not been for their grit, their determination, their persistence in finding and making real the thing they believed in, and which the world often denounced as chimerical or impossible. There is no law by which you can achieve success in anything without expecting it, demanding it, assuming it. There must be a strong, firm self-faith first, or the thing will never come. There is no room for chance in God's world of system and supreme order. Everything must have not only a cause, but a sufficient cause. A cause as large as the result. A stream cannot rise higher than its source. A great success must have a great source in expectation, in self-confidence, and in persistent endeavor to attain it. No matter how great the ability, how large the genius, or how splendid the education, the achievement will never rise higher than the confidence. He can who thinks he can, and he can't who thinks he can't. This is an inexorable, indisputable law. It does not matter what other people think of you, of your plans, or of your aims, no matter if they call you a visionary, a crank, or a dreamer. You must believe in yourself. You forsake yourself when you lose your confidence. Never allow anybody or any misfortune to shake your belief in yourself. You may lose your property, your health, your reputation, other people's confidence even. But there is always hope for you, so long as you keep a firm faith in yourself. If you never lose that, but keep pushing on, the world will, sooner or later, make way for you. A soldier once took a message to Napoleon in such great haste that the horse he rode dropped dead before he delivered the paper. Napoleon dictated his answer and, handing it to the messenger, ordered him to mount his own horse and deliver it with all possible speed. The messenger looked at the magnificent animal with its superb trappings and said, "Nay, General, but this is too gorgeous, too magnificent for a common soldier." Napoleon said, "Nothing is too good or too magnificent for a French soldier." The world is full of people like this poor French soldier, who think that what others have is too good for them, that it does not fit their humble condition, that they are not expected to have as good things as those who are more favored. They do not realize how they weaken themselves by this mental attitude of self self-depreciation or self-effacement. They do not claim enough, expect enough, or demand enough of or for themselves. You will never become a giant if you only make a pygmy's claim for yourself, if you only expect small things of yourself. There is no law which can cause a pygmy's thinking to produce a giant. The statue follows the model. The model is the inward vision. Most people have been educated to think that it was not intended that they should have the best there is in the world, that the good and the beautiful things of life were not destined for them, but were reserved for those especially favored by fortune. They have grown up under this conviction of their inferiority, and of course they will be inferior until they claim superiority as their birthright. A vast number of men and women who are really capable of doing great things do small things, live mediocre lives, because they do not expect or demand enough of themselves. They do not know how to call out their best. One reason why the human race as a whole has not measured up to its possibilities, to its promise, one reason why we see everywhere splendid ability doing the work of mediocrity, is because people do not think half enough of themselves. We do not realize our divinity, that we are a part of the great causation principle of the universe. We do not think highly enough of our superb birthright, nor comprehend to what heights of sublimity we are intended and expected to rise, nor to what extent we can really be masters of ourselves. We fail to see that we can control our own destiny, make ourselves do whatever is possible, make ourselves become whatever we long to be. If we choose to be no more than clods of clay, says Marie Corelli, then we shall be used as clods of clay for braver feet to tread on. The persistent thought that you are not as good as others, that you are a weak, ineffective being, will lower your whole standard of life and paralyze your ability. A man who is self-reliant, positive, optimistic, and undertakes his work with the assurance of success, magnetizes conditions. He draws to himself the literal fulfillment of the promise. For unto everyone that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance. There is everything in assuming the part we wish to play and playing it royally. If you are ambitious to do big things, you must make a large program for yourself and assume the part it demands. There is something in the atmosphere of the man who has a large and true estimate of himself, who believes that he is going to win out. Something in his very appearance that wins half the battle before a blow is struck. Things get out of the way of the vigorous, affirmative man, which are always tripping the self-depreciating, negative man. We often hear it said of a man, "Everything he undertakes succeeds," or "Everything he touches turns to gold." By the force of his character and the creative power of his thought, such a man wrings success from the most adverse circumstances. Confidence begets confidence. A man who carries in his very presence an air of victory radiates assurance and imparts to others confidence that he can do the thing he attempts. As time goes on, he is reinforced not only by the power of his own thought, but also by that of all who know him. His friends and acquaintances affirm and reaffirm his ability to succeed and make each successive triumph easier of achievement than its predecessor. His self-poise, assurance, confidence, and ability increase in a direct ratio to the number of his achievements. As the savage Indian thought that the power of every enemy he conquered entered into himself, so in reality does every conquest in war, in peaceful industry, in commerce, in invention, in science, or in art, add to the conqueror's power to do the next thing. Set the mind towards the thing you would accomplish so resolutely, so definitely, and with such vigorous determination, and put so much grit into your resolution that nothing on earth can turn you from your purpose until you attain it. This very assertion of superiority, the assumption of power, the affirmation of belief in yourself, the mental attitude that claims success as an inalienable birthright, will strengthen the whole man and give power to a combination of faculties which doubt, fear, and lack of confidence undermine. Confidence is the Napoleon of the mental army. It doubles and trebles the power of all the other faculties. The whole mental army waits until confidence leads the way. Even a racehorse cannot win the prize after it has once lost confidence in itself. Courage, born of self-confidence, is the prod which brings out the last ounce of reserve force. The reason why so many men fail is because they do not commit themselves with the determination to win at any cost. They do not have that superb confidence in themselves which never looks back, which burns all bridges behind it. There is just uncertainty enough as to whether they will succeed to take the edge off their effort, and it is just this little difference between doing pretty well and flinging all oneself, all his power into his career, that makes the difference between mediocrity and a grand achievement. If you doubt your ability to do what you set out to do, if you think that others are better fitted to do it than you, if you fear to let yourself out and take chances, if you lack boldness, if you have a timid, shrinking nature, if the negatives preponderate in your vocabulary, if you think that you lack positiveness, initiative, aggressiveness, ability, you can never win anything very great until you change your whole mental attitude and learn to have great faith in yourself. Fear, doubt, and timidity must be turned out of your mind. Your own mental picture of yourself is a good measure of yourself and your possibilities. If there is no outreach to your mind, no spirit of daring, no firm self-faith, you will never accomplish much. A man's confidence measures the height of his possibilities. A stream cannot rise higher than its fountainhead. Power is largely a question of strong, vigorous, perpetual thinking along the line of the ambition, parallel with the aim, the greater life purpose. Here is where power originates. The deed must first live in the thought, or it will never be a reality. And a strong, vigorous concept of the thing we want to do is a tremendous initial step. A thought that is timidly born will be timidly executed. There must be vigor of conception or an indifferent execution. All the greatest achievements in the world began in longing, in dreamings and hopings which for a time were nursed in despair, with no light in sight. This longing kept the courage up and made self-sacrifice easier, until the thing dreamed of, the mental vision, was realized. According to your faith be it unto you. Our faith is a very good measure of what we get out of life. The man of weak faith gets little. The man of mighty faith gets much. The very intensity of your confidence in your ability to do the thing you attempt is definitely related to the degree of your achievement. If we were to analyze the marvelous successes of many of our self-made men, we should find that when they first started out in active life, they held the confident, vigorous, persistent thought of and belief in their ability to accomplish what they had undertaken. Their mental attitude was set so stubbornly toward their goal that the doubts and fears which dog and hinder and frighten the man who holds a low estimate of himself, who asks, demands, and expects but little of or for himself, got out of their path, and the world made way for them. We are very apt to think of men who have been unusually successful in any line as greatly favored by fortune, and we try to account for it in all sorts of ways but the right one. The fact is that their success represents their expectations of themselves, the sum of their creative, positive, habitual thinking. It is their mental attitude outpictured and made tangible in their environment. They have wrought, created, what they have and what they are out of their constructive thought and their unquenchable faith in themselves. We must not only believe we can succeed, but we must believe it with all our hearts. We must have a positive conviction that we can attain success. No lukewarm energy or indifferent ambition ever accomplished anything. There must be vigor in our expectation, in our faith, in our determination, in our endeavor. We must resolve with the energy that does things. Not only must the desire for the thing we long for be kept uppermost, but there must be strongly concentrated intensity of effort to attain our object. As it is the fierceness of the heat that melts the iron ore and makes it possible to weld it or mold it into shape, as it is the intensity of the electric force that dissolves the diamond, the hardest known substance, so it is the concentrated aim, the invincible purpose that wins success. Nothing was ever accomplished by a half-hearted desire. Many people make a very poor showing in life because there is no vim, no vigor in their efforts. Their resolutions are spineless. There is no backbone in their endeavor, no grit in their ambition. One must have that determination which never looks back and which knows no defeat, that resolution which burns all bridges behind it, and is willing to risk everything upon the effort. When a man ceases to believe in himself, gives up the fight, you cannot do much for him except to try to restore what he has lost, his self-faith, and to get out of his head the idea that there is a fate which tosses him hither and thither, a mysterious destiny which decides things whether he will or not. You cannot do much with him until he comprehends that he is bigger than any fate, that he has within himself a power mightier than any force outside of him. One reason why the careers of most of us are so pinched and narrow is because we do not have a large faith in ourselves and in our power to accomplish. We are held back by too much caution. We are timid about venturing. We are not bold enough. Whatever we long for, yearn for, struggle for, and hold persistently in the mind, we tend to become just in exact proportion to the intensity and persistence of the thought. We think ourselves into smallness, into inferiority, by thinking downward. We ought to think upward. Then we would reach the heights where superiority dwells. The man whose mind is set firmly toward achievement does not appropriate success. He is success. Self-confidence is not egotism. It is knowledge, and it comes from the consciousness of possessing the ability requisite for what one undertakes. Civilization today rests upon self-confidence. A firm self-faith helps a man to project himself with a force that is almost irresistible. A balancer, a doubter, has no projectile power. If he starts at all, he moves with uncertainty. There is no vigor in his initiative, no positiveness in his energy. There is a great difference between a man who thinks that perhaps he can do, or who will try to do a thing, and a man who knows he can do it, who is bound to do it, who feels within himself a pulsating power, an irresistible force, equal to any emergency. This difference between uncertainty and certainty, between vacillation and decision, between the man who wavers and the man who decides things, between "I hope to" and "I can," between "I'll try" and "I will." This little difference measures the distance between weakness and power, between mediocrity and excellence, between commonness and superiority. The man who does things must be able to project himself with a mighty force, to fling the whole weight of his being into his work, ever gathering momentum against the obstacles which confront him. Every issue must be met wholly, unhesitatingly. He cannot do this with a wavering, doubting, unstable mind. The fact that a man believes implicitly that he can do what may seem impossible or very difficult to others shows that there is something within him that makes him equal to the work he has undertaken. Faith unites man with the infinite, and no one can accomplish great things in life unless he works in oneness with the infinite. When a man lives so near to the Supreme that the divine presence is felt all the time, then he is in a position to express power. There is nothing which will multiply one's ability like self-faith. It can make a one-talent man a success, while a 10-talent man without it would fail. Faith walks on the mountain tops, hence its superior vision. It sees what is invisible to those who follow in the valleys. It was the sustaining power of the mighty self-faith that enabled Columbus to bear the jeers and imputations of the Spanish cabinet, that sustained him when his sailors were in mutiny and he was at their mercy in a little vessel on an unknown sea, that enabled him to hold steadily to his purpose, entering in his diary day after day, "This day we sailed west, which was our course." It was this self-faith which gave courage and determination to Fulton to attempt his first trip up the Hudson in the Clermont, before thousands of his fellow citizens who had gathered to howl and jeer at his unexpected failure. He believed he could do the thing he attempted, though the whole world was against him. What miracles self-confidence has wrought! What impossible deeds it has helped to perform! It took Dewey past cannons, torpedoes, and mines to victory at Manila Bay. It carried Farrago, lashed to the rigging, past the defenses of the enemy in Mobile Bay. It led Nelson and Grant to victory. It has been the great tonic in the world of invention, discovery, and art. It has won 1,000 triumphs in war and science, which were deemed impossible by doubters and the faint-hearted. Self-faith has been the miracle worker of the ages. It has enabled the inventor and the discoverer to go on and on amidst troubles and trials which otherwise would have utterly disheartened them. It has held innumerable heroes to their tasks, until the glorious deeds were accomplished. The only inferiority in us is what we put into ourselves. If only we better understood our divinity, we should all have this larger faith, which is the distinction of the brave soul. We think ourselves into smallness. Were we to think upward, we should reach the heights where superiority dwells. Perhaps there is no other one thing which keeps so many people back as their low estimate of themselves. They are more handicapped by their limiting thought, by their foolish convictions of inefficiency, than by almost anything else, for there is no power in the universe that can help a man do a thing when he thinks he cannot do it. Self-faith must lead the way. You cannot go beyond the limits you set for yourself. It is one of the most difficult things to a mortal to really believe in his own bigness, in his own grandeur, to believe that his yearnings and hungerings and aspirations for higher, nobler things have any basis in reality or any real ultimate end. But they are, in fact, the signs of ability to match them, of power to make them real. They are the stirrings of the divinity within us, the call to something better, to go higher. No man gets very far in the world or expresses great power until self-faith is born in him, until he catches a glimpse of his higher, nobler self, until he realizes that his ambition, his aspiration, are proofs of his ability to reach the ideal which haunts him. The Creator would not have mocked us with the yearning for infinite achievement without giving us the ability and the opportunity for realizing it, any more than he would have mocked the wild birds with an instinct to fly south in the winter without giving them a sunny south to match the instinct. The cause of whatever comes to you in life is within you. There is where it is created. The thing you long for and work for comes to you because your thought has created it, because there is something inside you that attracts it. It comes because there is an affinity within you for it. Your own comes to you, is always seeking you. Whenever you see a person who has been unusually successful in any field, remember that he has usually thought himself into his position. His mental attitude and energy have created it. What he stands for in his community has come from his attitude toward life, toward his fellow men, toward his vocation, toward himself. Above all else, it is the outcome of his self-faith, of his inward vision of himself, the result of his estimate of his powers and possibilities. The men who have done the great things in the world have been profound believers in themselves. If I could give the young people of America but one word of advice, it would be this: believe in yourself with all your might. That is, believe that your destiny is inside of you, that there is a power within you which, if awakened, aroused, developed, and matched with honest effort, will not only make a noble man or woman of you, but will also make you successful and happy. All through the Bible we find emphasized the miracle-working power of faith. Faith in himself indicates that a man has a glimpse of forces within him, which either annihilate the obstacles in the way or make them seem insignificant in comparison with his ability to overcome them. Faith opens the door that enables us to look into the soul's limitless possibilities and reveals such powers there, such unconquerable forces, that we are not only encouraged to go on, but feel a great consciousness of added power, because we have touched omnipotence and gotten a glimpse of the great source of things. Faith is that something within us which does not guess, but knows. It knows because it sees what our coarser selves, our animal natures, cannot see. It is the prophet within us, the divine messenger appointed to accompany man through life, to guide and direct and encourage him. It gives him a glimpse of his possibilities, to keep him from losing heart, from quitting his upward life struggle. Our faith knows because it sees what we cannot see. It sees resources, powers, potencies, which our doubts and fears veil from us. Faith is assured, is never afraid, because it sees the way out, sees the solution of its problem. It has dipped in the realms of our finer life, our higher and diviner kingdom. All things are possible to him who has faith, because faith sees, recognizes the power that means accomplishment. If we had faith in God and in ourselves, we could remove all mountains of difficulty, and our lives would be one triumphal march to the goal of our ambition. If we had faith enough, we could cure all our ills and accomplish the maximum of our possibilities. Faith never fails. It is a miracle worker. It looks beyond all boundaries, transcends all limitations, penetrates all obstacles, and sees the goal. It is doubt and fear, timidity and cowardice that hold us down and keep us in mediocrity, doing petty things when we are capable of sublime deeds. If we had faith enough, we should travel Godward infinitely faster than we do. The time will come when every human being will have unbounded faith and will live the life triumphant. Then there will be no poverty in the world, no failures, and the discords of life will all vanish. End of chapter 43. Expect great things of yourself. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 44 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. The next time you think you are a failure. If you made a botch of last year, if you feel that it was a failure, that you floundered and blundered and did a lot of foolish things, if you were gullible, made imprudent investments, wasted your time and money, don't drag these ghosts along with you to handicap you and destroy your happiness all through the future. Haven't you wasted enough energy worrying over what cannot be helped? Don't let these things sap any more of your vitality, waste any more of your time, or destroy any more of your happiness. There is only one thing to do with bitter experiences, blunders, and unfortunate mistakes, or with memories that worry us and which kill our efficiency, and that is to forget them, bury them. Today is a good time to leave the low-volted past, to drop the yesterdays, to forget bitter memories. Resolve that you will close the door on everything in the past that pains and cannot help you. Free yourself from everything which handicaps you, keeps you back, and makes you unhappy. Throw away all useless baggage. Drop everything that is a drag, that hinders your progress. Enter upon tomorrow with a clean slate and a free mind. Don't be mortgaged to the past, and never look back. There is no use in castigating yourself for not having done better. Form a habit of expelling from your mind thoughts or suggestions which call up unpleasant subjects or bitter memories, and which have a bad influence upon you. Everyone ought to make it a life rule to wipe out from his memory everything that has been unpleasant, unfortunate. We ought to forget everything that has kept us back, has made us suffer, has been disagreeable, and never allow the hideous pictures of distressing conditions to enter our minds again. There is only one thing to do with a disagreeable, harmful experience, and that is, forget it. There are many times in the life of a person who does things that are worthwhile when he gets terribly discouraged and thinks it easier to go back than to push on. But there is no victory in retreating. We should never leave any bridges unburned behind us, any way open for retreat to tempt our weakness, indecision, or discouragement. If there is anything we ever feel grateful for, it is that we have had courage and pluck enough to push on, to keep going when things looked dark and when seemingly insurmountable obstacles confronted us. Most people are their worst enemies. We are all the time queering our life game by our vicious, tearing down thoughts and unfortunate moods. Everything depends upon our courage, our faith in ourselves, in our holding a hopeful, optimistic outlook. And yet, whenever things go wrong with us, whenever we have a discouraging day or an unfortunate experience, a loss, or any misfortune, we let the tearing down thought, doubt, fear, despondency, like a bull in a china shop, tear through our mentalities, perhaps breaking up and destroying the work of years of building up, and we have to start all over again. We work and live like the frog in the well. We climb up only to fall back, and often lose all we gain. One of the worst things that can ever happen to a person is to get it into his head that he was born unlucky and that the fates are against him. There are no fates outside of our own mentality. We are our own fates. We control our own destiny. There is no fate or destiny which puts one man down and another up. It is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. He only is beaten who admits it. The man is inferior who admits that he is inferior, who voluntarily takes an inferior position because he thinks the best things were intended for somebody else. You will find that just in proportion as you increase your confidence in yourself by the affirmation of what you wish to be and to do, your ability will increase. No matter what other people may think about your ability, never allow yourself to doubt that you can do or become what you long to. Increase your self-confidence in every possible way, and you can do this to a remarkable degree by the power of self-suggestion. This form of suggestion, talking to oneself vigorously, earnestly, seems to arouse the sleeping forces in the subconscious self more effectually than thinking the same thing. There is a force in words spoken aloud, which is not stirred by going over the same words mentally. They sometimes arouse slumbering energies within us, which thinking does not stir up, especially if we have not been trained to think deeply, to focus the mind closely. They make a more lasting impression upon the mind, just as words which pass through the eye from the printed page make a greater impression on the brain than we get by thinking the same words, as seeing objects of nature makes a more lasting impression upon the mind than thinking about them. A vividness, a certain force, accompanies the spoken word, especially if earnestly, vehemently uttered, which is not apparent to many in merely thinking about what the words express. If you repeat a firm resolve to yourself aloud, vigorously, even vehemently, you are more likely to carry it to reality than if you merely resolve in silence. We become so accustomed to our silent thoughts that the voicing of them, the giving audible expression to our yearnings, makes a much deeper impression upon us. The audible self-encouragement treatment may be used with marvelous results in correcting our weaknesses, overcoming our deficiencies. Never allow yourself to think meanly, narrowly, poorly of yourself. Never regard yourself as weak, inefficient, diseased, but as perfect, complete, capable. Never even think of the possibility of going through life a failure or a partial failure. Failure and misery are not for the man who has seen the God side of himself, who has been in touch with divinity. They are for those who have never discovered themselves and their godlike qualities. Stoutly assert that there is a place for you in the world and that you are going to fill it like a man. Train yourself to expect great things of yourself. Never admit, even by your manner, that you think you are destined to do little things all your life. It is marvelous what mental strength can be developed by the perpetual affirmation of vigorous fitness, strength, power, efficiency. These are thoughts and ideals that make a strong man. The way to get the best out of yourself is to put things right up to yourself, handle yourself without gloves, and talk to yourself as you would to a son of yours who has great ability, but who is not using half of it. When you go into an undertaking, just say to yourself, "Now this thing is right up to me. I've got to make good, to show the man in me, or the coward. There is no backing out." You will be surprised to see how quickly this sort of self-suggestion will brace you up and put new spirit in you. I have a friend who has helped himself wonderfully by talking to himself about his conduct. When he feels that he is not doing all that he ought to, that he has made some foolish mistake or has failed to use good sense and good judgment in any transaction, when he feels that his stamina and ambition are deteriorating, he goes off alone to the country, to the woods if possible, and has a good heart-to-heart talk with himself, something after this fashion: "Now, young man, you need a good talking to, a bracing up all along the line. You are going stale, your standards are dropping, your ideals are getting dull, and the worst of it all is that when you do a poor job, or are careless about your dress and indifferent in your manner, you do not feel as troubled as you used to. You are not making good. This lethargy, this inertia, this indifference will seriously cripple your career if you're not very careful. You are letting a lot of good chances slip by you because you are not as progressive and up to date as you ought to be. In short, you are becoming lazy. You like to take things easy. Nobody ever amounts to much who lets his energies flag, his standards droop, and his ambition oozle out. Now I am going to keep right after you, young man, until you are doing yourself justice. This take it easy sort of policy will never land you at the goal you started for. You will have to watch yourself very closely, or you will be left behind. You are capable of something much better than what you are doing. You must start out today with a firm resolve to make the returns from your work greater tonight than ever before. You must make this a red-letter day. Bestir yourself. Get the cobwebs out of your head. Brush off the brain ash. Think, think, think to some purpose. Do not mull and mope like this. You are only half alive, man. Get a move on you. This young man says that every morning when he finds his standards are down, and he feels lazy and indifferent, he hauls himself over the coals, as he calls it, in order to force himself up to a higher standard and put himself in tune for the day. 'Tis the very first thing he attends to. He forces himself to do the most disagreeable tasks first, and does not allow himself to skip hard problems. Now, don't be a coward, he says to himself. If others have done this, you can do it. By years of stern discipline of this kind, he has done wonders with himself. He began as a poor boy living in the slums of New York, with no one to take an interest in him, encourage or push him. Though he had little opportunity for schooling when he was a small boy, he has given himself a splendid education, mainly since he was 21. I have never known anyone else who carried on such a vigorous campaign in self-victory, self-development, self-training, self-culture, as this young man has. At first it may seem silly to you to be talking to yourself, but you will derive so much benefit from it that you will have recourse to it in remedying all your defects. There is no fault, however great or small, which will not succumb to persistent audible suggestion. For example, you may be naturally timid and shrink from meeting people, and you may distrust your own ability. If so, you will be greatly helped by assuring yourself in your daily self-talks that you are not timid, that, on the contrary, you are the embodiment of courage and bravery. Assure yourself that there is no reason why you should be timid, because there is nothing inferior or peculiar about you, that you are attractive, and that you know how to act in the presence of others. Say to yourself that you are never again going to allow yourself to harbor any thoughts of self-depreciation or timidity or inferiority, that you are going to hold your head up and go about as though you were a king, a conqueror, instead of crawling about like a whipped cur. You are going to assert your manhood, your individuality. If you lack initiative, stoutly affirm your ability to begin things and to push them to a finish, and always put your resolve into action at the first opportunity. You will be surprised to see how you can increase your courage, your confidence, and your ability, if you will be sincere with yourself and strong and persistent in your affirmations. I know of nothing so helpful for the timid, those who lack faith in themselves, as the habit of constantly affirming their own importance, their own power, their own divinity. The trouble is that we do not think half enough of ourselves. We do not accurately measure our ability, do not put the right estimate upon our possibilities. We berate ourselves, belittle, efface ourselves, because we do not see the larger, diviner man in us. Try this experiment the very next time you get discouraged or think that you are a failure, that your work does not amount to much. Turn about face. Resolve that you will go no further in that direction. Stop and face the other way, and go the other way. Every time you think you are a failure, it helps you to become one, for your thought is your life pattern, and you cannot get away from it. You cannot get away from your ideals, the standard which you hold for yourself. And if you acknowledge in your thought that you are a failure, that you can't do anything worthwhile, that luck is against you, that you don't have the same opportunity that other people have, your convictions will control the result. There are thousands of people who have lost everything they valued in the world, all the material results of their lives' endeavor, and yet because they possessed stout hearts, unconquerable spirits, a determination to push ahead, which knows no retreat, they are just as far from real failure as before their loss, and with such wealth they can never be poor. A great many people fail to reach a success which matches their ability because they are victims of their moods, which repel people and repel business. We avoid morose, gloomy people, just as we avoid a picture which makes a disagreeable impression upon us. Everywhere we see people with great ambition doing very ordinary things, simply because there are so many days when they do not feel like it, or when they are discouraged or blue. A man who is at the mercy of a capricious disposition can never be a leader, a power among men. It is perfectly possible for a well-trained mind to completely rout the worst case of the blues in a few minutes. But the trouble with most of us is that instead of flinging open the mental blinds and letting in the sun of cheerfulness, hope, and optimism, we keep them closed and try to eject the darkness by main force. The art of arts is learning how to clear the mind of its enemies, enemies of our comfort, happiness, and success. It is a great thing to learn to focus the mind upon the beautiful instead of the ugly, the true instead of the false, upon harmony instead of discord, life instead of death, health instead of disease. This is not always easy, but it is possible to everybody. It requires only skillful thinking, the forming of the right thought habits. The best way to keep out darkness is to keep the life filled with light. To keep out discord, keep it filled with harmony. To shut out error, keep the mind filled with truth. To shut out ugliness, contemplate beauty and loveliness. To get rid of all that is sour and unwholesome, contemplate all that is sweet and wholesome. Opposite thoughts cannot occupy the mind at the same time. No matter whether you feel like it or not, just affirm that you must feel like it, that you will feel like it, that you do feel like it, that you are normal, and that you are in a position to do your best. Say it deliberately, affirm it vigorously, and it will come true. The next time you get into trouble or are discouraged and think you are a failure, just try the experiment of affirming vigorously, persistently, that all that is real must be good, for God made all that is, and whatever doesn't seem to be good is not like its Creator and therefore cannot be real. Persist in this affirmation. You will be surprised to see how unfortunate suggestions and adverse conditions will melt away before it. The next time you feel the blues or a fit of depression coming on, just get by yourself, if possible after taking a good bath and dressing yourself becomingly, and give yourself a good talking to. Talk to yourself in the same dead in earnest way that you would talk to your own child, or a dear friend who was deep in the mire of despondency, suffering tortures from melancholy. Drive out the black, hideous pictures which haunt your mind. Sweep away all depressing thoughts, suggestions, all the rubbish that is troubling you. Let go of everything that is unpleasant, all the mistakes, all the disagreeable past. Just rise up in arms against the enemies of your peace and happiness. Summon all the force you can muster and drive them out. Resolve that no matter what happens, you are going to be happy, that you are going to enjoy yourself. When you look at it squarely, it is very foolish, almost criminal, to go about this beautiful world crowded with splendid opportunities and things to delight and cheer us, with a sad, dejected face, as though life had been a disappointment instead of a priceless boon. Just say to yourself, I am a man, and I am going to do the work of a man. It's right up to me, and I am going to face the situation. Do not let anybody or anything shake your faith that you can conquer all the enemies of your peace and happiness, and that you inherit an abundance of all that is good. We should early form the habit of erasing from the mind all disagreeable, unhealthy, death-dealing thoughts. We should start out every morning with a clean slate. We should blot out from our mental gallery all discordant pictures and replace them with the harmonious, uplifting, life-giving ones. The next time you feel jaded, discouraged, completely played out and blue, you will probably find, if you look for the reason, that your condition is largely due to exhausted vitality, either from overwork, overeating, or violating in some way the laws of digestion, or from vicious habits of some kind. The blues are often caused by exhausted nerve cells, due to overstraining work, long-continued excitement, or overstimulated nerves from dissipation. This condition is caused by the clamoring of exhausted nerve cells for nourishment, rest, or recreation. Multitudes of people suffer from despondency and melancholy as a result of a run-down condition physically, due to their irregular vicious habits and a lack of refreshing sleep. When you are feeling blue or discouraged, get as complete a change of environment as possible. Whatever you do, do not brood over your troubles or dwell upon the things which happen to annoy you at the time. Think the pleasantest, happiest things possible. Hold the most charitable, loving thoughts toward others. Make a strenuous effort to radiate joy and gladness to everybody about you. Say the kindest, pleasantest things. You will soon begin to feel the wonderful uplift. The shadows which darkened your mind will flee away, and the sun of joy will light up your whole being. Stoutly, confidently, everlastingly affirm that you will become what your ambitions indicate as fitting and possible. Do not say, "I shall be a success sometime." Say, "I am a success. Success is my birthright." Do not say that you are going to be happy in the future. Say to yourself, "I was intended for happiness, made for it, and I am happy now." If, however, you affirm, "I am health, I am prosperity, I am this or that," but do not believe it, you will not be helped by affirmation. You must believe what you affirm and try to realize it. Assert your actual possession of the things you need, of the qualities you long to have. Force your mind toward your goal. Hold it there steadily, persistently. For this is the mental state that creates. The negative mind, which doubts and wavers, creates nothing. "I, myself, am good fortune," says Walt Whitman. If we could only realize that the very attitude of assuming that we are the real embodiment of the thing we long to be or to attain, that we possess the good things we long for, not that we possess all the qualities of good, but that we are these qualities, with the constant affirming, "I, myself, am good luck, good fortune. I am, myself, a part of the great creative, sustaining principle of the universe, because my real divine self and my Father are one." What a revolution would come to earth's toilers! End of chapter 44. The next time you think you are a failure. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 45 of Pushing to the Front. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Luke Sartor. Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. Chapter 45. Stand for something. The greatest thing that can be said of a man, no matter how much he has achieved, is that he has kept his record clean. Why is it that, in spite of the ravages of time, the reputation of Lincoln grows larger and his character means more to the world every year? It is because he kept his record clean and never prostituted his ability, nor gambled with his reputation. Where in all history is there an example of a man who was merely rich, no matter how great his wealth, who exerted such a power for good, who was such a living force in civilization, as was this poor backwoods boy? What a powerful illustration of the fact that character is the greatest force in the world. A man assumes importance and becomes a power in the world just as soon as it is found that he stands for something, that he is not for sale, that he will not lease his manhood for salary, for any amount of money, or for any influence or position, that he will not lend his name to anything which he cannot endorse. The trouble with so many men today is that they do not stand for anything outside their vocation. They may be well educated, well up in their specialties, may have a lot of expert knowledge, but they cannot be depended upon. There is some flaw in them which takes the edge off their virtue. They may be fairly honest, but you cannot bank on them. It is not difficult to find a lawyer or a physician who knows a good deal, who is eminent in his profession. But it is not so easy to find one who is a man before he is a lawyer or a physician, whose name is a synonym for all that is clean, reliable, solid, substantial. It is not difficult to find a good preacher, but it is not so easy to find a real man, sterling manhood, back of the sermon. It is easy to find successful merchants, but not so easy to find men who put character above merchandise. What the world wants is men who have principle underlying their expertness, principle under their law, their medicine, their business, men who stand for something outside of their offices and stores, who stand for something in their community, whose very presence carries weight. Everywhere we see smart, clever, long-headed, shrewd men, but how comparatively rare it is to find one whose record is as clean as a hound's tooth, who will not swerve from the right, who would rather fail than be a party to a questionable transaction. Everywhere we see businessmen putting the stumbling blocks of deception and dishonest methods right across their own pathway, tripping themselves up while trying to deceive others. We see men worth millions of dollars, filled with terror, trembling lest investigations may uncover things which will damn them in the public estimation. We see them cowed before the law like whipped spaniels, catching at any straw that will save them from public disgrace. What a terrible thing to live in the limelight of popular favor, to be envied as rich and powerful, to be esteemed as honorable and straightforward, and yet to be conscious all the time of not being what the world thinks we are, to live in constant terror of discovery, in fear that something may happen to unmask us and show us up in our true light. But nothing can happen to injure seriously the man who lives foursquare to the world, who has nothing to cover up, nothing to hide from his fellows, who lives a transparent, clean life, with never a fear of disclosures. If all of his material possessions are swept away from him, he knows that he has a monument in the hearts of his countrymen, in the affection and admiration of the people, and that nothing can happen to harm his real self because he has kept his record clean. Mr. Roosevelt early resolved that, let what would come, whether he succeeded in what he undertook or failed, whether he made friends or enemies, he would not take chances with his good name. He would part with everything else first, that he would never gamble with his reputation, that he would keep his record clean. His first ambition was to stand for something, to be a man. Before he was a politician or anything else, the man must come first. In his early career he had many opportunities to make a great deal of money by allying himself with crooked, sneaking, unscrupulous politicians. He had all sorts of opportunities for political graft. But crookedness never had any attraction for him. He refused to be a party to any political jobbery, any underhand business. He preferred to lose any position he was seeking, to let somebody else have it, if he must get smirched in the getting it. He would not touch a dollar, place, or preferment unless it came to him clean, with no trace of jobbery on it. Politicians who had an axe to grind knew it was no use to try to bribe him or to influence him with promises of patronage, money, position, or power. Mr. Roosevelt knew perfectly well that he would make many mistakes and many enemies, but he resolved to carry himself in such a way that even his enemies should at least respect him for his honesty of purpose and for his straightforward, square-deal methods. He resolved to keep his record clean, his name white, at all hazards. Everything else seemed unimportant in comparison. In times like these, the world especially needs such men as Mr. Roosevelt, men who hew close to the chalk line of right and hold the line plumb to truth, men who do not pander to public favor, men who make duty and truth their goal and go straight to their mark, turning neither to the right nor to the left, though a paradise tempt them. Who can ever estimate how much his influence has done toward purging politics and elevating the American ideal? He has changed the viewpoint of many statesmen and politicians. He has shown them a new and a better way. He has made many of them ashamed of the old methods of grafting and selfish greed. He has held up a new ideal, showing them that unselfish service to their country is infinitely nobler than an ambition for self-aggrandizement. American patriotism has a higher meaning today because of the example of this great American. Many young politicians and statesmen have adopted cleaner methods and higher aims because of his influence. There is no doubt that tens of thousands of young men in this country are cleaner in their lives and more honest and ambitious to be good citizens, because here is a man who always stands for the square deal, for civic righteousness, for American manhood. Every man ought to feel that there is something in him that bribery cannot touch, that influence cannot buy, something that is not for sale, something he would not sacrifice or tamper with for any price, something he would give his life for if necessary. If a man stands for something worthwhile, compels recognition for himself alone, on account of his real worth, he is not dependent upon recommendations, upon fine clothes, a fine house, or a pull. He is his own best recommendation. The young man who starts out with a resolution to make his character his capital, and to pledge his whole manhood for every obligation he enters into, will not be a failure, though he wins neither fame nor fortune. No man ever really does a great thing who loses his character in the process. No substitute has ever been discovered for honesty. Multitudes of people have gone to the wall trying to find one. Our prisons are full of people who have attempted to substitute something else for it. No man can really believe in himself when he is occupying a false position and wearing a mask, when the little monitor within him is constantly saying, "You know you are a fraud. You are not the man you pretend to be." The consciousness of not being genuine, not being what others think him to be, robs a man of power, honeycombs the character, and destroys self-respect and self-confidence. When Lincoln was asked to take the wrong side of a case, he said, "I could not do it. All the time while talking to that jury, I should be thinking, 'Lincoln, you're a liar, you're a liar,' and believe I should forget myself and say it loud." Character as capital is very much underestimated by a great number of young men. They seem to put more emphasis upon smartness, shrewdness, long-headedness, cunning, influence, a pull, than upon downright honesty and integrity of character. Yet why do scores of concerns pay enormous sums for the use of the name of a man who, perhaps, has been dead for half a century or more? It is because there is power in that name, because there is character in it, because it stands for something, because it represents reliability and square dealing. Think of what the name of Tiffany, of Park, and Tilford, or any of the great names which stand in the commercial world as solid and immovable as the Rock of Gibraltar, are worth. Does it not seem strange that young men who know these facts should try to build up a business on a foundation of cunning, scheming, and trickery, instead of building on the solid rock of character, reliability, and manhood? Is it not remarkable that so many men should work so hard to establish a business on an unreliable, flimsy foundation, instead of building upon the solid masonry of honest goods, square dealing, reliability? A name is worth everything until it is questioned, but when suspicion clings to it, it is worth nothing. There is nothing in this world that will take the place of character. There is no policy in the world, to say nothing of the right or wrong of it, that compares with honesty and square dealing. In spite of, or because of, all the crookedness and dishonesty that is being uncovered, of all the scoundrels that are being unmasked, integrity is the biggest word in the business world today. There never was a time in all history when it was so big, and it is growing bigger. There never was a time when character meant so much in business, when it stood for so much everywhere as it does today. There was a time when the man who was the shrewdest and sharpest and cunningest in taking advantage of others got the biggest salary. But today, the man at the other end of the bargain is looming up as never before. Nathan Strauss, when asked the secret of the great success of his firm, said it was their treatment of the man at the other end of the bargain. He said they could not afford to make enemies. They could not afford to displease or to take advantage of customers, or to give them reason to think that they had been unfairly dealt with, that, in the long run, the man who gave the squarest deal to the man at the other end of the bargain would get ahead fastest. There are merchants who have made great fortunes, but who do not carry weight among their fellow men because they have dealt all their lives with inferiority. They have lived with shoddy and shams so long that the suggestion has been held in their minds until their whole standards of life have been lowered, their ideals have shrunken, their characters have partaken of the quality of their business. Contrast these men with the men who stood for half a century or more at the head of solid houses, substantial institutions, men who have always stood for quality in everything, who have surrounded themselves not only with ability, but with men and women of character. We instinctively believe in character. We admire people who stand for something, who are centered in truth and honesty. It is not necessary that they agree with us. We admire them for their strength, the honesty of their opinions, the inflexibility of their principles. The late Carl Schurz was a strong man and antagonized many people. He changed his political views very often, but even his worst enemies knew that there was one thing he would never go back on, friends or no friends, party or no party, and that was his devotion to principle as he saw it. There was no parleying with his convictions. He could stand alone, if necessary, with all the world against him. His inconsistencies, his many changes in parties and politics, could not destroy the universal admiration for the man who stood for his convictions. Although he escaped from a German prison and fled his country, where he had been arrested on account of his revolutionary principles when but a mere youth, Emperor William I had such a profound respect for his honesty of purpose and his strength of character that he invited him to return to Germany and visit him, gave him a public dinner, and paid him great tribute. Who can estimate the influence of President Eliot in enriching and uplifting our national ideas and standards through the thousands of students who go out from Harvard University? The tremendous force and nobility of character of Phillips Brooks raised everyone who came within his influence to higher levels. His great earnestness in trying to lead people up to his lofty ideals swept everything before it. One could not help feeling, while listening to him and watching him, that there was a mighty triumph of character, a grand expression of superb manhood. Such men as these increase our faith in the race, in the possibilities of the grandeur of the coming man. We are proud of our country because of such standards. It is the ideal that determines the direction of the life. And what a grand sight, what an inspiration are those men who sacrifice the dollar to the ideal. The principles by which the problem of success is solved are right and justice, honesty and integrity, and just in proportion as a man deviates from these principles, he falls short of solving his problem. It is true that he may reach something, he may get money, but is that success? The thief gets money, but does he succeed? Is it any honester to steal by means of a long head than by means of a long arm? It is very much more dishonest, because the victim is deceived and then robbed, a double crime. We often receive letters which read like this: I am getting a good salary, but I do not feel right about it somehow. I cannot still the voice within me that says, wrong, wrong, to what I am doing. Leave it, we always say to the writers of these letters. Do not stay in a questionable occupation, no matter what inducement it offers. Its false light will land you on the rocks if you follow it. It is demoralizing to the mental faculties. paralyzing to the character to do a thing which one's conscience forbids. Tell the employer who expects you to do questionable things that you cannot work for him unless you can put the trademark of your manhood, the stamp of your integrity, upon everything you do. Tell him that if the highest thing in you cannot bring success, surely the lowest cannot. You cannot afford to sell the best thing in you, your honor, your manhood, to a dishonest man or a lying institution. You should regard even the suggestion that you might sell out for consideration as an insult. Resolve that you will not be paid for being something less than a man, that you will not lease your ability, your education, your inventiveness, your self-respect for salary to do a man's lying for him, either in writing advertisements, selling goods, or in any other capacity. Resolve that, whatever your vocation, you are going to stand for something, that you are not going to be merely a lawyer, a physician, a merchant, a clerk, a farmer, a congressman, or a man who carries a big money bag, that you are going to be a man first, last, and all the time. End of chapter 45. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 46 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 46. Nature's Little Bill. Though the mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceedingly small. Though with patience he stands waiting, with exactness grinds he all. Frederick von Legau. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. Ecclesiastes. Man is a watch, wound up at first but never wound up again. Once down, he's down forever. Herrick. Old age seizes upon an ill-spent youth like fire upon a rotten house. South. Last Sunday a young man died here of extreme old age, at 25. John Newton. If you will not hear reason, she'll surely rap your knuckles. Poor Richard sayings. "Oh, oh, ah!" exclaimed Franklin. "What have I done to merit these cruel sufferings?" "Many things," replied the gout. "You have eaten and drunk too freely, and too much indulged those legs of yours in your indolence. Nature seldom presents her bill on the day you violate her laws. But if you overdraw your account at her bank and give her a mortgage on your body, be sure she will foreclose. She may loan you all you want, but, like Shylock, she will demand the last ounce of flesh. She rarely brings her cancer bill before the victim is 40 years old. She does not often annoy a man with her drink bill until he is past his prime, and then presents it in the form of Bright's disease, fatty degeneration of the heart, drunkard's liver, or some similar disease. What you pay the saloon keeper is but a small part of your score. We often hear it said that the age of miracles is past. We marvel that a thief dying on the cross should appear that very day in paradise. But behold, how that bit of meat or vegetable on a Hawarden breakfast table is snatched from death, transformed into thought, and on the following night shakes Parliament in the magnetism and oratory of a Gladstone. The age of miracles past, when 3 times a day right before our eyes, nature performs miracles greater even than raising the dead. Watch that crust of bread thrown into a cell in Bedford jail and devoured by a poor, hungry tinker. Cut, crushed, ground, driven by muscles, dissolved by acids and alkalis, absorbed and hurled into the mysterious red river of life. Scores of little factories along this strange stream, waiting for this crust, transmute it as it passes, as if by magic, here into a bone cell, there into gastric juice, here into bile, there into a nerve cell, yonder into a brain cell. We cannot trace the processes by which this crust arrives at the muscle and acts, arrives at the brain and thinks. We cannot see the manipulating hand which throws back and forth the shuttle which weaves Bunyan's destinies, nor can we trace the subtle alchemy which transforms this prison crust into the finest allegory in the world, the Pilgrim's Progress. But we do know that, unless we supply food when the stomach begs and clamors, brain and muscle cannot continue to act. And we also know that unless the food is properly chosen, unless we eat it properly, unless we maintain good digestion by exercise of mind and body, it will not produce the speeches of a Gladstone or the allegories of a Bunyan. Truly we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Imagine a cistern which would transform the foul sewage of a city into pure drinking water in a second's time, as the black venous blood, foul with the ashes of burned up brain cells and debris of worn out tissues, is transformed in the lungs, at every breath, into pure, bright red blood. Each drop of blood from that magic stream of liquid life was compounded by a divine chemist. In it float all our success and destiny. In it are the extensions and limits of our possibilities. In it are health and long life, or disease and premature death. In it are our hopes and our fears, our courage, our cowardice, our energy or lassitude, our strength or weakness, our success or failure. In it are susceptibilities of high or broad culture, or pinched or narrow faculties, handed down from an uncultured ancestry. From it our bones and nerves, our muscles and brain, our comeliness or ugliness, all come. In it are locked up the elements of a vicious or a gentle life, the tendency of a criminal or a saint. How important is it, then, that we should obey the laws of health, and thus maintain the purity and power of this our earthly river of life? We hear a great deal about the vile body, said Spencer, and many are encouraged by the phrase to transgress the laws of health. But nature quietly suppresses those who treat thus disrespectfully one of her highest products, and leaves the world to be peopled by the descendants of those who are not so foolish. Nature gives to him that hath. She shows him the contents of her vast storehouse, and bids him take all he wants and be welcome. But she will not let him keep for years what he does not use. Use or lose is her motto. Every atom we do not utilize this great economist snatches from us. If you put your arm in a sling and do not use it, nature will remove the muscle almost to the bone, and the arm will become useless. But in exact proportion to your efforts to use it again, she will gradually restore what she took away. Put your mind in the sling of idleness or inactivity, and in like manner she will remove your brain even to imbecility. The blacksmith wants one powerful arm, and she gives it to him, but reduces the other. You can, if you will, send all the energy of your life into some one faculty, but all your other faculties will starve. A young lady may wear tight corsets if she chooses, but nature will remove the rose from her cheek and put pallor there. She will replace a clear complexion with muddy hues and sallow spots. She will take away the elastic step, the luster from the eye. Don't expect to have health for nothing. Nothing in this world worth anything can be had for nothing. Health is the prize of a constant struggle. Nature passes no act without affixing a penalty for its violation. Whenever she is outraged, she will have her penalty, although it take a life. A great surgeon stood before his class to perform a certain operation which the elaborate mechanism and minute knowledge of modern science had only recently made possible. With strong and gentle hand he did his work successfully so far as his part of the terrible business went, and then he turned to his pupils and said, 2 years ago a safe and simple operation might have cured this disease. 6 years ago a wise way of life might have prevented it. We have done our best as the case now stands, but nature will have her word to say. She does not always consent to the repeal of her capital sentences. Next day, the patient died. Apart from accidents, we hold our life largely at will. What business have 75,000 physicians in the United States? It is our own fault that even 1/10 of them get a respectable living. What a commentary upon our modern American civilization that 350,000 people in this country die annually from absolutely preventable diseases. Seneca said, "The gods have given us a long life, but we have made it short." Few people know enough to become old. It is a rare thing for a person to die of old age. Only 3 or 4 out of 100 die of anything like old age. But nature evidently intended, by the wonderful mechanism of the human body, that we should live well up to a century. Thomas Parr of England lived to the age of 152 years. He was married when he was 120, and did not leave off work until he was 130. The great Dr. Harvey examined Parr's body, but found no cause of death except a change of living. Henry Jenkins of Yorkshire, England, lived to be 169, and would probably have lived longer had not the king brought him to London, where luxuries hastened his death. The court records of England show that he was a witness in a trial 140 years before his death. He swam across a rapid river when he was 100. There is nothing we are more ignorant of than the physiology and chemistry of the human body. Not one person in 1,000 can correctly locate important internal organs or describe their use in the animal economy. What an insult to the Creator who fashioned them so wonderfully and fearfully in His own image, that the graduates from our high schools and even universities, and young women who finish their education, become proficient in the languages, in music, in art, and have the culture of travel, but cannot describe or locate the various organs or functions upon which their lives depend. The time will come, says Francis Willard, when it will be told as a relic of our primitive barbarism that children were taught the list of prepositions and the names of the rivers of Thibet, but were not taught the wonderful laws on which their own bodily happiness is based, and the humanities by which they could live in peace and goodwill with those about them. Nothing else is so important to man as the study and knowledge of himself, and yet he knows less of himself than he does of the beasts about him. The human body is the great poem of the great author. Not to learn how to read it, to spell out its meaning, to appreciate its beauties, or to attempt to fathom its mysteries, is a disgrace to our civilization. What a price mortals pay for their ignorance! Let a dwarfed, half-developed, one-sided, short-lived nation answer. A brilliant intellect in a sickly body is like gold in a spent swimmer's pocket. Often, from lack of exercise, one side of the brain gradually becomes paralyzed and deteriorates into imbecility. How intimately the functions of the nervous organs are united! The whole man mourns for a felon. The least swelling presses a nerve against a bone and causes one intense agony, and even a Napoleon becomes a child. A corn on the toe, an affection of the kidneys or of the liver, a boil anywhere on the body, or a carbuncle, may seriously affect the eyes and even the brain. The whole system is a network of nerves, of organs, of functions, which are so intimately joined and related in such close sympathy that an injury to one part is immediately felt in every other. Nature takes note of all our transactions, physical, mental, or moral, and places every item promptly to our debit or credit. Let us take a look at a page in Nature's ledger. To damage to the heart in youth by immoderate athletics, tobacco chewing, cigarette smoking, drinking strong tea or coffee, rowing, running to trains, overstudy, excitement, etc. The irritable heart, the tobacco heart, a life of promise impaired or blighted. To one digestive apparatus ruined by eating hurriedly, by eating unsuitable or poorly cooked food, by drinking ice and water when one is heated, by swallowing scalding drinks, especially tea, which forms tannic acid on the delicate lining of the stomach, or by eating when tired or worried, or after receiving bad news, when the gastric juice cannot be secreted, etc. Dyspepsia, melancholia, years of misery to self, anxiety to one's family, pity and disgust of friends. To one nervous system shattered by dissipation, abuses, overexcitement, a fast life, feverish haste to get riches or fame, hastening puberty by stimulating food, exciting life, etc. Years of weakness, disappointed ambition, hopeless inefficiency, a burnt-out life. To damage by undue mental exertion, by burning the midnight oil, exhausting the brain cells faster than they can be renewed. Impaired powers of mind, softening of the brain, blighted hopes. To overstraining the brain, trying to lead his class in college, trying to take a prize, or to get ahead of somebody else. A disappointed ambition, a life of invalidism. To hardening the delicate and sensitive gray matter of the brain and nerves, and ruining the lining membranes of the stomach and nervous system by alcohol, opium, etc. A hardened brain, a hardened conscience, a ruined home, Bright's disease, fatty degeneration, nervous degeneration, a short, useless, wasted life. By forced balances here and there, accounts closed, physiological and moral bankruptcy. Sometimes 2 or 3 such items are charged to a single account. To offset them, there is placed on the credit side a little feverish excitement, too fleeting for calm enjoyment, followed by regret, remorse, and shame. Be sure your sins will find you out. They are all recorded. The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to scourge us. It is a wonder that we live at all. We violate every law of our being, yet we expect to live to a ripe old age. What would you think of a man who, having an elegant watch, delicately adjusted to heat and cold, should leave it on the sidewalk with cases open on a dusty or a rainy day, and yet expect it to keep good time? What would you think of a householder who should leave the doors and windows of his mansion open to thieves and tramps, to winds and dust and rain? What are our bodies but timepieces made by an infinite hand, wound up to run a century, and so delicately adjusted to heat and cold that the temperature will not vary half a degree between the heat of summer and the cold of winter, whether we live in the regions of eternal frost or under the burning sun of the tropics? A particle of dust or the slightest friction will throw this wonderful timepiece out of order, yet we often leave it exposed to all the corroding elements. We do not always keep open the 25 miles of ventilating pores in the skin by frequent bathing. We seldom lubricate the delicate wheels of the body with the oil of gladness. We expose it to dust and cinders, cold and draughts, and poisonous gases. How careful we are to filter our water, air our beds, ventilate our sleeping rooms, and analyze our milk. We shrink from contact with filth and disease, but we put paper colored with arsenic on our walls and daily breathe its poisonous exhalations. We frequent theaters crowded with human beings, many of whom are uncleanly and diseased. We sit for hours and breathe in upon 1,400 square feet of lung tissue the heated, foul, and heavy air, carbonic acid gas from hundreds of gas burners, each consuming as much oxygen as 6 people, air filled with shreds of tissue expelled from diseased lungs, poisonous effluvia exhaled from the bodies of people who rarely bathe, from clothing seldom washed, fetid breaths, and skin disease in various stages of development. For hours we sit in this bath of poison and wonder at our headache and lassitude next morning. We pour a glass of ice water into a stomach busy in the delicate operation of digestion, ignorant or careless of the fact that it takes half an hour to recover from the shock and get the temperature back to 98 degrees, so that the stomach can go on secreting gastric juice. Then down goes another glass of water, with similar results. We pour down alcohol, which thickens the velvety lining of the stomach and hardens the soft tissues, the thin sheaths of nerves, and the gray matter of the brain. We crowd meats, vegetables, pastry, confectionery, nuts, raisins, wines, fruits, etc., into one of the most delicately constructed organs of the body, and expect it to take care of its miscellaneously incongruous load without a murmur. After all these abuses, we do not give the blood a chance to go to the stomach and help it out of its misery, but summon it to the brain and muscles, notwithstanding the fact that it is so important to have an extra supply to aid digestion, that nature has made the blood vessels of the alimentary canal large enough to contain several times the amount in the entire body. Whoever saw a horse leave his oats and hay, when hungry, to wash them down with water. The dumb beasts can teach us some valuable lessons in eating and drinking. Nature mixes our gastric juice or pepsin and acids in just the right proportion to digest our food and keep it at exactly the right temperature. If we dilute it, or lower its temperature by ice water, we diminish its solvent or digestive power, and dyspepsia is the natural result. English factory children have received the commiseration of the world because they were scourged to work 14 hours out of the 24. But there is many a theoretical Republican who is a harsher taskmaster to his stomach than this, who allows it no more resting time than he does his watch, who gives it no Sunday, no holiday, no vacation in any sense, and who seeks to make his heart beat faster for the sake of the exhilaration he can thus produce. Although the heart weighs a little over half a pound, yet it pumps 18 pounds of blood from itself, forcing it into every nook and corner of the entire body, back to itself in less than 2 minutes. This little organ, the most perfect engine in the world, does a daily work equal to lifting 124 tons 1 foot high, and exerts 1/3 as much muscle power as does a stout man at hard labor. If the heart should expend its entire force lifting its own weight, it would raise itself nearly 20,000 feet an hour, 10 times as high as a pedestrian can lift himself in ascending a mountain. What folly, then, to goad this willing, hard-working slave to greater exertions by stimulants! We must pay the penalty of our vocations. Beware of work that kills the workman. Those who prize long life should avoid all occupations which compel them to breathe impure air or deleterious gases, and especially those in which they are obliged to inhale dust and filings from steel and brass and iron, the dust in coal mines, and dust from threshing machines. Stone cutters, miners, and steel grinders are short-lived, the sharp particles of dust irritating and inflaming the tender lining of the lung cells. The knife and fork grinders in Manchester, England, rarely live beyond 32 years. Those who work in grain elevators and those who are compelled to breathe chemical poisons are short-lived. Deep breathing in dusty places sends the particles of dust into the upper and less used lobes of the lungs, and these become a constant irritant until they finally excite an inflammation, which may end in consumption. All occupations in which arsenic is used shorten life. Dr. William Ogle, who is authority upon this subject, says, "Of all the various influences that tend to produce differences of mortality in any community, none is more potent than the character of the prevailing occupations. Finding that clergymen and priests have the lowest death rate, he represented it as 100, and by comparison found that the rate for inn and hotel servants was 397, miners 331, earthenware makers 317, file makers 300, innkeepers 274, gardeners, farmers, and agricultural laborers, closely approximating the clerical standard. He gave as the causes of high mortality, first, working in a cramped or constrained attitude; second, exposure to the action of poisonous or irritating substances; third, excessive work, mental or physical; fourth, working in confined or foul air; fifth, the use of strong drink; sixth, differences in liability to fatal accidents. Seventh, exposure to the inhalation of dust. The deaths of those engaged in alcoholic industries were as 1,521 to 1,000 of the average of all trades. It is very important that occupations should be congenial. Whenever our work galls us, whenever we feel it to be a drudgery and uncongenial, the friction grinds life away at a terrible rate. Health can be accumulated, invested, and made to yield its compound interest, and thus be doubled and redoubled. The capital of health may indeed be forfeited by one misdemeanor, as a rich man may sink all his property in one bad speculation, but it is as capable of being increased as any other kind of capital. One is inclined to think, with a recent writer, that it looks as if the rich men kept out of the kingdom of heaven were also excluded from the kingdom of brains. In New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Chicago are thousands of millionaires, some of them running through 3 or 4 generations of fortune. And yet in all their ranks there is seldom a man possessed of the higher intellectual qualities that flower in literature, eloquence, or statesmanship. Scarcely one of them has produced a book worth printing, a poem worth reading, or a speech worth listening to. They are struck with intellectual sterility. They go to college, they travel abroad, they hire the dearest masters, they keep libraries among their furniture, and some of them buy works of art. But for all that, their brains wither under luxury, often by their own vices or tomfooleries, and mental barrenness is the result. He who violates nature's law must suffer the penalty, though he have millions. The fruits of intellect do not grow among the indolent rich. They are usually out of the republic of brains. Work or starve is nature's motto. Starve mentally, starve morally, even if you are rich enough to prevent physical starvation. How heavy a bill nature collects of him in whom the sexual instinct has been permitted to taint the whole life with illicit thoughts and deeds, stultifying the intellect, deadening the sensibilities, dwarfing the soul. I waive the quantum of the sin, the hazard of concealing, but it hardens all within, and petrifies the feeling. The sense of fatigue is one of nature's many signals of danger. All we accomplish by stimulating or crowding the body or mind when tired is worse than lost. Insomnia, and sometimes even insanity, is nature's penalty for prolonged loss of sleep. One of the worst tortures of the Inquisition was that of keeping victims from sleeping, often driving them to insanity or death. Melancholy follows insomnia. Insanity, both. To keep us in a healthy condition, nature takes us back to herself, puts us under the ether of sleep, and keeps us there nearly 1/3 of our lives, while she overhauls and repairs in secret our wonderful mechanism. She takes us back each night wasted and dusty from the day's work, broken, scarred, and injured in the great struggle of life. Each cell of the brain is reburnished and refreshened. All the ashes or waste from the combustion of the tissues is washed out into the bloodstream, pumped to the lungs, and thrown out in the breath, and the body is returned in the morning as fresh and good as new. The American honey does not always pay for the sting. Labor is the eternal condition on which the rich man gains an appetite for his dinner, and the poor man a dinner for his appetite. But the habit of constant, perpetual industry often becomes a disease. In the Norse legend, Ulfhedr was not allowed to drink from Mirmir's spring, the fount of wisdom, until he had left his eye as a pledge. Scholars often leave their health, their happiness, their usefulness behind, in their great eagerness to drink deep draughts at wisdom's fountain. Professional men often sacrifice everything that is valuable in life for the sake of reputation, influence, and money. Businessmen sacrifice home, family, health, happiness in the great struggle for money and power. The American prize, like the pearl in the oyster, is very attractive, but is too often the result of disease. Charles Linnaeus, the great naturalist, so exhausted his brain by overexertion that he could not recognize his own work and even forgot his own name. Kirk White won the prize at Cambridge, but it cost him his life. He studied at night and forced his brain by stimulants and narcotics in his endeavor to pull through, but he died at 24. Paley died at 62 of overwork. He was called one of the sublimest spirits in the world. President Timothy Dwight of Yale College nearly killed himself by overwork when a young man. When at Yale, he studied 9 hours, taught 6 hours a day, and took no exercise whatsoever. He could not be induced to stop until he became so nervous and irritable that he was unable to look at a book 10 minutes a day. His mind gave way, and it was a long time before he fully recovered. Imagine the surprise of the angels at the death of men and women in the early prime and vigor of life. Could we but read the notes of their autopsies, we might say less of mysterious providence at funerals. They would run somewhat as follows. Notes from the angels' autopsies. What, is it returned so soon? A body framed for a century's use, returned at 30. A temple which was 28 years in building, destroyed almost before it was completed. What have gray hairs, wrinkles, a bent form, and death to do with youth? Has all this beauty perished, like a bud just bursting into bloom, plucked by the grim destroyer? Has she fallen a victim to tight-lacing, over-excitement, and the gaiety and frivolity of fashionable life? Here is an educated, refined woman who died of lung starvation. What a tax human beings pay for breathing impure air! Nature provides them with a tonic atmosphere, compounded by the divine chemist, but they refuse to breathe it in its purity, and so must pay the penalty in shortened lives. They can live a long time without water, a longer time without food, clothing, or the so-called comforts of life. They can live without education or culture, but their lungs must have good, healthful air, food 24,000 times a day, if they would maintain health. Oh, that they would see, as we do, the intimate connection between bad air, bad morals, and a tendency to crime. Here are the ruins of an idolized son and loving husband. Educated and refined, what infinite possibilities beckoned him onward at the beginning of his career! But the devil's agent offered him imagination, sprightliness, wit, eloquence, bodily strength, and happiness in eau de vie, or water of life, as he called it, at only 15 cents a glass. The best of our company tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. The poor mortal closed his bargain with the dram seller. And what did he get? A hardened conscience, a ruined home, a diseased body, a muddled brain, a heartbroken wife, wretched children, disappointed friends, triumphant enemies, days of remorse, nights of anguish, an unwept deathbed, an unhonored grave. And only to think that he is only one of many thousands. What fools these mortals be! Did he not see the destruction towards which he was rushing with all the feverish haste of slavish appetite? Ah yes, but only when it was too late. In his clenched hand, as he lay dead, was found a crumpled paper containing the following, in lines barely legible, so tremulous were the nerves of the writer: "Wife, children, and over $40,000, all gone. I alone am responsible. All has gone down my throat. When I was 21 I had a fortune. I am not yet 35 years old. I have killed my beautiful wife, who died of a broken heart, have murdered our children with neglect. When this coin is gone, I do not know how I can get my next meal. I shall die a drunken pauper. This is my last money, and my history. If this bill comes into the hands of any man who drinks, let him take warning from my life's ruin." What a magnificent specimen of manhood this would have been if his life had been under the rule of reason, not passion. He dies of old age at 40. His hair is gray, his eyes are sunken, his complexion sodden, his body marked with the labels of his disease. A physique fit for a god, fashioned in the Creator's image with infinite possibilities. A physiological hulk, wrecked on passion's seas, and fit only for a danger signal to warn the race. What would parents think of a captain who would leave his son in charge of a ship without giving him any instructions or chart showing the rocks, reefs, and shoals? Do they not know that those who sleep in the ocean are but a handful compared with those who have foundered on passion's seas? Oh, the sins of silence which parents commit against those dearer to them than life itself! Youth cannot understand the great solicitude of parents regarding their education, their associations, their welfare generally, and the mysterious silence in regard to their physical natures. An intelligent explanation by all mothers to the daughters, and by all fathers to the sons, of the mysteries of their physical lives, when at the right age, would revolutionize civilization. This young clergyman killed himself trying to be popular. This student committed suicide by exhausting his brain in trying to lead his class. This young lawyer overdrew his account at Nature's bank, and she foreclosed by a stroke of paralysis. This merchant died at 35 by his own hand. His life was slipping away without enjoyment. He had murdered his capacity for happiness, and dug his own spiritual grave while making preparations for enjoying life. This young society man died of nothing to do and dissipation at 30. What a miserable farce the life of men and women seems to us. Time, which is so precious that even the Creator will not give a second moment until the first is gone, they throw away as though it were water. Opportunities which angels covet, they fling away as of no consequence, and die of failures because they have no chance in life. Life, which seems so precious to us, they spurn as if but a bauble Scarcely a mortal returns to us who has not robbed himself of years of precious life. Scarcely a man returns to us, dropping off in genuine old age, as autumn leaves drop in the forest. Has life become so cheap that mortals thus throw it away? End of chapter 46. Nature's Little Bill. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 47 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 47. Habit, the servant, the master. Habit, if wisely and skillfully formed, becomes truly a second nature. Bacon. Habit, with its iron sinews, clasps and leads us day by day. Lamartine. The chain of habit coils itself around the heart like a serpent, to gnaw and stifle it. Hazlitt. You cannot, in any given case, by any sudden and single effort, will to be true, if the habit of your life has been insincerity. F. W. Robertson. It is a beautiful provision in the mental and moral arrangement of our nature, that which is performed as a duty may by frequent repetition become a habit, and the habit of stern virtue, so repulsive to others, may hang around our neck like a wreath of flowers. Paxton Hood. "When shall I begin to train my child?" asked a young mother of a learned physician. "How old is the child?" inquired the doctor. 2 years, sir." "Then you have lost just 2 years," replied he, gravely. "You must begin with his grandmother," said Oliver Wendell Holmes, when asked a similar question. "At the mouth of the Mississippi," says Beecher, "how impossible would it be to stay its waters and to separate from each other the drops from the various streams that have poured in on either side of the Red River, the Arkansas, the Ohio, and the Missouri, or to sift, grain by grain, the particles of sand that have been washed from the Allegheny or the Rocky Mountains. Yet how much more impossible would it be when character is the river, and habits are the side streams? We sow an act, we reap a habit. We sow a habit, we reap a character. While correct habits depend largely on self-discipline, and often on self-denial, bad habits, like weeds, spring up unaided and untrained, to choke the plants of virtue, and as with Canada thistles, allowed to go to seed in a fair meadow, we may have 1 day's seeding, 10 years weeding. We seldom see much change in people after they get to be 25 or 30 years of age, except in going further in the way they have started. But it is a great comfort to think that, when one is young, it is almost as easy to acquire a good habit as a bad one, and that it is possible to be hardened in goodness as well as in evil. Take good care of the first 20 years of your life, and you may hope that the last 20 will take good care of you. A writer on the history of Staffordshire tells of an idiot who, living near a town clock, and always amusing himself by counting the hour of the day whenever the clock struck, continued to strike and count the hour correctly without its aid. when at one time it happened to be injured by an accident. Dr. Johnson had acquired the habit of touching every post he passed in the street, and if he missed one, he was uneasy, irritable, and nervous till he went back and touched the neglected post. Every thought is but a habit. Heredity is a man's habit transmitted to his offspring. A special study of hereditary drunkenness has been made by Professor Pellman of Bonn University, Germany. He thus traced the careers of children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in all parts of the present German Empire, until he was able to present tabulated biographies of the hundreds descended from some original drunkard. Notable among the persons described by Professor Pellman is Frau Ada Jörg, who was born in 1740 and was a drunkard, a thief, and a tramp for the last 40 years of her life, which ended in 1800. Her descendants numbered 834, of whom 709 were traced in local records from youth to death. 106 of the 709 were born out of wedlock. There were 144 beggars, and 62 more who lived from charity. Of the women, 181 led disreputable lives. There were in the family 76 convicts, 7 of whom were sentenced to murder. In a period of some 75 years, this one family rolled up a bill of costs in almshouses, prisons, and correctional institutions amounting to at least 5 million marks, or about $1,250,000. Isaac Watts had a habit of rhyming. His father grew weary of it and set out to punish him, which made the boy cry out, "Pray, father, on me mercy take, and I will no more verses make." A minister had a bad habit of exaggeration, which seriously impaired his usefulness. His brethren came to expostulate, with extreme humiliation, over this fault as they set it forth. He said, "Brethren, I have long mourned over this fault, and I have shed barrels of tears because of it." They gave him up as incorrigible. Men carelessly or playfully get into habits of speech or act which become so natural that they speak or act as they do not intend, to their discomfiture. Professor Phelps told of some Andover students who, for sport, interchanged the initial consonants of adjacent words. But, said he, retribution overtook them. On a certain morning, when one of them was leading the devotions, he prayed the Lord to have mercy on us, feeble and weeble sinners. The habit had come to possess him. Many speakers have undesirable habits of utterance or gesture. Some are continually applying the hand to some part of the face, the chin, the whiskers. Some give the nose a peck with thumb and forefinger. Others have the habit characterized as washing their hands with invisible soap in a bowl of invisible water. We are continually denying that we have habits which we have been practicing all our lives, says Beecher. Here is a man who has lived 40 or 50 years, and a chance shot sentence or word lances him, and reveals to him a trait which he has always possessed, but which, until now, he had not the remotest idea that he possessed. For 40 or 50 years he has been fooling himself about a matter as plain as the nose on his face. Had the angels been consulted whether to create man with this principle introduced, that if a man did a thing once, it would be easier the second time, and at length would be done without effort, they would have said, "Create." Remember that habit is an arrangement, a principle of human nature, which we must use to increase the efficiency and ease of our work in life. Make sobriety a habit, and intemperance will be hateful. Make prudence a habit, and reckless profligacy will be as contrary to the course of nature in the child or in the adult as the most atrocious crimes are to any of us. Out of hundreds of replies from successful men as to the probable cause of failure, bad habits was in almost every one. How easy it is to be nobody! It is the simplest thing in the world to drift down the stream, into bad company, into the saloon. Just a little beer, just a little gambling, just a little bad company, just a little killing of time, and the work is done. New Orleans is from 5 to 15 feet below high water in the Mississippi River. The only protection to the city from the river is the levee. In May 1883, a small break was observed in the levee, and the water was running through. A few bags of sand or loads of dirt would have stopped the water at first, but it was neglected for a few hours, and the current became so strong that all efforts to stop it were fruitless. A reward of $500,000 was offered to any man who would stop it, but it was too late. It could not be done. Beware of small sins and white lies. A man of experience says, "There are 4 good habits: punctuality, accuracy, steadiness, and dispatch. Without the first, time is wasted. Without the second, mistakes, the most hurtful to our own credit and interest, and those of others, may be committed. Without the third, nothing can be well done. And without the fourth, opportunities of great advantage are lost, which it is impossible to recall." Abraham Lincoln gained his clear precision of statement of propositions by practice, and Wendell Phillips his wonderful English diction by always thinking and conversing in excellent style. Family customs exercise a vast influence over the world. Children go forth from the parent nest, spreading the habits they have imbibed over every phase of society. These can easily be traced to their sources. To be sure, this is only a trifle in itself, but then, the manner in which I do every trifling thing is of very great consequence, because it is just in these little things that I am forming my business habits. I must see to it that I do not fail here, even if this is only a small task. A physical habit is like a tree grown crooked. You cannot go to the orchard and take hold of a tree grown thus and straighten it, and say, "Now keep straight," and have it obey you. What can you do? You can drive down a stake and bind the tree to it, bending it back a little and scarifying the bark on one side, and if, after that, you bend it back a little more every month, keeping it taut through the season, and from season to season, at length you will succeed in making it permanently straight. You can straighten it, but you cannot do it immediately. You must take 1 or 2 years for it. Sir George Staunton visited a man in India who had committed murder, and in order not only to save his life, but what was of much greater consequence to him, his caste, he had submitted to a terrible penalty, to sleep for 7 years on a bed, the entire top of which was studded with iron points as sharp as they could be without penetrating the flesh. Sir George saw him during the 5th year of his sentence. His skin then was like the hide of a rhinoceros, and he could sleep comfortably on his bed of thorns. And he said that at the end of the 7 years he thought he should use the same bed from choice. What a vivid parable of a sinful life! Sin, at first a bed of thorns, after a time becomes comfortable through the deadening of moral sensibility. When the suspension bridge over Niagara River was to be erected, the question was how to get the cable over. With a favoring wind, a kite was elevated, which alighted on the opposite shores. To its insignificant string a cord was attached, which was drawn over, then a rope, then a larger one, then a cable. Finally, the great bridge was completed, connecting the United States with Canada. First across the gulf we cast kite-borne threads till lines are passed, and habit builds the bridge at last. Launch your bark on the Niagara River, said John B. Goff. It is bright, smooth, and beautiful. Down the stream you glide on your pleasure excursion. Suddenly someone cries out from the bank, "Young men, ahoy! What is it?" "The rapids are below you." "Ha ha! We have heard of the rapids, but we are not such fools as to get there. If we go too fast, then we shall up with the helm and steer to the shore." "Then on, boys, don't be alarmed. There is no danger." "Young men, ahoy there! What is it? The rapids are below you." "Ha ha! We will laugh and quaff. What care we for the future? No man ever saw it. Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof. We will enjoy life while we may. We'll catch pleasure as it flies. There's time enough to steer out of danger." "Young men, ahoy! What is it? Beware, beware! The rapids are below you." Now you see the water foaming all around. See how fast you pass that point. Up with the helm. Now turn. Pull hard. Quick, quick! Pull for your lives. Pull till the blood starts from the nostrils, and the veins stand like whipcords upon the brow. Set the mast in the socket. Hoist the sail. Ah! Ah! It is too late! Shrieking, cursing, howling, blaspheming, over you go. Thousands go over the rapids every year, through the power of habit, crying all the while, "When I find out that it is injuring me, I will give it up." A community is often surprised and shocked at some crime. The man was seen on the street yesterday, or in his store, but he showed no indication that he would commit such crime today. Yet the crime committed today is but a regular and natural sequence of what the man did yesterday and the day before. It was but a result of the fearful momentum of all his past habits. A painter once wanted a picture of innocence, and drew from life the likeness of a child at prayer. The little suppliant was kneeling by his mother. The palms of his hands were reverently pressed together, and his mild blue eyes were upturned with the expression of devotion and peace. The portrait was much prized by the painter, who hung it up on his wall and called it Innocence. Years passed away, and the artist became an old man. Still the picture hung there. He had often thought of painting a counterpart, the picture of guilt, but had not found the opportunity. At last he effected his purpose by paying a visit to a neighboring jail. On the damp floor of his cell lay a wretched culprit heavily ironed. Wasted was his body, and hollow his eyes. Vice was visible in his face. The painter succeeded admirably, and the portraits were hung side by side for Innocence and Guilt. The two originals of the pictures were discovered to be one and the same person, first in the innocence of childhood, second in the degradation of guilt and sin and evil habits. Willpower can be so educated that it will focus the thought upon the bright side of things, upon objects which lift and elevate. Habits of contentment and goodness may be formed the same as any others. Walking upon the quarter deck of a vessel, though at first intolerably confining, becomes by custom so agreeable to a sailor that on shore he often hems himself within the same bounds. Lord Kames tells of a man who, having relinquished the sea for a country life, reared an artificial mount, with a level summit, resembling a quarter-deck not only in shape but in size, where he generally walked. When Franklin was superintending the erection of some forts on the frontier, as a defense against the Indians, he slept at night in a blanket on a hard floor, and, on his first return to civilized life, he could hardly sleep in a bed. Captain Ross and his crew, having been accustomed, during their polar wanderings, to lie on the frozen snow or a bare rock, afterwards found the accommodations of a whaler too luxurious for them, and the captain exchanged his hammock for a chair. Two sailors who had been drinking took a boat off to their ship. They rowed but made no progress, and presently each began to accuse the other of not working hard enough. Lustily they plied the oars, but after another hour's work still found themselves no farther advanced. By this time they had become tolerably sober, and one of them, looking over the side, said to the other, "Why, Tom, we haven't pulled the anchor up yet." And thus it is with those who are anchored to something of which they are not conscious, perhaps, but which impedes their efforts, even though they do their very best. A youth thoughtless, when all the happiness of his home forever depends on the chances or the passions of an hour, exclaimed Ruskin. A youth thoughtless, when his every act is a foundation stone of future conduct, and every imagination a fountain of life or death. Be thoughtless in any after years rather than now, though indeed there is only one place where a man may be nobly thoughtless, his deathbed. No thinking should ever be left to be done there. Sir James Paget tells us that a practiced musician can play on the piano at the rate of 24 notes a second. For each note, a nerve current must be transmitted from the brain to the fingers, and from the fingers to the brain. Each note requires 3 movements of a finger, the bending down and raising up, and at least one lateral, making no less than 72 motions in a second, each requiring a distinct effort of the will, and directed unerringly, with a certain speed and a certain force, to a certain place. Some can do this easily, and be at the same time busily employed in intelligent conversation. Thus, by obeying the law of habit until repetition has formed a second nature, we are able to pass the technique of life almost wholly over to the nerve centers, leaving our minds free to act or enjoy. All through our lives the brain is constantly educating different parts of the body to form habits which will work automatically from reflex action, and thus is delegated to the nervous system a large part of life's duties. This is nature's wonderful economy to release the brain from the drudgery of individual acts, and leave it free to command all its forces for higher service. Man's life work is a masterpiece or a botch, according as each little habit has been perfectly or carelessly formed. It is said that if you invite one of the devil's children to your home, the whole family will follow. So one bad habit seems to have a relationship with all the others. For instance, the one habit of negligence, slovenliness, makes it easier to form others equally bad, until the entire character is honeycombed by the invasion of a family of bad habits. A man is often shocked when he suddenly discovers that he is considered a liar. He never dreamed of forming such a habit, but the little misrepresentations to gain some temporary end had, before he was aware of it, made a beaten track in the nerve and brain tissue, until lying has become almost a physical necessity. He thinks he can easily overcome this habit, but he will not. he is bound to it with cords of steel, and only by painful, watchful, and careful repetition of the exact truth, with a special effort of the willpower at each act, can he form a counter trunk line in the nerve and brain tissue. Society is often shocked by the criminal act of a man who has always been considered upright and true. But if they could examine the habit map in his nervous mechanism and brain, they would find the beginnings of a path leading directly to his deed, in the tiny repetitions of what he regarded as trivial acts. All expert and technical education is built upon the theory that these trunk lines of habit become more and more sensitive to their accustomed stimuli and respond more and more readily. We are apt to overlook the physical basis of habit. Every repetition of an act makes us more likely to perform that act, and discovers in our wonderful mechanism a tendency to perpetual repetition, whose facility increases in exact proportion to the repetition. Finally, the original act becomes voluntary from a natural reaction. It is cruel to teach the vicious that they can, by mere force of willpower, turn about face and go in the other direction, without explaining to them the scientific process of character building through habit formation. What we do today is practically what we did yesterday, and in spite of resolutions, unless carried out in this scientific way, we shall repeat tomorrow what we have done today. How unfortunate that the science of habit forming is not known by mothers and taught in our schools, colleges, and universities. It is a science compared with which other departments of education sink into insignificance. The converted man is not always told that the great battle is yet before him, that he must persistently, painfully, prayerfully, and with all the willpower he possesses, break up the old habits and lay counter lines which will lead to the temple of virtue. He is not told that, in spite of all his efforts, in some unguarded moment, some old switch may be left open, some old desire may flash along the line, and that, possibly, before he is aware of it, he may find himself yielding to the old temptation which he had supposed to be conquered forever. An old soldier was walking home with a beefsteak in one hand and a basket of eggs in the other, when someone yelled, "Halt! Attention!" Instantly, the veteran came to a stand, and, as his arms took the position of "attention," eggs and meat went tumbling into the street, the accustomed nerves responding involuntarily to the old stimulus. Paul evidently understood the force of habit. "I find, then," he declares, "the law that to me who would do good, evil is present. For I delight in the law of God after the inward man, but I see a different law in my members, warring against the law in my mind, and bringing me into captivity under the law of sin, which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death?" He referred to the ancient custom of binding a murderer face to face with the dead body of his victim until suffocated by its stench and disillusion. "I would give a world, if I had it," said an unfortunate wretch, "to be a true man. Yet in 24 hours I may be overcome and disgraced with a shilling's worth of sin. How shall I a habit break? As you did, that habit make. As you gathered, you must lose. As you yielded, now refuse. Thread by thread the strands we twist, till they bind us, neck and wrist. Thread by thread the patient hand must untwine ere free we stand. As we builded stone by stone, we must toil unhelped, alone, till the wall is overthrown. End of chapter 47. Habit, the servant, the master. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 48 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 48. The Cigarette. We are so accustomed to the sight and smell of tobacco that we entirely overlook the fact that the tobacco of commerce in all its forms is the product of a poisonous weed. It is first a narcotic, and then an irritant poison. It has its place in all toxicological classifications together with its proper antidotes. Tobacco has not achieved its almost universal popularity without strong opposition. In England, King James launched his famous counterblast against its use. In Turkey, where men and women are alike slaves to its fascination, tobacco was originally forbidden under severe penalties, the loss of the ears, the slitting of the nostrils, and even death itself being penalties imposed for the infraction of the law forbidding the use of tobacco in any form. Since then, pipes, cigars, snuff, and chewing tobacco have become popularized, and tobacco, in some form or another, is used by almost every nation. The last development in the form of tobacco used was the cigarette rolled between the fingers, and the worst form of the cigarette is the manufactured article sold in cheap packages and freely used by boys who in many cases have not reached their teens. The manufactured American cigarette seems to be especially deadly in its effect. It is said to contain 5.5% of nicotine, or more than twice as much as the Cuban-made cigarette contains, and more than 6 times as much as is contained in a Turkish cigarette. I am not going to quarrel with the use of tobacco in general by mature men. He who has come to man's estate is free to decide for himself whether he shall force a poison on his revolting stomach, for the nausea that follows the first use of tobacco is the stomach's attempt to eject the poison which has been absorbed from pipe, cigar, or cigarette. The grown man, too, is able to determine whether he wants to pay the tax which the use of tobacco levies upon his time, his health, his income, and his prosperity. The most that can be said of the use of tobacco is that if habitual users of the narcotic weed are successful in life, they must be successful in spite of the use of tobacco, and not because of it. For it is opposed to both reason and common sense that the habitual use of poison in any form should promote the development and exercise of the faculties whose energetic use is essential to success. What I desire to do is to warn the boy, the growing youth, of the baneful influence of the cigarette on minds yet unformed, on bodies yet in process of development. The danger of the cigarette to the growing boy lies first in the fact that it poisons the body. That it does not kill at the outset is due to the fact that the dose is small and so slowly increased that the body gradually accommodates itself to this poison, as it does to strychnine, arsenic, opium, and other poisons. But all the time there is a slow but steady process of physical degeneration. The digestion is affected, the heart is overtaxed, liver and bowels are deranged in their functions, and as the poison spreads throughout the system, there is a gradual physical deterioration, which is marked alike in the countenance and in the carriage of the body. Any person who cares to do so may prove for himself the poisonous nature of nicotine, which is derived from tobacco, and taken into the system by those who chew or smoke. Dr. J. J. Kellogg says, "A few months ago I had all the nicotine removed from a cigarette, making a solution of it. I injected half the quantity into a frog, with the effect that the frog died almost instantly. The rest was administered to another frog with like effect. Both frogs were full grown and of average size. The conclusion is evident that a single cigarette contains poison enough to kill 2 frogs. A boy who smokes 20 cigarettes a day has inhaled enough poison to kill 40 frogs. Why does the poison not kill the boy? It does tend to kill him. If not immediately, he is likely to die sooner or later of weak heart, Bright's disease, or some other malady which scientific physicians everywhere now recognize as a natural result of chronic nicotine poisoning." A chemist not long since took the tobacco used in an average cigarette and soaked it in several teaspoonfuls of water, and then injected a portion of it under the skin of a cat. The cat almost immediately went into convulsions and died in 15 minutes. Dogs have been killed with a single drop of nicotine. A single drop of nicotine, taken from a seasoned pipe and applied to the tongue of a venomous snake, has caused almost instant death. A Western farmer tried to rear a brood of motherless chickens in his greenhouse, but the chickens did not survive. They refused to eat. Their skins became dry and harsh. Their feathers were ruffled. They were feverish and drank constantly. Soon they began to die. As the temperature and general condition of the greenhouse seemed to be especially favorable to the rearing of chickens, the florist was puzzled to determine the cause of their sickness and death. After a careful study of the symptoms, he found that the source of the trouble arose from the fumes of the tobacco stems burned in the greenhouse to destroy green flies and destructive plant parasites. Though the chickens had always been removed from the greenhouse during the tobacco fumigation, and were not returned while any trace of smoke was apparent to the human senses, it was evident that the soil, air, and leaves of the plants retained enough of the poison to keep the chickens in a condition of semi-intoxication. The conditions were promptly changed, and the chickens removed to other quarters recovered rapidly and in a short time were healthy and lively, though they were stunted in growth because of this temporary exposure to the effects of nicotine. The symptoms in the chickens were almost identical with the symptoms of nicotine poisoning in young boys, and the effects were relatively the same. The most moderate use of the cigarette is injurious to the body and mind of the youth. Excessive indulgence leads inevitably to insanity and death. A young man died in a Minnesota state institution not long ago, who, 5 years before, had been one of the most promising young physicians of the West. Still under 30 years at the time of his commitment to the institution, says the newspaper account of his story, he has already made 3 discoveries in nervous diseases that had made him looked up to in his profession. But he smoked cigarettes, smoked incessantly. For a long time, the effects of the habit were not apparent on him. In fact, it was not until a patient died on the operating table under his hands, and the young doctor went to pieces, that it became known that he was a victim of the paper pipes. But then he had gone too far. He was a wreck in mind as well as in body, and he ended his days in a maniac's cell. Another unfortunate victim of the cigarette was, not long ago taken to the Brooklyn hospital. He was a fireman on the railroad and was only 21 years old. He said he began smoking cigarettes when a mere boy. Before being taken to the hospital, he smoked all night for weeks without sleep. When in the hospital, he recognized none, but called loudly to everyone he saw to kill him. He would batter his head against the wall in the attempt to commit suicide. At length he was taken to the Kings County Hospital in a straitjacket, where death soon relieved him of his sufferings. Similar results are following the excessive use of cigarettes every day and in all sections of the country. Died of heart failure is the daily verdict on scores of those who drop down at the desk or in the street. Cannot this sudden taking off of apparently hale and sturdy men be related, oftentimes, to the heart weakness caused by the excessive use of tobacco, and particularly of cigarettes? Excessive cigarette smoking increases the heart's action very materially. In some instances, 25 or 30 beats a minute. Think of the enormous amount of extra work forced upon this delicate organ every 24 hours. The pulsations are not only greatly increased, but also very materially weakened, so that the blood is not forced to every part of the system, and hence the tissues are not nourished as they would be by means of fewer but stronger, more vigorous pulsations. The indulgence in cigarettes stunts the growth and retards physical development. An investigation of all the students who entered Yale University during 9 years shows that the cigarette smokers were the inferiors, both in weight and lung capacity, of the non-smokers, although they averaged 15 months older. It has been said that the universal habit of smoking has made Germany a spectacled nation. Tobacco greatly irritates the eyes and injuriously affects the optic nerves. The eyes of boys who use cigarettes to excess grow dull and weak, and every feature shows the mark of the insidious poison. The face is pallid and haggard, the cheeks hollow, the skin drawn. There is a loss of frankness of expression. The eyes are shifty, the movements nervous and uncertain. And all this is but preliminary to the ultimate degradation and loss of self-respect which follow the victim of the cigarette habit through years of misery and failure. Side by side with physical deterioration, there goes on a process of moral degeneration, which robs the cigarette-smoking boy of refinement, of manners. The moral depravity which follows cigarette habit is appalling. Lying, cheating, swearing, impurity, loss of courage and manhood, complete dropping of life's standards result from such indulgence. Magistrate Crane of New York City says, 99 out of 100 boys between the ages of 10 and 17 years who come before me charged with crime have their fingers disfigured by yellow cigarette stains. I am not a crank on this subject. I do not care to pose as a reformer, but it is my opinion that cigarettes will do more than liquor to ruin boys. When you have arranged before you boys hopelessly deaf through the excessive use of cigarettes, boys who have stolen their sisters' earnings, boys who absolutely refuse to work, who do nothing but gamble and steal, you cannot help seeing that there is some direct cause, and a great deal of this boyhood crime is, in my mind, easy to trace to the deadly cigarette. There is something in the poison of the cigarette that seems to get into the system of the boy and to destroy all moral fiber. He gives the following probable course of a boy who begins to smoke cigarettes. First, cigarettes. Second, beer and liquors. Third, craps, petty gambling. Fourth, horse racing, gambling on a bigger scale. Fifth, larceny. Sixth, state prison. Another New York City magistrate says, "Yesterday I had before me 35 boy prisoners. 33 of them were confirmed cigarette smokers. Today, from a reliable source, I have made the gruesome discovery that 2 of the largest cigarette manufacturers soak their product in a weak solution of opium. The fact that out of 35 prisoners, 33 smoked cigarettes might seem to indicate some direct connection between cigarettes and crime. And when it is announced on authority that most cigarettes are doped with opium, this connection is not hard to understand. Opium is like whiskey. It creates an increasing appetite that grows with what it feeds upon. A growing boy who lets tobacco and opium get a hold upon his senses is never long in coming under the domination of whiskey too. Tobacco is the boy's easiest and most direct road to whiskey. When opium is added, the young boy's chance of resisting the combined forces and escaping physical, mental, and moral harm is slim indeed. I think the above statement regarding the use of opium by manufacturers is exaggerated. Yet we know that young men of great natural ability, everywhere, some of them in high positions, are constantly losing their grip, deteriorating, dropping back, losing their ambition, their push, their stamina, and their energy because of the cigarette's deadly hold upon them. Did you ever watch the gradual deterioration of the cigarette smoker? The gradual withdrawal of manliness and character? The fading out of purpose, the decline of ambition, the substitution of the beastly for the manly, the decline of the divine, and the ascendancy of the brute? A very interesting study this, to watch the gradual withdrawal from the face of all that was manly and clean, and all that makes for success. We can see where purity left him and was gradually replaced by vulgarity, and where he began to be cursed by commonness. We can see the point at which he could begin to do a bad job or a poor day's work without feeling troubled about it. We can tell when he began to lose his great pride in his personal appearance, when he began to leave his room in the morning and to go to his work without being perfectly groomed. Only a little while before, he would have been greatly mortified to have been by his employers and associates with slovenly dress. But now, baggy trousers, unblackened shoes, soiled linen, frayed necktie do not trouble him. He is not quite as conscientious about his work as he used to be. He can leave a half-finished job, and cut his hours, and rob his employer a little here and there, without being troubled seriously. He can write a slipshod letter. He isn't particular about his spelling, punctuation, or handwriting, as formerly. He doesn't mind a little deceit. Vulgarity no longer shocks him. He does not blush at the unclean test. Womanhood is not as sacred to him as in his innocent days. He does not reverence women as formerly, and he finds himself laughing at the coarse jest and the common remarks about them among his associates, and when he would have resented and turned away in disgust. Dr. Louis Bremer, late physician at St. Vincent's Institute for the Insane, says, "Basing my opinion upon my experience gained in private sanitariums and hospitals, I will broadly state that the boy who smokes cigarettes at 7 will drink whiskey at 14, take morphine at 25, and wind up at 30 with cocaine and the rest of the narcotics. The saddest effects of cigarette smoking are mental. The physical signs of deterioration have their mental correspondences. Sir William Hamilton said, "There is nothing great in matter but man. There is nothing great in man but mind." The cigarette smoker takes man's distinguishing faculty and uncrowns it. He puts an enemy in his mouth to steal away his brains. Anything which impairs one's success capital, which cuts down his achievement and makes him a possible failure when he might have been a grand success, is a crime against him. Anything which benumbs the senses, deadens the sensibilities, dulls the mental faculties, and takes the edge off one's ability, is a deadly enemy, and there is nothing else which effects all this so quickly as the cigarette. It is said that within the past 50 years, not a student at Harvard University who used tobacco has been graduated at the head of his class, although, on the average, 5 out of 6 use tobacco. The symptoms of a cigarette victim resembles those of an opium eater. A gradual deadening, benumbing influence creeps all through the mental and moral faculties. The standards all drop to a lower level. The whole average of life is cut down. The victim loses that power of mental grasp, the grip of mind which he once had. In place of his former energy and vim and push, he is more and more inclined to take things easy and to slide along the line of the least resistance. He becomes less and less progressive. He dreams more and acts less. Hard work becomes more and more irksome and repulsive until work seems drudgery to him. Professor William McKeever of the Kansas Agricultural College, in the course of his findings after an exhaustive study of the cigarette smoking boy, presents facts which are as appalling as they are undeniable. For the past 8 years I have been tracing out the cigarette boy's biography, and I have found that in practically all cases the lad began his smoking habit clandestinely and with little thought of its seriousness, while the fond parents perhaps believed that their boy was too good to engage in such practice. I have tabulated reports of the condition of nearly 2,500 cigarette smoking schoolboys, and in describing them physically, my informants have repeatedly resorted to the use of such epithets as sallow, sore-eyed, puny, squeaky-voiced, sickly, short-winded, and extremely nervous. In my tabulated reports it is shown that, out of a group of 25 cases of young college students, smokers whose average age of beginning was 13, according to their own admissions, they had suffered as follows: sore throat, 4; weak eyes, 10; pain in chest, 8; short wind, 21; stomach trouble, 10; pain in heart, 9. 10 of them appeared to be very sickly. The younger the boy, the worse the smoking hurts him in every way, for these lads almost invariably inhale the fumes, and that is the most injurious part of the practice. Professor McKeever made hundreds of sphygmograph recordings of boys addicted to the smoking habit. Discussing what the records showed, he says, "The injurious effects of smoking upon the boy's mental activities are very marked. Of the many hundreds of tabulated cases in my possession, several of the very youthful ones have been reduced almost to the condition of imbeciles. Out of 2,336 who were attending public school, only 6 were reported bright students. A very few, perhaps 10, were average, and all the remainder were poor or worthless as students. The average grades of 50 smokers and 50 non-smokers were computed from the records of one term's work done in the Kansas Agricultural College, and the results favored the latter group with a difference of 17.5%. The two groups represented the same class rank, that is, the same number of seniors, juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. A thorough investigation of the effects of cigarette smoking on boys has been carried on in one of the San Francisco schools for many months. This investigation was ordered because a great many of the boys were inferior to the girls, both mentally and morally. It was found that nearly 3/4 of the boys who smoked cigarettes had nervous disorders, while only one of those who did not smoke had any nervous symptoms. A great many of the cigarette smokers had defective hearing, while only one of those who did not smoke was so afflicted. A large percentage of the boys who smoked were defective in memory, while only one boy who did not smoke was so affected. A large portion of the boys who smoked were reported as low in deportment and morals, while only a very small percentage of those who did not smoke were similarly affected. It was found that the minds of many of the cigarette smokers could not comprehend or grasp ideas as quickly or firmly as those who did not smoke. Nearly all of the cigarette smokers were found to be untidy and unclean in their personal appearance, and a great many of them were truants. But among those who did not smoke, not a single boy had been corrected for truancy. Most of the smokers ranked very low in their studies as compared with those who did not smoke. 79% of them failed of promotion, while the percentage of failure among those who did not smoke was exceedingly small. Of 20 boy smokers who were under careful observation for several months, 19 stood below the average of the class, while only 2 of those who did not smoke stood below. 17 out of the 20 were very poor workers and seemed absolutely incapable of close or continuous application to any of their studies. Professor Wilkinson, principal of a leading high school, says, "I will not try to educate a boy with a cigarette habit. It is wasted time. The mental faculties of the boy who smokes cigarettes are blunted." Another high school principal says, "Boys who smoke cigarettes are always backward in their studies. They are filthy in their personal habits and coarse in their manners. They are hard to manage and dull in appearance." It is apparent, therefore, that the cigarette habit disqualifies the student mentally, that it retards him in his studies, dwarfs his intellect, and leaves him far behind those of inferior mental equipment who do not indulge in the injurious use of tobacco in any form. The mental, moral, and physical deterioration from the use of cigarettes has been noted by corporations and employers of labor generally. Until today, the cigarette devotee finds himself barred from many positions that are open to those of inferior capabilities who are not enslaved by the deadly habit. Cigarette smoking is no longer simply a moral question. The great business world has taken it up as a deadly enemy of advancement, of achievement. Leading business firms all over the country have put the cigarette on the prohibited list. In Detroit alone, 69 merchants have agreed not to employ the cigarette user. In Chicago, Montgomery Ward and Company, Hibbard, Spencer and Bartlett, and some of the other large concerns have prohibited cigarette smoking among all employees under 18 years of age. Marshall Field and Company and the Morgan and Wright Tire Company have this rule: no cigarettes can be smoked by our employees. One of the questions on the application blanks at Wanamaker's reads, "Do you use tobacco or cigarettes?" The superintendent of the Linden Street Railway of St. Louis says, "Under no circumstance will I hire a man who smokes cigarettes. He is as dangerous on the front of a motor as a man who drinks. In fact, he is more dangerous. His nerves are apt to give way at any moment. If I find a car running badly, I immediately begin to investigate to find if the man smokes cigarettes. 9 times out of 10 he does, and then he goes for good." The late E.H. Harriman, head of the Union Pacific Railroad system, used to say that they might as well go to a lunatic asylum for their employees as to hire cigarette smokers. The Union Pacific Railroad prohibits cigarette smoking among its employees. The New York, New Haven, and Hartford, the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific, the Lehigh Valley, the Burlington, and many others of the leading railroad companies of this country have issued orders positively forbidding the use of cigarettes by employees while on duty. Some time ago, 25 laborers working on a bridge were discharged by the roadmasters of the West Superior, Wisconsin Railroad because of cigarette smoking. The Pittsburgh and Western Railroad, which is part of the Baltimore and Ohio system, gave orders forbidding the use of cigarettes by its employees on passenger trains, and also notified passengers that they must not smoke cigarettes in their coaches. In the call issued for the competitive examination for messenger service in the Chicago Post Office some time since, 700 applicants were informed that only the best equipped boys were wanted for this service, and that under no circumstances would boys who smoked cigarettes be employed. Other post offices have taken a similar stand. If someone should present you with a most delicately adjusted chronometer, one which would not vary a second in a year, do you think it would pay you to trifle with it, to open the case in the dust, to leave it out in the rain overnight, or to put in a drop of glue or a chemical which would ruin the delicacy of its adjustment, so that it would no longer keep good time? Would you think it wise to take such chances? But the Creator has given you a matchless machine, so delicately and wondrously made that it takes a quarter of a century to bring it to perfection, to complete growth, and yet you presume to trifle with it, to do all sorts of things which are infinitely worse than leaving your watch open out of doors overnight, or even in water. The great object of the watch is to keep time. The supreme purpose of this marvelous piece of human machinery is power. The watch means nothing except time. If the human machinery does not produce power, it is of no use. The merest trifle will prevent the watch from keeping time. But you think that you can put anything into your human machinery, that you can do all sorts of irrational things with it, and yet you expect it to produce power, to keep perfect time. It is important that the human machine shall be kept as responsive to the slightest impression or influence as possible, and the brain should be kept clear, so that the thought may be sharp, biting, gripping, so that the whole mentality will act with efficiency. And yet you do not hesitate to saturate the delicate brain cells with vile drinks, to poison them with nicotine, to harden them with smoke from the vilest of weeds. You expect the man to turn out as exquisite work, to do the most delicate things, to retain his exquisite sense of ability, notwithstanding the hardening, the benumbing influence of cigarette poisoning. Let the boy or youth who is tempted to indulge in the first cigarette ask himself, "Can I afford to take this enormous risk? Can I jeopardize my health, my strength, my future, my all, by indulging in a practice which has ruined tens of thousands of promising lives?" Let the youth who is tempted say, "No, I will wait until mind and body are developed, until I have reached man's estate, before I will begin to use tobacco." Experience proves that those who reach robust manhood are rarely willing to sacrifice health and happiness to the cigarette habit. Many years ago an eminent physician and specialist in nervous diseases put himself on record as holding the firm belief that the evil effects of the use of tobacco were more lasting and far-reaching than the injurious consequences that follow the excessive use of alcohol. Apart from affections of the throat and cancerous diseases of lips and tongue, which frequently affect smokers, there is a physical taint which is transmitted to offspring, which handicaps the unfortunate infant from its earliest breath. "The only salvation of the race," said this physician, "lay in the fact that women did not smoke. If they too acquired the tobacco habit, future generations would be stamped by the degeneracy and depravity which followed the use of tobacco as surely as they followed the use of alcohol." In view of these facts, the increase of cigarette smoking among women may well alarm those who have at heart the well-being of the rising generation. So rapidly has this habit spread that fashionable hotels and cafes are providing rooms for the especial use of those women who like to indulge in an after-dinner cigarette. A noted restaurant in New York recently added an annex to which ladies with their escorts might retire and smoke. We often see women smoking in New York hotels and restaurants. Not long ago, the writer was a guest at a dinner, and to his surprise several ladies at the table lighted their cigarettes with as much composure as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At a reception recently, I saw the granddaughter of one of America's greatest authors smoking cigarettes. What a spectacle to see a descendant so nearly removed from one of nature's grandest noblemen, a princely gentleman, smoking! And I said to myself, what would a grandfather think if he could see this? On a train running between London and Liverpool, a compartment especially reserved for women smokers has been provided. It is said that 3 American women were the cause of this innovation. The superintendent of one of our largest American railways says that he would not be surprised if the American roads were compelled to follow the lead of their English brethren. It is not unreasonable to suppose that this addiction to the use of tobacco is in many cases inherited. A friend told me of a very charming young woman who was passionately devoted to tobacco. At a time when it was not usual for women to smoke in public, her craving for a cigarette was so strong that she could not deny herself the indulgence. She said her father, a deacon in the church, had been an inveterate smoker, and her love of tobacco dated back to her earliest remembrance. Every woman should use the uttermost of her influence to discourage the use of the cigarette, and enlist the girls as well as boys in her fight against the evil and injurious practice of cigarette smoking. End of chapter 48. The Cigarette. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland. Chapter 49 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 49. The Power of Purity. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Sermon on the Mount. My strength is as the strength of 10, because my heart is pure. Tennyson. Virtue alone raises us above hopes, fears, and chances. Seneca. Even from the body's purity, the mind receives a secret sympathetic aid. Thomson. Purity is the broad word with a deep meaning. It denotes far more than superficial cleanness. It goes below the surface of guarded speech and polite manners to the very heart of being. Out of the heart are the issues of life. Make the fountain clean, and the waters that flow from it will be pure and limpid. Make the heart clean, and the life will be clean. Purity is defined as free from contact with that which weakens, impairs, or pollutes. How forceful, then, is the converse of the definition? Impurity weakens, impairs, and pollutes. It weakens both mind and body. It impairs the health. It pollutes not only the thoughts, but the conduct, which inevitably has its beginning and its end in thought. Innocence is the state of natural purity. It was the state of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. When they sinned, they knew that they were naked. They lost innocence, never to regain it. But purity may be attained. As an unclean garment may be washed, so the heart may be purified and made clean. Ghosts of past impurities still may dog us, but they are ghosts that may be laid with an imperative, "Get thee behind me, Satan." They are like the lions that are frighted Bunyan's pilgrim, chained securely. They may roar and threaten, but they are powerless if we deny their power. The man who is striving for purity wholeheartedly is like one who sits safely in a guarded house. Old memories of evil things, like specters, may peer in at the windows and mow and gibber at him, but they cannot touch him unless he gives them power, unless he unlocks the door of his heart and bids them enter. As the lotus flower grows out of the mud, so may purity and beauty spring up from even the vilest past, if we but will it so. As purity is power, so impurity is impotence, weakness, degeneracy. Many a man goes on in an impure career, thinking himself secure, thinking his secret hidden. But impurity, like murder, will out. There was a noted pugilist who was unexpectedly defeated in a great ring battle. People said the fight was a fake, that it was a put-up job. But those who knew said impurity. He had lived an evil, debauched life for several years, and he went into the ring impaired in strength, weakened by his transgressions of the law of pure living. Purity is power. Impurity is weakness. There is a saying of Scripture which is absolutely scientific. Be sure your sin will find you out. Note this. It is not that your sin will be found out, but your sin will find you out. Sin recoils on the sinner, and of all sins that surely find us out, the sins against purity are the most certain to bring retribution. Young men do not think that listening to an off-color story, or anything that is vulgar, can injure them much, and, for fear of ridicule, they laugh when they hear anything of the kind, even when it is repulsive to them, and when they loathe it. It is a rare thing for a young man to express with emphasis his disapproval. To know life properly is to know the best in it, not the worst. No one ever yet was made stronger by his knowledge of impurity or experience in sin. It is said that the mind's phonograph will faithfully reproduce a bad story, even up to the point of death. Do not listen once. You can never get the stain entirely out of your life. Your character will absorb a poison. Impurity is especially fatal in its grasp upon the young because of the vividness of the youthful imagination and the facility with which insinuating suggestions enter the youthful thought. Our court records show that a very large percentage of criminals began their downfall through the fatal contagion of impurity communicated from various associations. Remember that you cannot tell what may come to you in the future, what honor or promotion, and you cannot afford to take chances upon having anything in your history which can come up to embarrass you or to keep you back. A thing which you now look upon as a bit of pleasure may come up in the future to hamper your progress. The thing you do today while trying to have a good time may come up to block your progress years afterwards. I know men who have been thrust into positions of honor and public trust who would give anything in the world if they could blot out some of the unclean experiences of their youth. Things in their early history which they had forgotten all about and which they never expected to hear from again, are raked up when they become candidates for office or positions of trust. These forgotten bits of so-called pleasure loom up in after life as insurmountable bars across their pathway. I know a very rich young man who thought he was just having a good time in his youth, sowing his wild oats, who would give a large part of his vast wealth today if he could blot out a few years of his folly. It seems strange that men will work hard to build a reputation and then throw it all away by some weakness in their character. How many men there are in this country with great brain power, men who are kings in their specialties, men who have worked like slaves to achieve their aims, whose reputations have been practically ruined by the flaw of impurity. Character is a record of our thoughts and acts. That which we think about most, the ideals and motives uppermost in our mind, are constantly solidifying into character. What we are constantly thinking about and aiming toward and trying to obtain becomes a permanent part of the life. The man whose thoughts are low and impure very quickly gives this bent and tendency to his character. The character levels itself with the thought, whether high or low. No man can have a pure, clean character who does not habitually have pure, clean thoughts. The immoral man is invariably an impure thinker. Whatever we harbor in the mind outpictures itself in the body. In Eastern countries, the leper is compelled to cry, "Unclean, unclean," upon the approach of anyone not so cursed. What a blessing to humanity if our modern moral lepers were compelled to cry, "Unclean, unclean," before they approach innocent victims with their deadly contagion. About the vilest thing on earth is a human being whose character is so tainted with impurity that he leaves the slimy trail of the serpent wherever he goes. There never was a more beautiful and pathetic prayer than that of the poor soiled, broken-hearted psalmist in his hour of shame, "Create in me a clean heart." Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart. There are thousands of men who would cut off their right hands today to be free from the stain, the poison of impurity. There can be no lasting greatness without purity. Vice honeycombs the physical strength as well as destroys the moral fiber. Now and again, some man of note topples with a crash to sudden ruin. Yet the cause of the moral collapse is not sudden. There has been a slow undermining of virtue, going on probably for years. Then, in an hour when honor, truth, or honesty is brought to a crucial test, the weakened character gives way, and there is an appalling commercial or social crash, which often finds an echo in the revolver shot of the suicide. Tennyson shows the effect of Launcelot's guilty love for Guinevere in the great knight's conscious loss of power. His wrongful passion indirectly brought about the death of fair Elaine. He himself at times shrank from puny men, wont to go down before the shadow of his spear. Like a scarlet blot, his sin stains all his greatness, and he muses on it remorsefully. For what am I? What profits me my name? Of greatest knight? I fought for it and have it. Pleasure to have it, none. To lose it, pain. Now grown a part of me, but what use in it? To make men worse by making my sin known? Or sin seem less, the sinner seeming great? Later, when the Knights of the Round Table joined in the search for the Holy Grail, that lost sacred vessel, the cup itself from which our Lord drank at the last sad supper with his own. Launcelot was overtaken by his sin and failed ignominiously. Only Galahad the Pure was permitted to see the cup unsurrounded by a blinding glory, a fearful splendor of watching eyes and guarding shapes. No one is quite the same in his own estimation when he has been once guilty of contact with impurity. His self-respect has suffered a loss. Something has gone out of his life. His own good opinion of himself has suffered deterioration, and he can never face his life task with quite the same confidence again. Somehow he feels that the world will know of his soul's debauch, and to judge him accordingly. There is nothing which will mar a life more quickly than the consciousness of a soul stain. The loss of self-respect, the loss of character, is irreparable. We are beginning to find that there is an intimate connection between absolute purity of one's thought and life and his good health, good thinking, and good work. A very close connection between the moral faculties and the physical health, that nothing so exhausts vitality and vitiates the quality of work and ideals, so takes the edge off of one's ambition, dulls the brain and aspiration, as impurity of thought and life. It seems to blight all the faculties, and to demoralize the whole man, so that his efficiency is very much lessened. He does not speak with the same authority. The air of the conqueror disappears from his manner. He does not think so clearly. He does not act with so great certainty, and his self-faith is lost, because confidence is based upon self-respect, and he can no longer respect himself when he does things which he would not respect in another. The fact that his impure acts are done secretly makes no difference. No one can thoroughly respect himself when he does that which demoralizes him, which is unbecoming a gentleman, no matter whether other people know it or not. Impurity blights everything it touches. It is not enough to be thought pure and clean and sound. One must actually be pure and clean and sound morally, or his self-respect is undermined. Purity is power because it means integrity of thought, integrity of conduct. It means wholeness. The impure man cannot be a great power because he cannot thoroughly believe in himself when conscious that he is rotten in any part of his nature. Impurity works like leaven, which affects everything in a man. The very consciousness that the impurity is working within him robs him of power. Apart from the moral side of this question, let us show how these things affect one's success in life by sapping the energies, weakening the nature, lowering one's standards, blurring one's ideals, discouraging one's ambition, and lessening one's vitality and power. In the last analysis of success, the mainspring of achievement must rest in the strength of one's vitality, for, without a stock of health equal to great emergencies and persistent longevity, even the greatest ambition is comparatively powerless, and there is nothing that will sap the life forces so quickly as dissipation and impure living. Is there anything truer than that? To be carnally minded is death. If the thought is carnal, the body must respond, must express it in some physical discord. Nothing else will destroy the very foundations of vitality quicker than impurity of thought and animal self-indulgence. The ideals must be kept bright, and the ambition clean cut. Purity of thought means that the mental processes are not clouded, muddy, or clogged by brain ash from a dissipated life, from violation of the laws of health. Pure thought comes from pure blood, and pure blood from a clean, sane life. Purity signifies a great deal besides freedom from sensual taint. It means saneness, purity, and quality. It has been characteristic of great leaders, men whose greatness has stood the acid test of time, that they have been virtuous in conduct, pure in thought. "I have such a rich story that I want to tell you," said an officer, who one evening came into the Union camp in a rollicking mood. "There are no ladies present, are there?" General Grant, lifting his eyes from the paper which he was reading, and looking the officer squarely in the eye, said slowly and deliberately, "No, but there are gentlemen present." A great trait of Grant's character, said George W. Childs, was his purity. I never heard him express an impure thought, or make an indelicate allusion in any way or shape. There is nothing I ever heard him say that could not be repeated in the presence of women. If a man was brought up for an appointment, and it was shown that he was an immoral man, Grant would not appoint him, no matter how great the pressure brought to bear. On one occasion, when Grant formed one of a dinner party of Americans in a foreign city, conversation drifted into references to questionable affairs, when he suddenly rose and said, "Gentlemen, please excuse me. I will retire." It is the glory of a man to have clean lips and a clean mind. It is the glory of a woman not to know evil, even in her thoughts. Isaac Newton's most intimate friend in young manhood was a noted foreign chemist. They were constant associates until one day the Italian told an impure story, after which Newton never would associate with him. My extreme youth, when I took command of the army of Italy," said Napoleon, "rendered it necessary that I should evince great reserve of manners and the utmost severity of morals. This was indispensable to enable me to sustain authority over men so greatly my superiors in age and experience. I pursued a line of conduct in the highest degree irreproachable and exemplary. In spotless morality I was a Cato, and must have appeared such to all. I was a philosopher and a sage. My supremacy could be retained only by proving myself a better man than any other man in the army. Had I yielded to human weakness, I should have lost my power." The military antagonist and conqueror of Napoleon, the Duke of Wellington, was a man of simple life and austere virtue. When he was laid to rest in the crypt of St. Paul's Cathedral, in streaming London's central roar, the poet who wrote his funeral ode was able to say of him, "Whatever record leap to light, he never shall be shamed." The peril of impurity lies in the insidiousness of the poison. Just one taint of impurity, one glance at a lewd picture, one hearing of an unclean story may begin the fatal corruption of mind and heart. It is the little rift within the lute that by and by will make the music mute, the little rift within the lover's lute, or little pitted speck in garnered fruit, that rotting inward slowly moulders all. When Bunyan's pilgrim was assailed by temptation, he stopped his ears with his fingers and fled for his life. Let the young man who values himself, who sets store upon health, and has ambition to succeed in his chosen career, be deaf to unclean speech, and flee the companionship of those who think and speak uncleanness. It is the experience of every man who has forsaken vice and turned his feet into the paths of virtue, that evil memories will, in his holiest hours, leap upon him like a lion from ambush. Into the harmony of the hymn he sings memory will interpolate unbidden the words of some sensual song. Pictures of his debauches, his past licentiousness, will fill his vision, and the unhappy victim can only beat upon his breast and cry, "Me miserable! Whither shall I flee?" This has been, through all time, the experience of the men that have sought sanctity in seclusion. The saints, the hermits in their caves, the monks in their cells, could never escape the obsessions of memory, which with horrible realism and scorching vividness revived past scenes of sin. A boy once showed to another a book of impure words and pictures. He to whom the book was shown had it in his hands only a few minutes. In after life he held high office in the church, and years afterwards told a friend that he would give half he possessed had he never seen it, because its impure images at the most holy times would arise unbidden to his mind. Physicians tell us that every particle of the body changes in a very few years, but no chemistry, human or divine, can entirely expunge from the mind a bad picture. Like the paintings buried for years in Pompeii, without the loss of tint or shade, these pictures are as brilliant in age as in youth. Association begets assimilation. We cannot mix with evil associations without being contaminated, cannot touch pitch without being defiled. Impurity is especially fatal in its grip upon the young because of the vividness of the youthful imagination and the facility with which insinuating suggestions enter the youthful thought. Indelible and satanic is the taint of the evil suggestive power which a lewd, questionable picture or story leaves upon the mind. Nothing else more fatally mars the ideals of life and lowers the standard of manhood and womanhood. To read writers whose lines express the utmost possible impurity, so dexterously and cunningly that not a vulgar word is used, but rosy, glowing, suggestive language, authors who soften evil and show deformity with the tints of beauty. What is this but to take the feet out of the straight road into the guiltiest path of seduction? Very few realize the power of a diseased imagination to ruin a precious life. Perhaps the defect began in a little speck of taint. No other faculty has such power to curse or bless mankind, to build up or tear down, to ennoble or debauch, to make happy or miserable, or has such power upon our destiny as the imagination. Many a ruined life began its downfall in the dry rot of a perverted imagination. How little we realize that by subtle moral manufacture, repeated acts of the imagination weave themselves into a mighty tapestry, every figure and fancy of which will stand out in living colors in the character web of our lives, to approve or condemn us. In many cases where, for no apparent reason, one is making failure after failure, never reaching even approximately the position which was anticipated for him, if he would look frankly into his own heart, and searchingly at his own secret habits, he would find that which, hidden like the worm at the heart of the rose, is destroying and making impossible all that ennobles, beautifies, and enriches life. "I solemnly warn you," says Beecher, "against indulging a morbid imagination. In that busy and mischievous faculty begins the evil. Were it not for his airy imagination, man might stand his own master, not overmatched by the worst part of himself. But, these summer reveries, these venturesome dreams, these fairy castles, builded for no good purposes, they are haunted by impure spirits who will fascinate, bewitch, and corrupt you. Blessed are the pure in heart. Blessed art thou, most favored of God, whose thoughts are chastened, whose imagination will not breathe or fly in tainted air, and whose path hath been measured by the golden reed of purity." To be pure in heart is the youth's first great commandment. Do not listen to men who tell you that vice is a necessity. Nothing is a necessity that is wrong, that debauches self-respect. All wickedness is weakness. Vice and vigor have nothing in common. Purity is strength, health, power. Do not imagine that impurity can be hidden. One may as well expect to have consumption or any other deadly disease, and to look and appear healthy, as to be impure in thought and mind, and to look and appear manly and noble-souled. Character writes its record in the flesh. No, these are not trifles, said George Whitefield, when a friend asked why he was so particular to bathe frequently, and always have his linen scrupulously clean. A minister must be without spot, even in his garments. Purity in a good man cannot be carried too far. There is a permanency in the stamp left by the sins resulting from impure thought that follows even to the grave. Diseases unnameable, the consequences of the scarlet sin, the following after the strange woman, write their record in the very bones, literally fulfilling the scripture statement their sins shall lie down with their bones in the dust. We often detect in the eye and in the manner the black leper spots of impurity long before the youth suspects they have ever been noticed. When there is a scar or a stain upon one's self-respect, it is bound to appear on the surface sooner or later. What fearful blots and stains are left on the characters of those who have to fight for a lifetime to rid themselves of a blighting and contaminating influence, moral or physical. Chemists tell us that scarlet is the only color which cannot be bleached. There is no known chemical which can remove it. So, formerly, scarlet rags were made into blotting paper. When the sacred writer wished to emphasize the power of divine forgiveness, of divine love, he said, "Even though thy sins be as scarlet, they shall be made white as wool." It certainly takes omnipotent power to expunge impurity from the mind. There is certainly one sin which only divine power can bleach out of the character, the sin of impurity. No man can think much of himself when he is conscious of impurity anywhere in his life, and the very knowledge that one is absolutely pure in his thought and clean in his life increases his self-respect and his self-faith wonderfully. It is a terrible handicap to be conscious that, however much others may think of us, we are foul inside, that our thoughts are vile. It does not matter that our vicious acts are secret. We cannot cover them. Whatever we have thought or done will outpicture itself in the expression, in the bearing. It will be hung out upon the bulletin board of the face and manner for the world to read. We instinctively feel a person's reality, not what he pretends, but what he is, for we radiate our reality, which often contradicts our words. There is only one panacea for impurity. Constant occupation and pure, high thinking are absolutely necessary to a clean life. "I should be a poor counselor of young men," wrote a true friend of youth, "if I taught you that purity is possible only by isolation from the world. We do not want that sort of holiness which can thrive only in seclusion. We want that virile, manly purity which keeps itself unspotted from the world, even amid its worst debasements. Just as the lily lifts its slender chalice of white and gold to heaven, untainted by the soil in which it grows, though that soil be the reservoir of death and putrefaction. Impurity is the forfeiture of manliness. The true man must be untarnished. James went so far as to declare that this is just what religion is. Pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this: to keep himself unspotted from the world. Every true man shrinks from uncleanness. He knows what it means. Impurity makes lofty friendships impossible. It robs all of life's intercourse of its freshness and its joyous innocence. It sullies all beauty. It does these things chiefly because it separates men from God and His vision. The best and holiest is barred to the stained man. Impurity makes it impossible for him to appreciate what is pure and fine, dulls his finer perceptions, and he is not given the place where only pure and fine things are. There can be no such thing as an impure gentleman. The two words contradict each other. A gentleman must be pure. He does not have fine clothes. He may have had few advantages, but he must be pure and clean. And, if he have all outward grace and gift, and be inwardly unclean, though he may call himself a gentleman, he is a liar and a lie. O young man, guard your heart purity, keep your innocency, never lose it. If it be gone, you have lost from the casket the most precious gift of God. The first purity of imagination, of thought, and of feeling, if soiled, can be cleansed by no fuller's soap. If a heart be broken, art may repair it. If a light be quenched, the flame may kindle it. But if a flower be crushed, what art can repair it? If an odor be wafted away, who can collect or bring it back? Parents are in many cases responsible for the impurity of their children. Through a mistaken sense of delicacy, they allow the awakened, searching mind of the child to get information concerning its physical nature from the mind of some boy or girl no better taught than itself, and so conceive wholly wrong and harmful ideas concerning things of which it is vitally important that every human being should at the onset of life have clear and adequate ideas. Such silence, many times, is fatal, and always foolish, if not criminal. I have noticed, said William Acton, that all patients who have confessed to me that they have practiced vice lamented that they were not, when children, made aware of its consequences. And I have been pressed over and over again to urge on parents, guardians, schoolmasters, and others interested in the education of youth, the necessity of giving to their charges some warning, some intimation of their danger. To parents and guardians I offer my earnest advice that they should, by hearty sympathy and frank explanation, aid their charges in maintaining pure lives. What stronger breastplate than a heart untainted? A prominent writer says, "If young persons poison their bodies and corrupt their minds with vicious courses, no lapse of time, after a reform, is likely to restore them to physical soundness and the soul purity of their earlier days." There is one idea concerning purity which should never have been conceived, and having been conceived, should be once and forever eternally exploded. It is that purity is different in the different sexes. It would be loosening the foundations of virtue to countenance the notion that, because of a difference in sex, men are at liberty to set morality at defiance, and to do with impunity that which, if done by a woman, would stain her character for life. To maintain a pure and virtuous condition of society, therefore, man as well as woman must be virtuous and pure, both alike shunning all acts infringing on the heart, character, and conscience, shunning them as poison, which, once imbibed, can never be entirely thrown out again. Is there any reason why a man should have any license to drag his thoughts through the mud and filth any more than a woman? Is there any sex in principle? Isn't a stain, a blot upon a boy's character just as bad as upon a girl's? If purity is so refining and elevating for one sex, why should it not be for the other? It is incredible that a man should be socially ostracized for comparatively minor offenses, yet be rotten with immorality, and be received into the best homes. But if a woman makes the least false step in this direction, she is not only ostracized, but treated with the utmost contempt, while the man who is the chief sinner in causing a woman's downfall, society will pardon. To put it on the very lowest ground, I am certain that if young men knew and realized the fearful risks to health that they take by indulging in gross impurities, they would put them by with a shudder of disgust and aversion. It may very easily happen, it very often actually does happen, that one single step from the path of purity clouds a man's whole life with misery and unspeakable suffering. And not only that, but even entails lifelong disease on children yet unborn. To return to its Maker at the close of life, the marvelous body which He gave us, scarred by a heedless life, with the heart rotten with impurity, the imagination filled with vicious images, the character honeycombed with vice, is a most ungrateful return for the priceless life of opportunity. A mind retaining all the dew and freshness of innocence shrinks from the very idea of impurity, the very suggestion of it, as if it were sin to have even thought or heard of it, as if even the shadow of the evil would leave some soil on the unsullied whiteness of the virgin mind. When modesty is once extinguished, it knows not a return. End of chapter 49. The Power of Purity. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 50 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50. The Habit of Happiness. The highest happiness must always come from the exercise of the best thing in us. When you find happiness in anything but useful work, you will be the first man or woman to make the discovery. If you take an inventory of yourself at the very outset of your career, you will find that you think you are going to find happiness in things or in conditions. Most people think they are going to find the largest part of their happiness in money, what money will buy or what it will give them in the way of power, influence, comforts, luxuries. They think they are going to find a great deal of their happiness in marriage. How quickly they find that the best happiness they will ever know is that which must be limited to their own capacity for enjoyment, that their happiness cannot come from anything outside of them, but must be developed from within. Many people believe they are going to find much of their happiness in books, in travel, in leisure, in freedom from the 1,001 anxieties and cares and worries of business. But the moment they get in the position where they thought they would have freedom, many other things come up in their minds and cut off much of the expected joy. When they get money and leisure, they often find that they are growing selfish, which cuts off a lot of their happiness. No man able to work can be idle without feeling a sense of guilt at not doing his part in the world. For every time he sees the poor, laboring people who are working for him, who are working everywhere, he is constantly reminded of his meanness in shifting upon others what he is able to do and ought to do himself. Idleness is the last place to look for happiness. Idleness is like a stagnant pool. The moment the water ceases to flow, to work, to do something, all sorts of vermin and hideous creatures develop in it. It becomes torpid and unhealthy, giving out miasma and repulsive odors. In the same way, work is the only thing that will keep the individual healthy and wholesome and clean. An idle brain very quickly breeds impurities. The married man quickly learns that his domestic happiness depends upon what he himself contributes to the partnership, that he cannot take out a great deal without putting a great deal in, for selfishness always reaps a mean, despicable harvest. It is only the generous giver who gets much. There is nothing which will so shrivel up a man and contract his capacity for happiness as selfishness. It is always a fatal blighter, blaster, disappointer. We must give to get. We must be great before we can get great enjoyment. Great in our motive, grand in our endeavor, sublime in our ideas. It is impossible, absolutely unscientific, for a bad person to be truly happy. Just as impossible as it would be for one to be comfortable while lying on a bed of nettles which are constantly pricking him. There is no way under heaven by which a person can be really happy without being good, clean, square, and true. This does not mean that a person is happy because he does not use tobacco, drink, gamble, use profane language, or does not do other vicious things. Some of the meanest, narrowest, most contemptible people in the world do none of these things, but they are uncharitable, jealous, envious, revengeful. They stab you in the back, slander you, cheat you. They may be cunning, underhanded, and yet have a fairly good standing in the church. No person can be really happy who has a small, narrow, bigoted, uncharitable mind or disposition. Generosity, charity, kindness are absolutely essential to real happiness. Deceitful people cannot be happy. They cannot respect themselves because they inwardly despise themselves for deceiving you. A person must be open-minded, transparent, simple, in order to be really happy. A person who is always covering up something, trying to keep things from you, misleading you, deceiving you, cannot get away from self-reproach, and hence cannot be really happy. Selfishness is a fatal enemy of happiness, because no one ever does a really selfish thing without feeling really mean, without despising himself for it. I have never seen a strong young man sneak into a vacant seat in a car and allow an old man or woman with a package or a baby in her arms to stand, without looking as though he knew he had done a mean, selfish thing. There is a look of humiliation in his face. We are so constituted that we cannot help condemning ourselves for our mean or selfish acts. The liar is never really happy. He is always on nettles, lest his deceit betray him. He never feels safe. Dishonesty in all its phases is fatal to happiness, for no dishonest person can get his self-approval. Without this, no happiness is possible. Before you can be really happy, my friend, you must be able to look back upon a well-spent past, a conscientious, unselfish past. If not, you will be haunted by demons which will destroy your happiness. If you have been mean and selfish, greedy and dishonest with your fellow men, all sorts of horrible things will rise out of your money pile to terrify and to make your happiness impossible. In other words, happiness is merely a result of the life work. It will partake of the exact quality of the motive which you have put into your life work. If these motives have been selfish, greedy, grasping, if cunning and dishonesty have dominated in your career, your happiness will be marred accordingly. You cannot complain of your happiness, because it is your own child, the product of your own brain, your own effort. It has been made up of your motives, colored by your life aim. It exactly corresponds to the cause which produced it. There is the greatest difference in the world between the happiness which comes from a sweet, beautiful, unselfish, helpful, sympathetic, industrious, honorable career, and the mean satisfaction which may grow to be a part of your marked self if you have lived a selfish, grasping life. What we call happiness is the harvest from our life sowing, our habitual thought sowing, deed doing. If we have sown selfish, envious, jealous, revengeful, hateful seeds, greedy, grasping seeds, we cannot expect a golden happiness harvest like that which comes from a clean and unselfish, helpful sowing. If our harvest is full of the rank, poisonous weeds of jealousy, envy, dishonesty, cunning, and cruelty, we have no one to blame but ourselves, for we sowed the seed which produced that sort of a harvest. Somehow some people have an entirely wrong idea of what real happiness is. They seem to think it can be bought, can be had by influence, that it can be purchased by money, that if they have money they can get that wonderful, mysterious thing which they call happiness. But happiness is a natural, faithful harvest from our sowing. It would be as impossible for selfish seed, greed seed, to produce a harvest of contentment, of genuine satisfaction, of real joy, as for thistle seeds to produce a harvest of wheat or corn. Whatever the quality of your enjoyment or happiness may be, you have patterned it by your life motive, by the spirit in which you have worked, by the principles which have actuated you. A pretty different harvest, I grant, many of us must face, marred with all sorts of hideous, poisonous weeds, but they are all the legitimate product of our sowing. No one can rob us of our harvest, or change it very much. Every thought, every act, every motive, whether secret or public, is a seed which no power on earth can prevent going to its harvest of beauty or ugliness, honor or shame. Most people have an idea that happiness is something that can be manufactured. They do not realize that it can be no more manufactured than wheat or corn can be manufactured. It must be grown, and the harvest will be like the seed. You, young man, make up your mind at the very outset of your career that whatever comes to you in life, that whether you succeed or fail, whether you have this or that, there is one thing you will have, and that is a happy, contented mind, that you will extract your happiness as you go along. You will not take the chances of picking up or developing the happy habit after you get rich, for then you may be too old. Most people postpone their enjoyment until they are disappointed to find the power of enjoyment has largely gone by, and that even if they had the means, they could not get anything like as much real happiness out of it as they could have gotten as they went along when they were younger. Take no chances with your happiness, or the sort of a life that can produce it. Whatever else you risk, do not risk this. Early form the happy habit, the habit of enjoyment every day, no matter what comes or does not come to you during the day. Pick crumbs of comfort out of your situation, no matter how unpleasant or disagreeable. I know a man who, although poor, can manage to get more comfort out of a real tough, discouraging situation than anyone else I have ever seen. I have often seen him when he did not have $1 to his name, with a wife to support, yet he was always buoyant, happy, cheerful, consented. He would even make fun out of an embarrassing situation, see something ludicrous in his extreme poverty. There have never been such conflicting estimates, such varying ideas regarding any state of human condition as to what constitutes happiness. Many people think that it is purchasable with money, but many of the most restless, discontented, unhappy people in the world are rich. They have the means of purchasing what they thought would produce happiness, but the real thing eludes them. On the other hand, some of the poorest people in the world are happy. The fact is that there is no possible way of cornering or purchasing happiness, for it is absolutely beyond the reach of money. It is true, we can purchase a few comforts and immunities from some annoyances and worries with money which we cannot get without it. On the other hand, the great majority of people who have inherited money are positively injured by it, because it often stops their own development by taking away the motive for self-effort and self-reliance. When people get money, they often stop growing, because they depend upon the money instead of relying upon their own inherent resources. Rich people suffer from their indulgences more than poor ones suffer from their hardships. A great many rich people die with liver and kidney troubles, which are affected both by eating and drinking. The kidneys are very susceptible to the presence of alcohol. If rich people try to get greater enjoyment out of life than poor people by eating and drinking, they are likely very quickly to come to grief. If they try to seek it through the avenue of leisure, they soon find that an idle brain is one of the most dangerous things in the world. Nothing deteriorates faster. The mind was made for continual, strong action, systematic, vigorous exercise, and this is possible only when some dominating aim and a great life purpose leads the way. No person can be really healthful whose mind is not usefully and continually employed. So there is no possibility of finding real happiness in idleness if we are able to work. Nature brings a wonderful compensatory power to those who are crippled or sick or otherwise disabled from working. But there is no compensation for idleness in those who are able to work. Nature only gives us the use of faculties we employ. Use or lose is her motto. And when we cease to use a faculty or function, it is gradually taken away from us, gradually shrivels and atrophies. There is no satisfaction like that which comes from the steady, persistent, honest, conscientious pursuit of a noble aim. There are a multitude of evidences in man's very structure that his marvelous mechanism was intended for action, for constant exercise, and that idleness and stagnation always mean deterioration and death of power. No man can remain idle without shrinking, shriveling, constantly becoming a less efficient man, for he can keep up only those faculties and powers which he constantly employs, and there is no other possible way. Nature puts her ban of deterioration and loss of power upon idleness. We see these victims everywhere, shorn of power, weak, nerveless, backboneless, stamina-less, gritless people, without forcefulness, mere non-entities because they have ceased working. Without work, mental health is impossible, and without health, the fullest happiness is impossible. It has been said that happiness is the most elusive thing that man pursues. Yet, why need it be a blind search? If we were to stop the first 100 people we meet on the street and ask them what in their experience has given them the most happiness, probably the answer of no two would be alike. How interesting and constructive it would be to give $1,000 to each of these 100 people, and without their knowing it, follow them and see what they would do with the money, what it would mean to them. To some poor youth hungry for an education, with no opportunity to gain it, this money would mean a college education. Another would see in his money a more comfortable home for his aged parents. To another, this money would suggest all sorts of dissipation. Some would see books and leisure for self-improvement, a trip abroad. We all wear different colored glasses, and no two see life with the same tint. Some find their present happiness in coarse dissipation, others in a quiet nook with a book. Some find their greatest happiness in friends, in social intercourse. Others seek happiness in roving over the earth, always thinking that the greatest enjoyment is in another day, in another place, a little further on, in the next room, or tomorrow, or in another country. To many people, happiness is never where they are, but almost anywhere else. Most people lose sight of the simplicity of happiness. They look for it in big, complicated things. Real happiness is perfectly simple. In fact, it is incompatible with complexity. Simplicity is its very essence. I was dining recently with a particularly successful young man who is trying very hard to be happy. But he takes such a complicated, strenuous view of everything that his happiness is always flying from him. He drives everything so fiercely. His life is so vigorous, so complicated, that happiness cannot find a home with him very long. Nor does he understand why. He has money, health, but he always has that restless, far-away, absent-minded gaze into something beyond, and I do not think he is ever really very happy. His whole manner of living is extremely complex. He does not seem to know where to find happiness. He has evidently mistaken the very nature of happiness. He thinks it consists in making a great show, in having great possessions, in doing things which attract a great deal of attention. But happiness would be strangled, suffocated in such an environment. The essentials of real happiness are few, simple, and close at hand. Happiness is made up of very simple ingredients. It flees from the complex life. It evades pomp and show. The heart would starve amid the greatest luxuries. Simple joys and the treasures of the heart and mind make happiness. Happiness has very little to do with material things. It is a mental state of mind. Real permanent happiness cannot be found in mere temporary things, because its roots reach away down into eternal principles. One of the most pathetic pictures in civilization is the great army of men and women searching the world over for happiness, as though it existed in things rather than in a state of mind. The people who have spent years and a fortune trying to find it look as hungry and as lean of contentment and all that makes life desirable as when they started out. Chasing happiness all over the world is about as silly a business as any human being ever engaged in, for it was never yet found by any pursuer. Yet happiness is the simplest thing in the world. It is found in many a home with carpetless floors and pictureless walls. It knows neither rank, station, nor color, nor does it recognize wealth. It only demands that it live with a contented mind and pure heart. It will not live with ostentation. It flees from pretense. It loves the simple life. It insists upon a sweet, healthful, natural environment. It hates the forced and complicated and formal. Real happiness flees from the things that pass away. It abides only in principle, permanency. I have never seen a person who has lived a grasping, greedy, money-chasing life who was not disappointed at what money has given him for his trouble. It is only in giving, in helping, that we find our quest. Everywhere we go, we see people who are disappointed, chagrined, shocked, to find that what they thought would be the angel of happiness turned out to be only a ghost. All the misery and the crime of the world rest upon the failure of human beings to understand the principle that no man can really be happy until he harmonizes with the best thing in him, with the divine, and not with the brute. No one can be happy who tries to harmonize his life with his animal instincts. The God, the good, in him is the only possible thing that can make him happy. Real happiness cannot be bribed by anything sordid or low. Nothing mean or unworthy appeals to it. There is no affinity between them. Founded upon principle, it is as scientific as the laws of mathematics, and he who works his problem correctly will get the happiness answer. There is only one way to secure the correct answer to a mathematical problem, and that is to work in harmony with mathematical laws. It would not matter if half the world believed there was some other way to get the answer. It would never come until the law was followed with the utmost exactitude. It does not matter that the great majority of the human race believe there is some other way of reaching the happiness goal. The fact that they are discontented, restless, and unhappy shows that they are not working their problem scientifically. We are all conscious that there is another man inside of us, that there accompanies us through life, a divine, silent messenger, that other, higher, better self, which speaks from the depth of our nature, and which gives its consent, its Amen, to every right action, and condemns every wrong one. Man is built upon the plan of honesty, of rectitude, the divine plan. When he perverts his nature by trying to express dishonesty, chicanery, and cunning, of course he cannot be happy. The very essence of happiness is honesty, sincerity, truthfulness. He who would have real happiness for his companion must be clean, straightforward, and sincere. The moment he departs from the right, she will take wings and fly away. It is just as impossible for a person to reach the normal state of harmony while he is practicing selfish, grasping methods, as it is to produce harmony in an orchestra with instruments that are all jangled and out of tune. To be happy, we must be in tune with the infinite within us, in harmony with our better selves. There is no way to get around it. There is no tonic like that which comes from doing things worthwhile. There is no happiness like that which comes from doing our level best every day, everywhere. No satisfaction like that which comes from stamping superiority, putting our royal trademark upon everything which goes through our hands. Recently a rich young man was asked why he did not work. "I do not have to," he said. "Do not have to" has ruined more young men than almost anything else. The fact is, nature never made any provision for the idle man. Vigorous activity is the law of life. It is the saving grace, the only thing that can keep a human being from retrograding. Activity along the line of one's highest ambition is the normal state of man, and he who tries to evade it pays the penalty in deterioration of faculty, in paralysis of efficiency. Do not flatter yourself that you can be really happy unless you are useful. Happiness and usefulness were born twins. To separate them is fatal. It is as impossible for a human being to be happy who is habitually idle as it is for a fine chronometer to be normal when not running. The highest happiness is the feeling of well-being which comes to one who is actively employed, doing what he was made to do, carrying out the great life purpose patterned in his individual bent. The practical fulfilling of the life purpose is to man what the actual running and keeping time are to the watch. Without action, both are meaningless. Man was made to do things. Nothing else can take the place of achievement in his life. Real happiness without achievement of some worthy aim is unthinkable. One of the greatest satisfactions in this world is the feeling of enlargement, of growth, of stretching upward and onward. No pleasure can surpass that which comes from the consciousness of feeling one's horizon of ignorance being pushed farther and farther away, of making headway in the world, of not only getting on, but also of getting up. Happiness is incompatible with stagnation. A man must feel his expanding power lifting, tugging away at a lofty purpose, or he will miss the joy of living. The discords, the bickerings, the divorces, the breaking up of rich homes, and the resorting to all sorts of silly devices by many rich people in their pursuit of happiness, prove that it does not dwell with them, that happiness does not abide with low ideals, with selfishness, idleness, and discord. It is a friend of harmony, of truth, of beauty, of affection, of simplicity. Multitudes of men have made fortunes, but have murdered their capacity for enjoyment in the process. How often we hear the remark, "He has the money, but cannot enjoy it." A man can have no greater delusion than that he can spend the best years of his life coining all of his energies into dollars, neglecting his home, sacrificing friendships, self-improvement, and everything else that is really worth while for money, and yet find happiness at the end. The happiness habit is just as necessary to our best welfare as the work habit, or the honesty or square dealing habit. No one can do his best, his highest thing, who is not perfectly normal, and happiness is a fundamental necessity of our being. It is an indication of health, of sanity, of harmony. The opposite is a symptom of disease, of abnormality. There are plenty of evidences in the human economy that we were intended for happiness, that it is our normal condition, that suffering, unhappiness, discontent are absolutely foreign and abnormal to our natures. There is no doubt that our life was intended to be one grand, sweet song. We are built upon the plan of harmony, and every form of discord is abnormal. There is something wrong when any human being in this world, tuned to infinite harmonies and beauties that are unspeakable, is unhappy and discontented. End of chapter 50. The Habit of Happiness. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 51 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 51. Put beauty into your life. When the barbarians overran Greece, desecrated her temples, and destroyed her beautiful works of art, even their savageness was somewhat tamed by the sense of beauty which prevailed everywhere. They broke her beautiful statues, it is true, but the spirit of beauty refused to die, and it transformed the savage heart and awakened even in the barbarian a new power. From the apparent death of Grecian art, Roman art was born. Cyclops forging iron for Vulcan could not stand against Pericles forging thought for Greece. The barbarian's club which destroyed the Grecian statues was no match for the chisel of Phidias and Praxiteles. What is the best education? Someone asked Plato many centuries ago. It is, he replied, that which gives to the body and to the soul all the beauty and all the perfection of which they are capable. The life that would be complete, that would be sweet and sane, as well as strong, must be ornamented, softened, and enriched by a love of the beautiful. There is a lack in the make-up of a person who has no appreciation of beauty, who does not thrill before a great picture or an entrancing sunset, or a glimpse of beauty in nature. Savages have no appreciation of beauty. they have a passion for adornment, but there is nothing to show that their aesthetic faculties are developed. They merely obey their animal instincts and passions. But as civilization advances, ambition grows, wants multiply, and higher faculties show themselves, until, in the highest expression of civilization, we find aspiration and love of the beautiful most highly developed. We find it manifested on the person, in the home, in the environment. The late Professor Charles Eliot Norton of Harvard University, one of the finest thinkers of his day, said that beauty has played an immense part in the development of the highest qualities in human beings, and that civilization could be measured by its architecture, sculpture, and painting. What an infinite satisfaction comes from beginning early in life to cultivate our finer qualities, to develop finer sentiments, purer tastes, more delicate feelings, the love of the beautiful in all its varied forms of expression. One can make no better investment than the cultivation of a taste for the beautiful, for it will bring rainbow hues and enduring joys to the whole life. It will not only increase one's capacity for happiness, but also one's efficiency. A remarkable instance of the elevating, refining influence of beauty has been demonstrated by a Chicago school teacher who fitted up in her school a beautiful corner for her pupils. It was furnished with a stained glass window, a divan covered with an oriental rug, and a few fine photographs and paintings, among which was a picture of the Sistine Madonna. Several other aesthetic trifles, artistically arranged, completed the furnishings of the beauty corner. The children took great delight in their little retreat, especially in the exquisite coloring of the stained glass window. Insensibly, their conduct and demeanor were affected by the beautiful objects with which they daily associated. They became more gentle, more refined, more thoughtful and considerate. A young Italian boy, in particular, who had been incorrigible before the establishment of the beauty corner, became, in a short time, so changed and softened that the teacher was astonished. One day she asked him what it was that made him so good lately. Pointing to the picture of the Sistine Madonna, the boy said, "How can a fellow do bad things when she's looking at him?" Character is fed largely through the eye and ear. The thousand voices in nature of bird and insect and brook, the soughing of the wind through the trees, the scent of flower and meadow, the myriad tints in earth and sky, in ocean and forest, mountain and hill, are just as important for the development of a real man as the education he receives in the schools. If you take no beauty into your life through the eye or the ear to stimulate and develop your aesthetic faculties, your nature will be hard, juiceless, and unattractive. Beauty is a quality of divinity, and to live much with the beautiful is to live close to the divine. The more we see of beauty everywhere, in nature, in life, in man and child, in work and rest, in the outward and the inward world, the more we see of God, good. There are many evidences in the New Testament that Christ was a great lover of the beautiful, especially in nature. Was it not he who said, "Consider the lilies of the field, they toil not, neither do they spin, yet Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these"? Back of the lily and the rose, back of the landscape, back of all beautiful things that enchant us, there must be a great lover of the beautiful and a great beauty principle. Every star that twinkles in the sky, every flower, bids us look behind it for its source, points us to the great author of the beautiful. The love of beauty plays a very important part in the poised, symmetrical life, we little realize how much we are influenced by beautiful people and things. We may see them so often that they become common in our experience and fail to attract much of our conscious attention. But every beautiful picture, every sunset and bit of landscape, every beautiful face and form and flower, beauty in any form, wherever we encounter it, ennobles, refines, and elevates character. There is everything in keeping the soul and mind responsive to beauty. It is a great refreshener, recuperator, life giver, health promoter. Our American life tends to kill the finer sentiments, to discourage the development of charm and grace as well as beauty. It overemphasizes the value of material things and underestimates that of aesthetic things, which are far more developed in countries where the dollar is not the god. As long as we persist in sending all the sap and energy of our being into the money-making gland or faculty, and letting the social faculty, the aesthetic faculty, and all the finer, nobler faculties lie dormant and even die, we certainly cannot expect a well-rounded and symmetrical life, for only faculties that are used, brain cells that are exercised, grow. All others atrophy. If the finer instincts in man and the nobler qualities that live in the higher brain are underdeveloped, and the coarser instincts, which dwell in the lower brain close to the brute faculties, are overdeveloped, man must pay the penalty of animality and will lack appreciation of all that is finest and most beautiful in life. The vision that you hold in your mind, the ideal that is enthroned in your heart, this you will build your life by. This you will become. It is the quality of mind, of ideals, and not mere things that make a man. It is as essential to cultivate the aesthetic faculties and the heart qualities as to cultivate what we call the intellect. The time will come when our children will be taught, both at home and in school, to consider beauty as a most precious gift, which must be preserved in purity, sweetness, and cleanliness, and regarded as a divine instrument of education. There is no investment which will give such returns as the culture of the finer self, the development of the sense of the beautiful, the sublime, and the true, the development of qualities that are crushed out or strangled in the mere dollar chaser. There are 1,000 evidences in us that we were intended for temples of beauty, of sweetness, of loveliness, of beautiful ideas, and not mere storehouses for vulgar things. There is nothing which will pay so well as to train the finest and truest, the most beautiful qualities in us, in order that we may see beauty everywhere and be able to extract sweetness from everything. Everywhere we go, there are 1,000 things to educate the best there is in us. Every sunset, landscape, mountain, hill, and tree has secrets of charm and beauty waiting for us. In every patch of meadow or wheat, in every leaf and flower, the trained eye will see beauty which would ravish an angel. The cultured ear will find harmony in forest and field, melody in the babbling brook, and untold pleasure in all nature's songs. Whatever our vocation, we should resolve that we will not strangle all that is finest and noblest in us for the sake of the dollar, but that we will put beauty into our life at every opportunity. Just in proportion to your love for the beautiful, will you acquire its charms and develop its graces. The beauty thought, the beauty ideal, will outpicture themselves in the face and manner. If you are in love with beauty, You will be an artist of some kind. Your profession may be to make the home beautiful and sweet, or you may work at a trade. But whatever your vocation, if you are in love with the beautiful, it will purify your taste, elevate and enrich your life, and make you an artist instead of a mere artisan. There is no doubt that in the future, beauty will play an infinitely greater part in civilized life than it has thus far. It is becoming commercialized everywhere. The trouble with us is that the tremendous material prizes in this land of opportunity are so tempting that we have lost sight of the higher man. We have developed ourselves along the animal side of our nature, the greedy, grasping side. The great majority of us are still living in the basement of our beings. Now and then one rises to the drawing room. Now and then one ascends to the upper stories and gets a glimpse of the life beautiful, the life worth while. There is nothing on earth that will so slake the thirst of the soul as the beauty which expresses itself in sweetness and light. An old traveling man relates that once, when on a trip to the West, he sat next to an elderly lady, who every now and then would lean out of the open window and pour some thick salt, it seemed to him, from a bottle. When she had emptied the bottle, she would refill it from a handbag. A friend, to whom this man related the incident, told him he was acquainted with the lady, who was a great lover of flowers and an earnest follower of the precept, "Scatter your flowers as you go, for you may never travel the same road again." He said she added greatly to the beauty of the landscape along the railroads on which she traveled, by her custom of scattering flower seeds along the track as she rode. Many roads have thus been beautified and refreshed by this old lady's love of the beautiful, and her effort to scatter beauty wherever she went. If we would all cultivate a love of the beautiful, and scatter beauty seeds as we go through life, what a paradise this earth would become! What a splendid opportunity a vacation in the country offers to put beauty into the life, to cultivate the aesthetic faculties, which in most people are wholly undeveloped and inactive. To some, it is like going into God's great gallery of charm and beauty. They find in the landscape, the valley, the mountains, the fields, the meadows, the flowers, the streams, the brooks and the rivers, riches that no money can buy, beauty that would enchant the angels. But this beauty and glory cannot be bought. They are only for those who can see them, appreciate them, who can read their message and respond to their affinity. Have you never felt the marvelous power of beauty in nature? If not, you have missed one of the most exquisite joys in life. I was once going through the Yosemite Valley, and after riding 100 miles in a stagecoach over rough mountain roads, I was so completely exhausted that it did not seem as though I could keep my seat until we traveled over the 10 more miles which would bring us to our destination. But on looking down from the top of the mountain, I caught a glimpse of the celebrated Yosemite Falls and the surrounding scenery, just as the sun broke through the clouds, and there was revealed a picture of such rare beauty and marvelous picturesqueness that every particle of fatigue, brain fag, and muscle weariness departed in an instant. My whole soul thrilled with a winged sense of sublimity, grandeur, and beauty which I had never experienced before, and which I never can forget. I felt a spiritual uplift which brought tears of joy to my eyes. No one can contemplate the wonderful beauties of nature and doubt that the Creator must have intended that man, made in his own image and likeness, should be equally beautiful. Beauty of character, charm of manner, attractiveness and graciousness of expression, a godlike bearing, are our birthrights. Yet how ugly, stiff, coarse, and harsh in appearance and bearing many of us are! No one can afford to disregard his good looks or personal appearance. But if we wish to beautify the outer, we must first beautify the inner, for every thought and every motion shapes the delicate tracings of our face for ugliness or beauty. Inharmonious and destructive attitudes of mind will warp and mar the most beautiful features. Shakespeare says, "God has given you one face, and you make yourselves another." The mind can make beauty or ugliness at will. A sweet, noble disposition is absolutely essential to the highest form of beauty. It has transformed many a plain face. A bad temper, ill nature, jealousy will ruin the most beautiful face ever created. After all, there is no beauty like that produced by a lovely character. Neither cosmetics, massage, nor drugs can remove the lines of prejudice, selfishness, envy, anxiety, mental vacillation that are the results of wrong thought habits. Beauty is from within. If every human being would cultivate a gracious mentality, not only would what he expressed be artistically beautiful, but also his body. There would indeed be grace and charm, a superiority about him, which would be even greater than mere physical beauty. We have all seen even very plain women who, because of the charm of their personality, impressed us as transcendently beautiful. The exquisite soul qualities expressed through the body transformed it into their likeness. A fine spirit speaking through the plainest body will make it beautiful. Someone, speaking of Fanny Kemble, said, "Although she was very stout and short, and had a very red face, yet she impressed me as the supreme embodiment of majestic attributes. I never saw so commanding a personality in feminine form. Any type of mere physical beauty would have paled to insignificance by her side." Antoine Barrière says truly, "There are no ugly women. There are only women who do not know how to look pretty." The highest beauty, beauty that is far superior to mere regularity of feature or form, is within reach of everybody. It is perfectly possible for one, even with the homeliest face, to make herself beautiful by the habit of perpetually holding in mind the beauty thought, not the thought of mere superficial beauty, but that of heart beauty, soul beauty, and by the cultivation of a spirit of kindness, hopefulness, and unselfishness. The basis of all real personal beauty is a kindly, helpful bearing, and a desire to scatter sunshine and good cheer everywhere, and this, shining through the face, makes it beautiful. The longing and the effort to be beautiful in character cannot fail to make the life beautiful, and since the outward is but an expression of the inward, a mere outpicturing on the body of the habitual thought and dominating motives, the face, the manners, and the bearing must follow the thought and become sweet and attractive. If you hold the beauty thought, the love thought, persistently in the mind, you will make such an impression of harmony and sweetness wherever you go, that no one will notice any plainness or deformity of person. There are girls who have dwelt upon what they considered their unfortunate plainness so long that they have seriously exaggerated it. They are not half so plain as they think they are. And, were it not for the fact that they have made themselves very sensitive and self-conscious on the subject, others would not notice it at all. In fact, they could get rid of their sensitiveness and be natural. They could, with persistent effort, make up in sprightliness of thought, in cheerfulness of manner, in intelligence, and in cheery helpfulness, what they lack in grace and beauty of face. We admire the beautiful face, the beautiful form, but we love the face illumined by a beautiful soul. We love it because it suggests the ideal of the possible perfect man or woman, the ideal which was the Creator's model. It is not the outward form of our dearest friend, but our ideal of friendship which he arouses or suggests in us, that stirs up and brings into exercise our love and admiration. The highest beauty does not exist in the actual. It is the ideal, possible beauty which the person or object symbolizes or suggests that gives us delight. Everyone should endeavor to be beautiful and attractive, to be as complete a human being as possible. There is not a taint of vanity in the desire for the highest beauty. The love of beauty that confines itself to mere external form, however, misses its deepest significance. Beauty of form, of coloring, of light and shade, of sound, make our world beautiful, yet the mind that is warped and twisted cannot see all this infinite beauty. It is the indwelling spirit, the ideal in the soul, that makes all things beautiful, that inspires and lifts us above ourselves. We love the outwardly beautiful because we crave perfection, and we cannot help admiring those persons and things that most nearly embody or measure up to our human ideal. But a beautiful character will make beauty and poetry out of the prosiest environment, bring sunshine into the darkest home, and develop beauty and grace amid the ugliest surroundings. What would become of us if it were not for the great souls who realize the divinity of life, who insist upon bringing out and emphasizing its poetry, its music, its harmony and beauty? How sordid and common our lives would become but for these beauty makers, these inspirers, these people who bring out all that is best and most attractive in every place, every situation and condition. There is no accomplishment, no trait of character, no quality of mind, which will give greater satisfaction and pleasure or contribute more to one's welfare than an appreciation of the beautiful. How many people might be saved from wrongdoing, even from lives of crime, by the cultivation of the aesthetic faculties in their childhood? A love of the truly beautiful would save children from things which encoarsen and brutalize their natures. It would shield them from a multitude of temptations. Parents do not take sufficient pains to develop the love and appreciation of beauty in their children. They do not realize that in impressionable youth, everything about the home, even the pictures, the paper on the wall, affect the growing character. They should never lose an opportunity of letting their boys and girls see beautiful works of art, hear beautiful music. They should make a habit of reading to them or having them read, very often, some lofty poem or inspirational passages from some great writer, that will fill their minds with thoughts of beauty, open their souls to the inflow of the divine mind, the divine love, which encompasses us round about. The influences that moved our youth determine the character, the success and happiness of our whole lives. Every soul is born responsive to the beautiful, but this instinctive love of beauty must be fostered through the eye, and the mind must be cultivated, or it will die. The craving for beauty is as strong in a child of the slums as in a favorite of fortune, The physical hunger of the poor, the yearning of their stomachs, says Jacob A. Riis, is not half so bitter or so little likely to be satisfied as their aesthetic hunger, their starving for the beautiful. Mr. Riis has often tried to take flowers from his Long Island home to the poor's in Mulberry Street, New York. But they never got there, he says. Before I had gone half a block from the ferry, I was held up by a shrieking mob of children who cried for the posies and would not let me go another step till I had given them one. And when they got it they ran, shielding the flower with the most jealous care, to some place where they could hide and gloat over their treasure. They came dragging a big, fat babies and little weazened ones, that they might get a share. And the babies' eyes grew round and big at the sight of the golden glory from the fields, the like of which had never come their way. The smaller the baby and the poorer, the more wistful its look. And so my flowers went. Who could have said them no? I learned then what I had but vaguely understood before, that there is a hunger that is worse than that which starves the body and gets into the newspapers. All children love beauty and beautiful things. It is the spark of the divine nature that is in them and justifies itself. To that ideal their souls grow. When they cry out for it, they are trying to tell us in the only way they can that if we let the slum starve the ideal, with its dirt and its ugliness and its hard-trodden mud where flowers were meant to grow, we are starving that which we little know. A man, a human, may grow a big body without a soul, but as a citizen, as a mother, he or she is worth noting to the Commonwealth. The mark they are going to leave upon it is the black smudge of the slum. So when in these latter days we invade the slums to make homes there, and teach the mothers to make them beautiful, when we gather the children into kindergartens, hang pictures in the schools, when we build beautiful new schools and public buildings and let in the light with grass and flower and bird, where darkness and foulness were before, when we teach the children to dance and play and enjoy themselves, alas, that it should ever be needed! We are trying to wipe off the smudge and to lift the heavy mortgage which it puts on the morrow, a much heavier one in the loss of citizenship than any community, even the republic, can long endure. We are paying arrears of debt which we incurred by our sad neglect, and we could be about no better business. There are many poor children in the slums of New York, Mr. Millionaire, who could go into your drawing room and carry away from it rich canvases, its costly furnishings, a vision of beauty which you never perceived in them, because your aesthetic faculties, your finer sensibilities, were early stifled by your selfish pursuit of the dollar. The world is full of beautiful things, but the majority have not been trained to discern them. We cannot see all the beauty that lies around us, because our eyes have not been trained for it. Our aesthetic faculties have not been developed. We are like the lady who, standing with the great artist, Turner, before one of his wonderful landscapes, cried out in amazement, "Why, Mr. Turner, I cannot see those things in nature that you have put in your picture." "Don't you wish you could, madame?" he replied. Just think what rare treats we shut out of our lives in our mad, selfish, insane pursuit of the dollar. Do you not wish that you could see the marvels that Turner saw in a landscape, that Ruskin saw in a sunset? Do you not wish that you had put a little more beauty into your life, instead of allowing your nature to become encoarsened, your aesthetic faculties blinded, and your finer instincts blighted by the pursuit of the coarser things of life, instead of developing your brute instincts of pushing, elbowing your way through the world for a few more dollars, in your effort to get something away from everybody else? Fortunate is the person who has been educated to the perception of beauty. He possesses a heritage of which no reverses can rob him. Yet it is a heritage possible to all who will take the trouble to begin early in life to cultivate the finer qualities of the soul, the eye, and the heart. "I am a lover of untainted and immortal beauty," exclaims Emerson. "O world, what pictures and what harmony are thine!" A great scientist tells us that there is no natural object in the universe which, if seen as the Master sees it, coupled with all its infinite meaning, its utility and purpose, is not beautiful. Beauty is God's handwriting, just as the most disgusting object, if put under a magnifying glass of sufficient power, would reveal beauties undreamed of. So even the most unlovely environment, the most cruel conditions, will, when viewed through the glass of a trained and disciplined mind, show something of the beautiful and the hopeful. A life that has been rightly trained will extract sweetness from everything. It will see beauty everywhere. Situated as we are in a world of beauty and sublimity, we have no right to devote practically all of our energies and to sap all our life forces in the pursuit of selfish aims, in accumulating material wealth, in piling up dollars. It is our duty to treat life as a glory, not as a grind or a purely business transaction, dealing wholly with money and bread and butter questions. Wherever you are, put beauty into your life. End of chapter 51. Put beauty into your life. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 52 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 52. Education by Absorption. John Wanamaker was once asked to invest in an expedition to recover from the Spanish Main doubloons, which for half a century had lain at the bottom of the sea in sunken frigates. "Young men," he replied, "I know of a better expedition than this, right here. Near your own feet lie treasures untold. You can have them all by faithful study. Let us not be content to mine the most coal, to make the largest locomotives, to weave the largest quantities of carpets, but amid the sounds of the pick, the blows of the hammer, the rattle of the looms, and the roar of the machinery, take care that the immortal mechanism of God's own hand, the mind, is still full trained for the highest and noblest service. The uneducated man is always placed at a great disadvantage. No matter how much natural ability one may have, if he is ignorant, he is discounted. It is not enough to possess ability. It must be made available by mental discipline. We ought to be ashamed to remain in ignorance in a land where the blind, the deaf and dumb, and even cripples and invalids manage to obtain a good education. Many youths throw away little opportunities for self-culture because they cannot see great ones. They let the years slip by without any special effort at self-improvement, until they are shocked in middle life, or later, by waking up to the fact that they are still ignorant of what they ought to know. Everywhere we go, we see men and women, especially from 25 to 40 years of age, who are cramped and seriously handicapped by the lack of early training. I often get letters from such people asking if it is possible for them to educate themselves so late in life. Of course it is. There are so many good correspondence schools today, and institutes like Chautauqua, so many evening schools, lectures, books, libraries, and periodicals, that men and women who are determined to improve themselves have abundant opportunities to do so. While you lament the lack of an early education and think it is too late to begin, you may be sure that there are other young men and young women not very far from you who are making great strides in self-improvement, though they may not have half as good an opportunity for it as you have. The first thing to do is to make a resolution, strong, vigorous, and determined, that you are going to be an educated man or woman, that you are not going to go through life humiliated by ignorance, that if you have been deprived of early advantages, you are going to make up for their loss. Resolve that you will no longer be handicapped and placed at a disadvantage for that which you can remedy. You will find the whole world will change to you when you change your attitude toward it. You will be surprised to see how quickly you can very materially improve your mind after you have made a vigorous resolve to do so. Go about it with the same determination that you would to make money or to learn a trade. There is a divine hunger in every normal being for self-expansion, a yearning for growth or enlargement. Beware of stifling this craving of nature for self-unfoldment. Man was made for growth. It is the object, the explanation of his being. To have an ambition to grow larger and broader every day, to push the horizon of ignorance a little further away, to become a little richer in knowledge, a little wiser, and more of a man, that is an ambition worth while. It is not absolutely necessary that an education should be crowded into a few years of school life. The best educated people are those who are always learning, always absorbing knowledge from every possible source and at every opportunity. I know young people who have acquired a better education, a finer culture, through a habit of observation or of carrying a book in the pocket to read at odd moments, or by taking courses in correspondence schools, than many who have gone through college. Youths who are quick to catch at new ideas and who are in frequent contact with superior minds not only often acquire a personal charm, but even, to a remarkable degree, develop mental power. The world is a great university. From the cradle to the grave, we are always in God's great kindergarten, where everything is trying to teach us its lesson, to give us its great secret. Some people are always at school, always storing up precious bits of knowledge. Everything has a lesson for them. It all depends upon the eye that can see, the mind that can appropriate. Very few people ever learn how to use their eyes. They go through the world with a superficial glance at things. Their eye pictures are so faint and so dim that details are lost and no strong impression is made on the mind. Yet the eye was intended for a great educator. The brain is a prisoner, never getting out to the outside world. It depends upon its 5 or 6 servants, the senses, to bring it material, and the larger part of it comes through the eye. The man who has learned the art of seeing things looks with his brain. I know a father who is training his boy to develop his powers of observation. He will send him out upon a street with which he is not familiar for a certain length of time, and then question him on his return to see how many things he has observed. He sends him to the show windows of great stores, to museums and other public places, to see how many of the objects he has seen the boy can recall and describe when he gets home. The father says that this practice develops in the boy a habit of seeing things instead of merely looking at them. When a new student went to the great naturalist, Professor Agassiz of Harvard, he would give him a fish and tell him to look it over for half an hour or an hour, and then describe to him what he saw. After the student thought he had told everything about the fish, the professor would say, "You have not really seen the fish yet. Look at it a while longer, and then tell me what you see." He would repeat this several times, until the student developed a capacity for observation. If we go through life like an interrogation point, holding an alert, inquiring mind toward everything, we can acquire great mental wealth, wisdom which is beyond all material riches. Ruskin's mind was enriched by the observation of birds, insects, beasts, trees, rivers, mountains, pictures of sunset and landscape, and by memories of the song of the lark and of the brook. His brain held thousands of pictures, of paintings, of architecture, of sculpture, a wealth of material which he reproduced as a joy for all time. Everything gave up its lesson, its secret, to his inquiring mind. The habit of absorbing information of all kinds from others is of untold value. A man is weak and ineffective in proportion as he secludes himself from his kind. There is a constant stream of power, a current of forces running to and fro between individuals who come in contact with one another, if they have inquiring minds. We are all giving and taking perpetually when we associate together. The achiever today must keep in touch with the society around him. He must put his finger on the pulse of the great busy world and feel its throbbing life. He must be a part of it, or there will be some lack in his life. A single talent which one can use effectively is worth more than 10 talents imprisoned by ignorance. Education means that knowledge has been assimilated and become a part of the person. It is the ability to express the power within one, to give out what one knows, that measures efficiency and achievement. Pent-up knowledge is useless. People who feel their lack of education and who can afford the outlay can make wonderful strides in a year by putting themselves under good tutors who will direct their reading and study along different lines. The danger of trying to educate oneself lies in desultory, disconnected, aimless studying, which does not give anything like the benefit to be derived from the pursuit of a definite program for self-improvement. A person who wishes to educate himself at home should get some competent, well-trained person to lay out a plan for him, which can only be effectively done when the advisor knows the vocation, the tastes, and the needs of the would-be student. Anyone who aspires to an education, whether in country or city, can find someone to at least guide his studies, some teacher, clergyman, lawyer, or other educated person in the community to help him. There is one special advantage in self-education. You can adapt your studies to your own particular needs better than you could in school or college. Everyone who reaches middle life without an education should first read and study along the line of his own vocation, and then broaden himself as much as possible by reading on other lines. One can take up, alone, many studies such as history, English literature, rhetoric, drawing, mathematics, and can also acquire by oneself, almost as effectively as with a teacher, a reading knowledge of foreign languages. The daily storing up of valuable information for use later in life, the reading of books that will inspire and stimulate to greater endeavor, the constant effort to try to improve oneself and one's condition in the world, are worth far more than a bank account to a youth. How many girls are there in this country who feel crippled by the fact that they have not been able to go to college, and yet they have the time and the material close at hand for obtaining a splendid education, but they waste their talents and opportunities in frivolous amusements and things which do not count in forceful character building. It is not such a very great undertaking to get all the essentials of a college course at home, or at least a fair substitute for it. Every hour in which one focuses his mind vigorously upon his studies at home may be as beneficial as the same time spent in college. Every well-ordered household ought to protect the time of those who desire to study at home. At a fixed hour every evening during the long winter, there should be by common consent a quiet period for mental concentration, for what is worth while in mental discipline, a quiet hour uninterrupted by time-thief callers. In thousands of homes where the members are devoted to each other, and should encouragement and help each other along, it is made almost impossible for anyone to take up reading, studying, or any exercise for self-improvement. Perhaps someone is thoughtless and keeps interrupting the others, so that they cannot concentrate their minds. Or those who have nothing in common with your aims or your earnest life drop in to spend an evening in idle chatter. They have no ideals outside of the bread and butter and amusement questions, and do not realize how they are hindering you. There is constant temptation to waste one's evenings, and it takes a stout ambition and a firm resolution to separate oneself from a jolly, fun-loving, and congenial family circle, or happy-hearted youthful callers, in order to try to rise above the common herd of unambitious persons who are content to slide along, totally ignorant of everything but the requirements of their particular vocations. A habit of forcing yourself to fix your mind steadfastly and systematically upon certain studies, even if only for periods of a few minutes at a time, is of itself of the greatest value. This habit helps one to utilize the odds and ends of time which are unavailable to most people, because they have never been trained to concentrate the mind at regular intervals. A good understanding of the possibilities that live in spare moments is a great success asset. The very reputation of always trying to improve yourself, of seizing every opportunity to fit yourself for something better, the reputation of being dead in earnest, determined to be somebody and to do something in the world, would be of untold assistance to you. People like to help those who are trying to help themselves. They will throw opportunities in their way. Such a reputation is the best kind of capital to start with. One trouble with people who are smarting under the consciousness of deficient education is that they do not realize the immense value of utilizing spare minutes. Like many boys who will not save their pennies and small change because they cannot see how a fortune could ever grow by the saving, they cannot see how a little studying here and there each day will ever amount to a good substitute for a college education. I know a young man who never even attended a high school, and yet educated himself so superbly that he has been offered a professorship in a college. Most of his knowledge was gained during his odds and ends of time, while working hard at his vocation. Spare time meant something to him. The correspondence schools deserve very great credit for inducing hundreds of thousands of people, including clerks, mill operatives, and employees of all kinds, to take their courses, and thus save for study the odds and ends of time which otherwise would probably be thrown away. We have heard of some most remarkable instances of rapid advancement which these correspondence school students have made by reason of the improvement in their education. Many students have reaped 1,000% on their educational investment. It has saved them years of drudgery and has shortened wonderfully the road to their goal. Wisdom will not open her doors to those who are not willing to pay the price in self-sacrifice, in hard work. Her jewels are too precious to scatter before the idle, the ambitionless. The very resolution to redeem yourself from ignorance at any cost is the first great step toward gaining an education. Charles Wagner once wrote to an American regarding his little boy, "May he know the price of the hours. God bless the rising boy who will do his best for never losing a bit of the precious and God-given time." There is untold wealth locked up in the long winter evenings and odd moments ahead of you. A great opportunity confronts you. What will you do with it? End of chapter 52. Education by Absorption. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 53 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 53. The Power of Suggestion. When plate glass windows first came into use, Rogers the poet took a severe cold by sitting with his back to what he supposed was an open window in a dining room, but which was really plate glass. All the time he was eating, he imagined he was taking cold, but he did not dare ask to have the window closed. We little realize how much suggestion has to do with health. In innumerable instances, people have been made seriously ill, sometimes fatally so, by others telling them how badly they looked, or suggesting that they had inherited some fatal disease. A prominent New York businessman recently told me of an experiment which the friends of a robust young man made upon him. It was arranged that, beginning in the morning, each one should tell him, when he came to work, that he was not looking well, and ask him what the trouble was. They were to say it in a way that would not arouse his suspicions, and note the result. At 1 o'clock, this vigorous young man had been so influenced by the suggestion that he quit work and went home, saying that he was sick. There have been many interesting experiments in the Paris hospitals upon patients in a hypnotic trance, wounds being inflicted by mental suggestion. While a cold poker was laid across their limbs, for example, the subjects were told that they were being seared with a red-hot iron, and immediately the flesh would have the appearance of being severely burned. I have known patients to collapse completely at the sight of surgical instruments in the operating room. I have heard them say that they could actually feel the cutting of the knife long before they took the anesthetic. Patients are often put to sleep by the injection into their arms of a weak solution of salt and water, which they are led to think is morphia. Every physician of large experience knows that he can relieve or produce pain simply by suggestion. Many a physician sends patients to some famous resort, not so much for the waters or the air, as for the miracle which the complete change of thought effects. Even quacks and charlatans are able, by stimulating the hope of those who are sick, to produce marvelous cures. The mental attitude of the nurse has much to do with the recovery of a sick person. If she holds the constant suggestion that the patient will recover, if she stoutly affirms it, it will be a wonderful rallying help to the forces which make for life. If, on the other hand, she holds the conviction that he is going to die, she will communicate her belief, and this will consequently depress the patient. We are under the influence of suggestion every moment of our waking lives. Everything we see, hear, feel is a suggestion which produces a result corresponding to its own nature. Its subtle power seems to reach and affect the very springs of life. The power of suggestion on expectant minds is often little less than miraculous. An invalid with a disappointed ambition, who thinks he has been robbed of his chances in life and who has suffered for years, becomes all wrought up over some new remedy which is advertised to do marvels. He is in such an expectant state of mind that he is willing to make almost any sacrifice to obtain the wonderful remedy, and when he receives it, he is in such a receptive mood that he responds quickly and thinks it is the medicine which has worked the magic. Faith in one's physician is a powerful curative suggestion. Many patients, especially those who are ignorant, believe that the physician holds the keys of life and death. They have such implicit confidence in him that what he tells them has a powerful influence upon them for good or ill. The possibilities of healing power in the affirmative suggestion that the patient is going to get well are tremendous. The coming physician will constantly reassure his patient verbally, often vehemently, that he is absolutely bound to recover. He will tell him that there is an omnipotent healing power within him, and that he gets a hint of this in the power which heals a wound, and which refreshes, renews, and recreates him during sleep. It is almost impossible for a patient to get well while people are constantly reminding him how ill he looks. His willpower, together with all his physical recuperative forces, could not counteract the effect of the reiteration of the sick suggestion. Many a sick room is made a chamber of horrors because of this depressing suggestion which pervades it. Instead of being filled with sunshine, good cheer, and encouragement, it is often darkened. God's beautiful sunshine shut out. Ventilation is poor. Everybody has a sad, anxious face. Medicine bottles and surgical apparatus are spread about. Everything is calculated to engender disease rather than to encourage health and inspire hope. Why, there is enough depressing suggestion in such a place to make a perfectly well person ill. What people need is encouragement, uplift, hope. Their natural resisting powers should be strengthened and developed. Instead of telling a friend in trouble, despair, or suffering that you feel very sorry for him, try to pull him out of his slough of despond to arouse the latent recuperative, restorative energies within him. Picture to him his God image, his better self, which, because it is a part of the great immortal principle, is never sick and never out of harmony, can never be discordant or suffer. Right suggestion would prevent a great majority of our divorces. Great infatuation for another has been overcome by suggestion in numerous instances. Many women have been thus cured of a foolish love for impossible men, as in the case of girls who have become completely infatuated with the husband of a friend. Fallen women have been entirely reclaimed, have been brought to see their better, finer, diviner selves through the power of suggestion. The suggestion which comes from a sweet, beautiful, charming character is contagious and sometimes revolutionizes a whole neighborhood. We all know how the suggestion of heroic deeds, great records, has aroused the ambitions and stirred the energies of others to do likewise. Many a life has turned upon a few moments' conversation, upon a little encouragement, upon the suggestion of an inspiring book. Many men who have made their impress upon history, who have left civilization a little higher, accomplished what they did largely because their ambition was aroused by suggestion. Some book or some individual gave them the first glimpse of their possibility and enabled them to feel for the first time a thrill of the power within them. The suggestion of inferiority is one of the most difficult to overcome. Who can ever estimate the damage to humanity and the lives wrecked through it? I know men whose whole careers have been practically ruined through the constant suggestion, while they were children, that they would never amount to anything. This suggestion of inferiority has made them so timid and shy and so uncertain of themselves that they have never been able to assert their individuality. I knew a college student whose rank in his class entitled him to the highest recognition, whose life was nearly ruined by suggestion. He overheard some of his classmates say that he had no more dignity than a goose, and always made a very poor appearance, that under no circumstances would they think of electing him as class orator, because he would make such an unfortunate impression upon an audience. He had unusual ability, but his extreme diffidence, timidity, shyness made him appear awkward and sometimes almost foolish, all of which he would undoubtedly have overgrown had he not overheard the criticism of his classmates. He thought it meant that he was mentally inferior, and this belief kept him back ever after. What a subtle power there is in the suggestion of the human voice! What emotions are aroused in us by its different modulations! How we laugh and cry, become indignant, revengeful, our feelings leaping from one extreme to the other, according to the passion-freighted or love-freighted words which reach our ear. How we sit spellbound, with bated breath, before the great orator who is playing upon the emotions of his audience, as a musician plays upon the strings of his harp, now bringing out tears, now smiles, now pathos, now indignation. The power of his word painting makes a wonderful impression. 1,000 listeners respond to whatever he suggests. The voice is a great betrayer of our feelings and emotions. It is tender when conveying love to our friends, cold, selfish, and without a particle of sympathy during business transactions when we are trying to get the best of a bargain. How we are attracted by a gentle voice and repulsed by one that is harsh. We all know how susceptible even dogs and horses are to the different modulations of the human voice. They know the tone of affection, they are reassured and respond to it, but they are stricken with fear and trembling at the profanity of the master's rage. some natures are powerfully affected by certain musical strains. They are immediately lifted out of the deepest depression and despondency into ecstasy. Nothing has touched them. They have just merely felt a sensation through the auditory nerve which aroused and awakened into activity certain brain cells and changed their whole mental attitude. Music has a decided influence upon the blood pressure in the arteries and upon the respiration. We all know how it soothes, refreshes, and rests us when jaded and worried. When its sweet harmonies fill the soul, all cares, worries, and anxieties fly away. George Eliot, in "The Mill on the Floss," gives voice to what some of us have often, doubtless, felt when under its magic spell. Certain strains of music, she says, affect me so strangely that I can never hear them without changing my whole attitude of mind for a time. And if the effect would last, I might be capable of heroism. Latimer, Ridley, and hundreds of others went to the stake actually rejoicing, the spectators wondering at the smile of ineffable peace which illumined their faces above the fierce glare of the flames, at the hymns of praise and thanksgiving heard amid the roar of crackling fagots. "No, we don't get sick," said an actor, "because we can't get sick." Patti and a few other stars could afford that luxury, but to the majority of us it is denied. It is a case of must with us. And although there have been times when, had I been at home or a private man, I could have taken to my bed with as good a right to be sick as anyone ever had, I have not done so, and have warned off the attack through sheer necessity. It's no fiction that will power is the best of tonics, and theatrical people understand that they must keep a good stock of it always on hand. A tightrope walker was so ill with lumbago that he could scarcely move, but when he was advertised to appear, he summoned all his willpower and traversed the rope several times with a wheelbarrow, according to the program. When through he doubled up and had to be carried to his bed as stiff as a frozen frog. Somewhere I have read a story of a poor fellow who went to hang himself, but finding by chance a pot of money, he flung away the rope and went hurriedly home. He who hid the gold, when he missed it, hanged himself with the rope which the other man had left. Success is a great tonic, and failure a great depressant. The successful attainment of what the heart longs for, as a rule, improves health and happiness. Generally, we not only find our treasure where our heart is, but our health also. Who has not noticed men of indifferent health, perhaps even invalids, and men who lacked energy and determination, suddenly become roused to a realization of unthought of powers and unexpected health upon attaining some signal success? The same is sometimes true of persons in poor health, who have suddenly been thrown into responsible positions by death of parents or relatives, or who, upon sudden loss of property, have been forced to do what they had thought impossible before. And education is a health tonic. Delicate boys and girls, whom parents and friends thought entirely too slender to bear the strain, often improve in health, in school and college. Other things equal, intelligent, cultured, educated people enjoy the best health. There is, for the same reason, a very intimate relation between health and morals. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Intemperance, violation of chastity, and vice of all kinds are discordant notes in the human economy which tend to destroy the great harmony of life. The body is but a servant of the mind. A well-balanced, cultured, and well-disciplined intellect reacts very powerfully upon the physique and tends to bring it into harmony with itself. On the other hand, a weak, vacillating, one-sided, unsteady, and ignorant mind will ultimately bring the body into sympathy with it. Every pure and uplifting thought, every noble aspiration for the good and the true, every longing of the heart for a higher and better life, every lofty purpose and unselfish endeavor reacts upon the body, makes it stronger, more harmonious, and more beautiful. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The body is molded and fashioned by the thought. If a young woman were to try to make herself beautiful, she would not begin by contemplating ugliness, or dwelling upon the monstrosities of vice, for their hideous images would be reproduced in her own face and manners. Nor would she try to make herself graceful by practicing awkwardness. We can never gain health by contemplating disease, any more than we can reach perfection by dwelling upon imperfection, or harmony through discord. We should keep a high ideal of health and harmony constantly before the mind, and we should fight every discordant thought and every enemy of harmony as we would fight a temptation to crime. Never affirm or repeat about your health what you do not wish to be true. Do not dwell upon your ailments, nor study your symptoms. Never allow yourself to think that you are not complete master of yourself. Stoutly affirm your own superiority over bodily ills, and do not acknowledge yourself the slave of an inferior power. The mind has undoubted power to preserve and sustain physical youth and beauty, to keep the body strong and healthy, to renew life, and to preserve it from decay, many years longer than it does now. The longest lived men and women have, as a rule, been those who have attained great mental and moral development. They have lived in the upper region of a higher life, beyond the reach of much of the jar, the friction, and the discords which weaken and shatter most lives. Many nervous diseases have been cured by music, while others have been greatly retarded in their development by it. Anything which keeps the mind off our troubles tends to restore harmony throughout the body. It is a great thing to form a habit, acquire a reputation, of always talking up and never down, of seeing good things and never bad, of encouraging and never discouraging, and of always being optimistic about everything. Send forth loving, stainless, and happy thoughts, and blessings will flow into your hands. Send forth hateful, impure, and unhappy thoughts, and curses will rain down upon you, and fear and unrest will wait upon your pillow. There is no one principle that is abused today in the business world more than the law of suggestion. Everywhere in this country we see the pathetic victims of those who make a business of overpowering and controlling weaker minds. Thus is suggestion carried even to the point of hypnotism, as is illustrated by unscrupulous salesmen and promoters. If a person steals the property of another, he is imprisoned. But if he hypnotizes his victim by projecting his own strong, trained thought into the innocent, untrained, unsuspecting victim's mind, overcomes his objections, and induces him voluntarily to buy the thing he does not want and cannot afford to buy, perhaps impoverishing him for years, so that he and his family suffer for the necessities of life, no law can stop him. It would be better and should be considered less criminal for a man to go into a home and steal articles of value than to overpower the minds of the heads of poor families and hypnotize them into signing contracts for what they have really no right and are not able to buy. Solicitors often command big salaries because of their wonderful personal magnetism and great powers of persuasion. The time will come when many of these marvelous persuaders, with long heads cunningly trained, traveling about the country, hypnotizing their subjects and robbing them of their hard-earned money, will be regarded as criminals. On the other hand, suggestion is used for practical good in business life. It is now a common practice in many concerns to put in the hands of their employees inspiring books and to republish in pamphlet form special articles from magazines and periodicals which are calculated to stir the employees to new endeavor, to arouse them to greater action, and make them more ambitious to do bigger things. Schools of salesmanship are using very extensively the psychology of business and are giving all sorts of illustrations which will spur men to greater efficiency. The up-to-date merchant shows his knowledge of the power of suggestion for customers by his fascinating show windows and display of merchandise. The restaurant keeper knows the power of suggestion of delicious viands upon the appetite, and we often see tempting dishes and articles of food displayed in the window or in the restaurant, where the eye will carry the magic suggestion to the brain. A person who has been reared in luxury and refinement would be so affected by the suggestion of uncleanliness and disorderliness in a cheap Bowery eating place that he would lose the keenest appetite. If, however, the same food, cooked in the same way, could be transferred to one of the luxurious Broadway restaurants and served upon delicate china and spotless linen with entrancing music, the entire condition would be reversed. The new suggestion would completely reverse the mental and physical conditions. The suggestion of the ugly suspicions of a whole nation so overpowered Dreyfus during his trial that it completely neutralized his individuality, overbalanced his consciousness of innocence. His whole manner was that of a guilty person, so that many of his friends actually believed him guilty. After the verdict, in the presence of a vast throng which had gathered to see him publicly disgraced, when his buttons and other insignia of office were torn from his uniform, his sword taken from him and broken, and the people were hissing, jeering, and hurling all sorts of anathemas at him, no criminal could have exhibited more evidence of guilt. The radiations of the guilty suggestions from millions of people completely overpowered his own mentality, his individuality, and, although he was absolutely innocent, his appearance and manner gave every evidence of the treason he was accused of. There is no suggestion so fatal, so insinuating as that of impurity. Vast multitudes of people have fallen victims to this vicious, subtle, fatal poison. Who can depict the tragedies which have been caused by immoral, impure suggestions conveyed to minds which were absolutely pure, which have never before felt the taint of contamination? The subtle poisoning infused through the system makes the entrance of the succeeding vicious suggestions easier and easier, until finally the whole moral system becomes saturated with the poison. There is a wonderful illustration of the power of suggestion in the experience of what are called the stigmatists. These nuns, who for years concentrated all of their efforts in trying to live the life that Christ did, to enter into all of his sufferings, so completely concentrated all of their energies upon the Christ suffering, and so vividly pictured the wounds in their imaginations, that their thought really changed the chemical and physical structure of the tissues, and they actually reproduced the nail marks in the hands and feet and the spear wound as in the side of the crucified Christ. These nuns devoted their lives to this reproduction of the physical evidences of the crucifixion. The fixing of the mind for a long period of time upon the wounds of the hands, feet, and the side was so vivid, so concentrated, that the picture was made real in their own flesh. In addition to the mental picturing, they kept constantly before them the physical picture of the crucified Christ, which made their mental picture all the more vivid and concentrated. The religious ecstasy was so intense that they could actually see Christ being crucified, and this mental attitude was outpictured in the flesh. End of chapter 53. The Power of Suggestion. Reading by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 54 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 54. The Curse of Worry. This monster dogs us from the cradle to the grave. There is no occasion so sacred, but it is there. Unbidden, it comes to the wedding and the funeral alike. It is at every reception, every banquet. It occupies a seat at every table. No human intellect can estimate the unutterable havoc and ruin wrought by worry. It has ever forced genius to do the work of mediocrity. It has caused more failures, more broken hearts, more blasted hopes than any other one cause since the dawn of the world. Did you ever hear of any good coming to any human being from worry? Did it ever help anybody to better his condition? Does it not always, everywhere, do just the opposite by impairing the health, exhausting the vitality, lessening efficiency? What have not men done under the pressure of worry? They have plunged into all sorts of vice, have become drunkards, drug fiends, have sold their very souls in their efforts to escape this monster. Think of the homes which it has broken up, the ambitions it has ruined, the hopes and prospects it has blighted. Think of the suicide victims of this demon. If there is any devil in existence, is it not worry, with all its attendant progeny of evils? Yet, in spite of all the tragic evils that follow in its wake, a visitor from another world would get the impression that worry is one of our dearest, most helpful friends. So closely do we hug it to ourselves, and so loath are we to part from it. Is it not unaccountable that people who know perfectly well that success and happiness both depend on keeping themselves in condition to get the most possible out of their energies, should harbor in their minds the enemy of this very success and happiness? Is it not strange that they should form this habit of anticipating evils that will probably never come, when they know that anxiety and fretting will not only rob them of peace of mind and strength and ability to do their work, but also of precious years of life? No man can utilize his normal power who dissipates his nervous energy in useless anxiety. Nothing will sap one's vitality and blight one's ambition or detract from one's real power in the world more than the worrying habit. Work kills no one, but worry has killed vast multitudes. It is not the doing things which injures us so much as the dreading to do them, not only performing them mentally over and over again, but anticipating something disagreeable in their performance. Many of us approach an unpleasant task in much the same condition as a runner who begins his start such a long distance away that by the time he reaches his objective point, the ditch or the stream which is to test his agility, he is too exhausted to jump across. Worry not only saps the vitality and wastes energy, but it also seriously affects the quality of one's work. It cuts down ability. A man cannot get the highest quality of efficiency into his work when his mind is troubled. The mental faculties must have perfect freedom before they will give out their best. A troubled brain cannot think clearly, vigorously, and logically. The attention cannot be concentrated with anything like the same force when the brain cells are poisoned with anxiety as when they are fed by pure blood and are clean and unclouded. The blood of chronic worriers is vitiated with poisonous chemical substances and broken down tissues, according to Professor Elmer Gates and other noted scientists, who have shown that the passions and the harmful emotions cause actual chemical changes in the secretions and generate poisonous substances in the body which are fatal to healthy growth and action. One of the worst forms of worry is the brooding over failure. It blights the ambition, deadens the purpose, and defeats the very object the worrier has in view. Some people have the unfortunate habit of brooding over their past lives, castigating themselves for their shortcomings and mistakes until their whole vision is turned backward instead of forward, and they see everything in a distorted light because they are looking only on the shadow side. The longer the unfortunate picture which has caused trouble remains in the mind, the more thoroughly it becomes embedded there, and the more difficult it is to remove it. Are we not convinced that a power beyond our control runs the universe, that every moment of worry detracts from our success capital and makes our failure more probable, that every bit of anxiety and fretfulness leaves its mark on the body, interrupts the harmony of our physical and mental well-being, and cripples efficiency, and that this condition is at war with our highest endeavor? Is it not strange that people will persist in allowing little worries, petty vexations, and unnecessary frictions to grind life away at such a fearful rate that old age stares them in the face in middle life? Look at the women who are shriveled and shrunken and aged at 30, not because of the hard work they have done, or the real troubles they have had, but because of habitual fretting, which has helped nobody, but has brought discord and unhappiness to their homes. Somewhere I read of a worrying woman who made a list of possible unfortunate events and happenings which she felt sure would come to pass and be disastrous to her happiness and welfare. The list was lost, and to her amazement, when she recovered it a long time afterwards, she found that not a single unfortunate prediction in the whole catalogue of disasters had been realized. Is not this a good suggestion for worriers? Write down everything which you think is going to turn out badly, and then Put the list aside. You will be surprised to see what a small percentage of the doleful things ever come to pass. It is a pitiable thing to see vigorous men and women who have inherited godlike qualities and who bear the impress of divinity, wearing anxious faces and filled with all sorts of fear and uncertainty, worrying about yesterday, today, tomorrow, everything imaginable. Fear runs like a baleful thread through the whole web of life from beginning to end, says Dr. Holcomb. We are born into the atmosphere of fear and dread, and the mother who bore us had lived in the same atmosphere for weeks and months before we were born. We are afraid of our parents, afraid of our teachers, afraid of our playmates, afraid of ghosts, afraid of rules and regulations and punishments, afraid of the doctor, the dentist, the surgeon. Our adult life is a state of chronic anxiety, which is fear in a milder form. We are afraid of failure in business, afraid of disappointments and mistakes, afraid of enemies, open or concealed, afraid of poverty, afraid of public opinion, afraid of accidents, of sickness, of death, and unhappiness after death. Man is like a haunted animal from the cradle to the grave, the victim of real or imaginary fears, not only his own, but those reflected upon him from the superstitions, self-deceptions, sensory illusions, false beliefs, and concrete errors of the whole human race, past and present. Most of us are foolish children, afraid of our shadows, so handicapped in 1,000 ways that we cannot get efficiency into our life work. A man who is filled with fear is not a real man. He is a puppet, a mannequin, an apology of a man. Quit fearing things that may never happen, just as you would quit any bad practice which has caused you suffering. Fill your mind with courage, hope, and confidence. Do not wait until fear thoughts become entrenched in your mind and your imagination. Do not dwell upon them. Apply the antidote instantly, and the enemies will flee. There is no fear so great or entrenched so deeply in the mind that it cannot be neutralized or entirely eradicated by its opposite. The opposite suggestion will kill it. Once, Dr. Chalmers was riding on a stagecoach beside the driver, and he noticed that John kept hitting the off leader a severe crack with his whip. When he asked him why he did this, John answered, "Away yonder there is a white stone. That off leader is afraid of that white stone. So by the crack of his whip and the pain in his legs, I want to get his mind off from it." Dr. Chalmers went home, elaborated the idea, and wrote, "The expulsive power of a new affection. You must drive out fear by putting a new idea into the mind. Fear, in any of its expressions, like worry or anxiety, cannot live an instant in your mind in the presence of the opposite thought, the image of courage, fearlessness, confidence, hope, self-assurance, self-reliance. Fear is a consciousness of weakness. It is only when you doubt your ability to cope with the thing you dread that fear is possible. Fear of disease, even, comes from a consciousness that you will not be able to successfully combat it. During an epidemic of a dreaded contagious disease, people who are especially susceptible and full of fear become panic-stricken through the cumulative effect of hearing the subject talked about and discussed on every hand, and the vivid pictures which come from reading the newspapers. Their minds, as in the case of yellow fever, become full of images of the disease, of its symptoms, black vomit, delirium, and of death, mourning, and funerals. If you never accomplish anything else in life, get rid of worry. There are no greater enemies of harmony than little anxieties and petty cares. Do not flies aggravate a nervous horse more than his work? Do not little naggings, constantly touching him with the whip or jerking at the reins, fret and worry him much more than the labor of drawing the carriage? It is the little pinpricks, the petty annoyances of our everyday life, that mar our comfort and happiness, and rob us of more strength than the great troubles which we nerve ourselves to meet. It is the perpetual scolding and fault finding of an irritable man or woman which ruins the entire peace and happiness of many a home. The most deplorable waste of energy in human life is caused by the fatal habit of anticipating evil, of fearing what the future has in store for us, and under no circumstance can the fear or worry be justified by the situation, for it is always an imaginary one, utterly groundless and without foundation. What we fear is invariably something that has not yet happened. It does not exist, hence is not a reality. If you are actually suffering from a disease you have feared, then fear only aggravates every painful feature of your illness and makes its fatal issue more probable. The fear habit shortens life, for it impairs all the physiological processes. Its power is shown by the fact that it actually changes the chemical composition of the secretions of the body. Fear victims not only age prematurely, but they also die prematurely. All work done when one is suffering from a sense of fear or foreboding has little efficiency. Fear strangles originality, daring, boldness. It kills individuality and weakens all the mental processes. Great things are never done under a sense of fear of some impending danger. Fear always indicates weakness, the presence of cowardice. What a slaughterer of years, what a sacrificer of happiness and ambitions. What a miner of careers this monster has been. The Bible says, "A broken spirit drieth the bones." It is well known that mental depression, melancholy, will check very materially the glandular secretions of the body and literally dry up the tissues. Fear depresses normal mental action and renders one incapable of acting wisely in an emergency, for no one can think clearly and act wisely when paralyzed by fear. When a man becomes melancholy and discouraged about his affairs, when he is filled with fear that he is going to fail, and is haunted by the specter of poverty and a suffering family, before he realizes it, he attracts the very thing he dreads, and the prosperity is crushed out of his business. But he is a mental failure first. If, instead of giving up to his fear, a man would persist in keeping prosperity in his mind, assume a hopeful, optimistic attitude, and would conduct his business in a systematic, economical, far-sighted manner, actual failure would be comparatively rare. But when a man becomes discouraged, when he loses heart and grip, and becomes panic-stricken and a victim of worry, he is not in a position to make the effort which is absolutely necessary to bring victory. And there is a shrinkage all along the line. There is not a single redeeming feature about worry or any of its numerous progeny. It is always, everywhere, an unmitigated curse. Although there is no reality in fear, no truth behind it, yet everywhere we see people who are slaves to this monster of the imagination. End of chapter 54, The Curse of Worry. This recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 55 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 55. Take a pleasant thought to bed with you. Shut off your mental steam when you quit work. Lock up your business when you lock up your office or factory at night. Don't drag it into your home to mar your evening or to distress your sleep. You cannot afford to allow the enemies of your peace and happiness to etch their black pictures deeper and deeper into your consciousness. Many people lie down to sleep as the camels lie down in the desert, with their packs still on their backs. They do not seem to know how to lay down their burdens, and their minds go on working a large part of the night. If you are inclined to worry during the night, to keep your mental faculties on the strain, taut, it would be a good plan for you to have a bow in your bedroom and unstring it every night as a reminder that you should also unstring your mind, so that it will not lose its springing power. The Indian knows enough to unstring his bow just as soon as he uses it, so that it will not lose its resilience. If a man who works hard all day uses his brain a large part of the night, doing his work over and over again, he gets up in the morning weary, jaded. Instead of having a clear, vigorous brain capable of powerfully focusing his mind, he approaches his work with all his standards down, and with about as much chance of winning as a racehorse who has been driven all night before a contest would have. Not even a man with the will of a Napoleon could win out under such conditions. It is of the utmost importance to stop the grinding, rasping process in the brain at night, and to keep from wearing life away and wasting one's precious vitality. Many people become slaves to night worry. They get into a chronic habit of thinking after they retire, especially of contemplating their troubles and trials, and it is a very difficult habit to break. It is fundamental to sound health to make it a rule never to discuss business troubles and things that vex and irritate one at night, especially just before retiring, for whatever is dominant in the mind when one falls asleep continues its influence on the nervous structure long into the night. Some people age more at night than during the daytime, when it would appear, if they must worry at all, the reverse ought to be true. When hard at work during the day, they do not have much time to think of their ailments, their business troubles, their misfortunes. But when they retire, the whole brood of troubling thoughts and worry ghosts fill the mind with horrors. They grow older instead of younger, as they would under the influence of sound, refreshing sleep. Mental discord saps vitality, lessens courage, shortens life. It does not pay to indulge in violent temper, corroding thoughts, mental discord in any form. Life is too short, too precious, to spend any part of it in such unprofitable, soul-racking, health-destroying business. The imagination is particularly active at night, and all unpleasant, disagreeable things seem a great deal worse then than in the day, because in the silence and darkness, imagination magnifies everything. We have all dreamed of the evening's experience after we went to sleep. Perhaps it is the refrain of a song or the intense situation in a play which we live over again. This shows how powerful impressions are, how important it is never to retire to rest in a fit of temper, or in an ugly, unpleasant mood. We should get ourselves into mental harmony, should become serene and quiet before retiring, and, if possible, lie down smiling, no matter how long it may take to secure this condition. Never retire with a frown on your brow, with a perplexed, troubled, vexed expression. Smooth out the wrinkles, drive away all the enemies of your peace of mind, and never allow yourself to go to bed with critical, cruel, jealous thoughts toward anyone. It is bad enough to feel inimical towards others when under severe provocation or in a hot temper, but you certainly cannot afford deliberately to continue this state of mind after the provocation has ceased. The wear and tear upon your nervous system and your health takes too much out of you. Be at peace with all the world at least once every 24 hours. You cannot afford to allow the enemies of your happiness and your manhood or womanhood to etch their miserable images deeper and deeper into your life and character as you sleep. Many of us with crotchety, sour dispositions and quick tempers sometimes have very hard work to be decent in our treatment of others. But we can, at least when we are alone and away from the people who nettle and antagonize us, forget injuries, quit harboring unpleasant thoughts and hard feelings toward others. It is a great thing to form a habit of forgetting and forgiving before going to sleep, of clearing the mind of all happiness and success enemies. If we have been impulsive, foolish, or wicked during the day in our treatment of others, if we have been holding a vicious, ugly, revengeful, jealous attitude toward others, it is a good time to wipe off the slate and start anew. It is a blessed thing to put into practice St. Paul's exhortation to the Ephesians, "Let not the sun go down upon your wrath." If you wish to wake up feeling refreshed and renewed, you simply must retire in a happy, forgiving, cheerful mood. If you go to sleep in an ugly mood, or while worrying or depressed, you will wake up tired, exhausted, and with no elasticity or spring in your brain or buoyancy in your spirits, for the blood, poisoned by worry, by discordant mood, is incapable of refreshing the brain. If you have a grudge against another, forget it, wipe it out, erase it completely, and substitute a charitable love thought, a kindly, generous thought, before you fall asleep. If you make a habit of clearing the mind every night of its enemies, of driving them all out before you go to sleep, your slumber will be undisturbed by hideous dreams, and you will arise refreshed, renewed. Clean your mental house before retiring. Throw out everything that causes you pain, everything that is disagreeable, undesirable, all unkind thoughts of anger, hatred, jealousy, all selfish, uncharitable thoughts. Do not allow them to print their black, hideous pictures upon your mind. And when you have let go of all the rubbish you have swept and dusted and garnished your mind, fill it full of the pleasantest, sweetest, happiest, most helpful, encouraging, uplifting thought pictures possible. An evening happiness bath ought to be the custom in every home. A bath of love and goodwill toward every living creature is more important than a water bath. We should fall asleep in the most cheerful, the happiest possible frame of mind. Our minds should be filled with lofty thoughts, with thoughts of love and of helpfulness, thoughts which will continue to create that which is helpful and uplifting, which will renew the soul and help us to awake in the morning refreshed and in superb condition for the day's work. If you have any difficulty in banishing unpleasant or torturing thoughts, force yourself to read some good inspiring book, something that will smooth out your wrinkles and put you in a happy mood, something that will make you see the real grandeur and beauty of life, something that will make you feel ashamed of petty meanness and narrow, uncharitable thoughts. After a little practice, you will be surprised to see how quickly and completely you can change your whole mental attitude so that you will face life the right way before you fall asleep. You will be surprised also to find how wonderfully serene, calm, refreshed, and rejuvenated you will be when you wake in the morning, and how much easier it will be to start right and wear a smile that won't come off during the day than it was when you went to bed in an ill-humored, worrying, or ugly mood, or full of ungenerous, uncharitable thoughts. Unless you tune your mind to a harmony for sleep, there will be a constant strain upon the nervous system. Even if you do manage to go to sleep with a troubled mind, the brain keeps on working, and you will wake up exhausted. We should take special pains to erase the memory of all unfortunate experiences of the day, all domestic business or professional troubles and anxieties, in order to retire in a placid, peaceful, harmonious state of mind, not only because of the necessity of rising refreshed and invigorated in the morning, but because the character and the disposition are affected by the condition of the mind upon falling asleep. Mental discords not only prevent sound sleep, but also leave in the blood poisonous waste from the chemical changes which in turn dulls and impairs the brain action. Many businessmen suffer so much torture at night that some of them actually dread to retire because of the long, tedious, wakeful hours. Financial troubles are particularly exaggerated at night, and even many optimists suffer more or less from pessimism then. Businessmen ought to know how to turn off brain power when they are not using it. They would not think of leaving or closing their factories at night without turning off the machinery power. Why should they then attempt to go to sleep without turning off their mental power? It is infinitely important to one's health to turn off mental power when not actually using it to produce something. When you get through your regular day's work, why allow your precious energy to dribble away in little worries? Why carry your business home, take it to bed with you, and waste your life forces in ineffective thinking? Why permit a great leakage of mental energy and a waste of life force? You must learn to shut off mental steam when you quit work. Many men use up almost as much mental energy in the evening and in a restless night as during their actual work in the day. Refresh, renew, rejuvenate yourself by play and pleasant recreation. Play as hard as you work. Have a jolly good time, and then you will get that refreshing, invigorating sleep which gives an overplus of energy, a buoyancy of spirit which will make you eager to plunge into the next day's work. No matter how tired or busy you are, or how late you retire, make it a rule never to go to sleep without erasing every unfortunate impression, every disagreeable experience, every unkind thought, every particle of envy, jealousy, and selfishness from the mind. Just imagine that the words harmony, good cheer, and goodwill to every living creature are written all over your sleeping room in letters of light. People who have learned the art of putting themselves into harmony with all the world before they retire of never harboring a thought of jealousy, hatred, envy, revenge, or ill will of any kind against any human being, get a great deal more out of sleep, and retain their youth much longer and are much more efficient than those who have the habit of reviewing their disagreeable experiences and thinking about all their troubles and trials in the night. Make it a rule to put the mind into harmony and a good-will attitude when retiring, and you will be surprised to see how much fresher, younger, stronger, and more normal you will become. I know people whose lives have been completely revolutionized by this experiment of putting themselves in tune before going to sleep. Formerly, they were in the habit of retiring in a bad mood, tired, discouraged over anticipated evils and all sorts of worries and anxieties. They would worry over the bad things in their business, the unfortunate conditions in their affairs, and their mistakes, and would discuss their misfortunes at night with their wives. The result was that their minds were in an upset condition when they fell asleep, and these melancholy, black, ugly pictures, so exaggerated in awful vividness in the stillness, became etched deeper and deeper into their minds, and they awoke in the morning weary and exhausted, instead of feeling, as everyone should, like a newly made creature with fresh ambition and invigorated determination. Form the habit of making a call upon the great within of you before retiring. Leave the message of uplift, of self-betterment, self-enlargement, which you yearn for and long to realize but do not know how to bring about. Registering this call, this demand for something higher and nobler in your subconsciousness, putting it right up to yourself, will work like a lever during the night, and after a while all the building forces within you will help to unite in furthering your aim, in helping you to realize your vision. There are marvelous possibilities for health building, success building, happiness building, in the preparation of the mind before going to sleep, by impressing, declaring, picturing as vividly as possible our ideals of ourselves, what we would like to become, and what we long to accomplish. You will be surprised to see how quickly that wonderful force in your subjective self will begin to shape the pattern, to copy the model which you thus give it. In these great interior, creative, restorative forces lies the great secret of life. Blessed is he who findeth it. End of chapter 55. Take a pleasant thought to bed with you. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 56 of Pushing to the Front. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 56. The Conquest of Poverty. No one can become prosperous while he really expects, or half expects, to remain poor. We tend to get what we expect, and to expect nothing is to get nothing. When every step you take is on the road to failure, how can you hope to arrive at the success goal? Prosperity begins in the mind, and is impossible while the mental attitude is hostile to it. It is fatal to work for one thing and to expect something else, because everything must be created mentally first, and is bound to follow its mental pattern. Most people do not face life in the right way. They neutralize a large part of their effort because their mental attitude does not correspond with their endeavor, so that while working for one thing, they are really expecting something else. They discourage, drive away the very thing they are pursuing by holding the wrong mental attitude towards it. They do not approach their work with that assurance of victory which attracts, which forces results, that determination and confidence which knows no defeat. To be ambitious for wealth, and yet always expecting to be poor, to be always doubting your ability to get what you long for, is like trying to reach east by traveling west. There is no philosophy which will help a man to succeed when he is always doubting his ability to do so, and thus attracting failure. The man who would succeed must think success, must think upward. He must think progressively, creatively, constructively, inventively, and above all, optimistically. You will go in the direction in which you face. If you look towards poverty, towards lack, you will go that way. If, on the other hand, you turn squarely around and refuse to have anything to do with poverty, to think it, live it, or recognize it, you will then begin to make progress towards the goal of plenty. As long as you radiate doubt and discouragement, you will be a failure. If you want to get away from poverty, you must keep your mind in a productive, creative condition. In order to do this, you must think confident, cheerful, creative thoughts. The model must precede the statue. You must see a new world before you can live in it. If the men who are down in the world, who are sidetracked, who believe that their opportunity has gone forever, that they can never get on their feet again, only knew the power of reversal of their thought, they could easily get a new start. If you would attract good fortune, you must get rid of doubt. As long as that stands between you and your ambition, it will be a bar that will cut you off. You must have faith. No man can make a fortune while he is convinced that he can't. The "I can't" philosophy has wrecked more careers than almost anything else. Confidence is the magic key that unlocks the door of supply. I never knew a man to be successful who was always talking about business being bad. The habit of looking down, talking down, is fatal to advancement. The Creator has bidden every man to look up, not down. He made him to climb, not to grovel. There is no providence which keeps a man in poverty or in painful or distressing circumstances. The Creator never put vast multitudes of people on this earth to scramble for a limited supply, as though He were not able to furnish enough for all. There is nothing in this world which men desire and struggle for, and that is good for them, of which there is not enough for everybody. Take the thing we need most, food. We have not begun to scratch the possibilities of the food supply in America. The state of Texas could supply food, home, and luxuries to every man, woman, and child on this continent. As for clothing, there is material enough in the country to clothe all its inhabitants in purple and fine linen. We have not begun yet to touch the possibilities of our clothing and dress supply. The same is true of all of the other necessities and luxuries. We are still on the outer surface of abundance, a surface covering kingly supplies for every individual on the globe. When the whale ships in New Bedford Harbor and other ports were rotting in idleness because the whale was becoming extinct, Americans became alarmed lest we should dwell in darkness. But the oil wells came to our rescue with abundant supply. And then, when we began to doubt that this source would last, science gave us the electric light. There is building material enough to give every person on the globe a mansion finer than any that a Vanderbilt or Rothschild possesses. It was intended that we should all be rich and happy, that we should have an abundance of all the good things the heart can crave. We should live in the realization that there is an abundance of power where our present power comes from, and that we can draw upon this great source for as much as we can use. There is something wrong when the children of the King of Kings go about like sheep hounded by a pack of wolves. There is something wrong when those who have inherited infinite supply are worrying about their daily bread, are dogged by fear and anxiety so that they cannot take any peace, that their lives are one battle with want, that they are always under the harrow of worry, always anxious. There is something wrong when people are so worried and absorbed in making a living that they cannot make a life. We were meant for happiness, to express joy and gladness, to be prosperous. The trouble with us is that we do not trust the law of infinite supply, but close our natures so that abundance cannot flow to us. In other words, we do not obey the law of attraction. We keep our minds so pinched and our faith in ourselves so small, so narrow, that we strangle the inflow of supply. Abundance follows a law as strict as that of mathematics. If we obey it, we get the flow. If we strangle it, we cut it off. The trouble is not in the supply. There is abundance awaiting everyone on the globe. Prosperity begins in the mind, and is impossible with a mental attitude which is hostile to it. We cannot attract opulence mentally by a poverty-stricken attitude which is driving away what we long for. It is fatal to work for one thing and to expect something else, no matter how much one may long for prosperity. A miserable, poverty-stricken mental attitude will close all the avenues to it. The weaving of the web is bound to follow the pattern. Opulence and prosperity cannot come in through poverty thought and failure thought channels. They must be created mentally first. We must think prosperity before we can come to it. How many take it for granted that there are plenty of good things in this world for others? Comforts, luxuries, fine houses, good clothes, opportunity for travel, leisure, but not for them. They settle down into the conviction that these things do not belong to them, but are for those in a very different class. But why are you in a different class? Simply because you think yourself into another class? Think yourself into inferiority because you place limits for yourself. You put up bars between yourself and plenty. You cut off abundance, make the law of supply inoperative for you by shutting your mind to it. And by what law can you expect to get what you believe you cannot get? By what philosophy can you obtain the good things of the world when you are thoroughly convinced that they are not for you? One of the greatest curses of the world is the belief in the necessity of poverty. Most people have a strong conviction that some must necessarily be poor, that they were made to be poor. But there was no poverty, no want, no lack in the Creator's plan for man. There need not be a poor person on the planet. The earth is full of resources which we have scarcely yet touched. We have been poor in the very midst of abundance, simply because of our own blighting, limiting thought. We are discovering that thoughts are things, that they are incorporated into the life and form part of the character. And if we harbor the fear thought, the lack thought, if we are afraid of poverty, of coming to want, this poverty thought, fear thought, incorporates itself in the very life texture and makes us the magnet to attract more poverty like itself. It was not intended that we should have such a hard time getting a living, that we should just manage to squeeze along, to get together a few comforts, to spend about all of our time making a living instead of making a life. The life abundant, full, free, beautiful, was intended for us. Let us put up a new image a new ideal of plenty, of abundance. Have we not worshipped the god of poverty, of lack, of want, about long enough? Let us hold the thought that God is our great supply, that if we can keep in tune, in close touch with Him, so that we can feel our at oneness with Him, the great source of all supply, abundance, will flow to us, and we shall never again know want. There is nothing which the human race lacks so much as unquestioned, implicit confidence in the divine source of all supply. We ought to stand in the same relation to the infinite source as the child does to its parents. The child does not say, "I do not dare eat this food for fear that I may not get any more." It takes everything with absolute confidence and assurance that all its needs will be supplied, that there is plenty more where these things came from. We do not have half good enough opinions of our possibilities. Do not expect half enough of ourselves. We do not demand half enough. Hence the meagerness, the stinginess of what we actually get. We do not demand the abundance which belongs to us. Hence the leanness, the lack of fullness, the incompleteness of our lives. We do not demand royally enough. We are contented with too little of the things worth while. It was intended that we should live the abundant life, that we should have plenty of everything that is good for us. No one was meant to live in poverty and wretchedness. The lack of anything that is desirable is not natural to the constitution of any human being. Erase all the shadows, all the doubts and fears, and the suggestions of poverty and failure from your mind. When you have become master of your thought, when you have once learned to dominate your mind, you will find that things will begin to come your way. Discouragement, fear, doubt, lack of self-confidence are the germs which have killed the prosperity and happiness of tens of thousands of people. Every man must play the part of his ambition. If you are trying to be a successful man, you must play the part. If you are trying to demonstrate opulence, you must play it, not weakly, but vigorously, grandly. You must feel opulent. You must think opulence. You must appear opulent. Your bearing must be filled with confidence. You must give the impression of your own assurance, that you are large enough to play your part and to play it superbly. Suppose the greatest actor living were to have a play written for him, in which the leading part was to represent a man in the process of making a fortune, a great, vigorous, progressive character who conquered by his very presence. Suppose this actor, in playing the part, were to dress like an unprosperous man, walk on the stage in a stooping, slouchy, slipshod manner, as though he had no ambition, no energy or life, as though he had no real faith that he could ever make money or be a success in business. Suppose he went around the stage with an apologetic, shrinking, skulking manner, as much as to say, "Now I do not believe that I can ever do this thing that I have attempted. It is too big for me. Other people have done it, but I never thought that I should ever be rich or prosperous. Somehow good things do not seem to be meant for me. I am just an ordinary man. I haven't had much experience and I haven't much confidence in myself. And it seems presumptuous for me to think I am ever going to be rich or have much influence in the world." What kind of an impression would he make upon the audience? Would he give confidence? Would he radiate power or forcefulness? Would he make people think that that kind of a weakling could create a fortune, could manipulate conditions which would produce money? Would not everybody say that the man was a failure? Would they not laugh at the idea of his conquering anything? Poverty itself is not so bad as the poverty thought. It is the conviction that we are poor and must remain so that is fatal. It is the attitude of mind that is destructive, the facing toward poverty and feeling so reconciled to it that one does not turn about face and struggle to get away from it with a determination which knows no retreat. If we can conquer inward poverty, we can soon conquer poverty of outward things, for when we change the mental attitude, the physical changes to correspond. Holding the poverty thought keeps us in touch with poverty-stricken, poverty-producing conditions, and the constant thinking of poverty, talking poverty, living poverty, makes us mentally poor. This is the worst kind of poverty. We cannot travel toward prosperity until the mental attitude faces prosperity. As long as we look toward despair, we shall never arrive at the harbor of delight. The man who persists in holding his mental attitude toward poverty, or who is always thinking of his hard luck and failure to get on, can by no possibility go in the opposite direction, where the goal of prosperity lies. There are multitudes of poor people in this country who are half satisfied to remain in poverty, and who have ceased to make a desperate struggle to rise out of it. They may work hard, but they have lost the hope, the expectation of getting an independence. Many people keep themselves poor by fear of poverty, allowing themselves to dwell upon the possibility of coming to want, of not having enough to live upon, by allowing themselves to dwell upon conditions of poverty. When you make up your mind that you are done with poverty forever, that you will have nothing more to do with it, that you are going to erase every trace of it from your dress, your personal appearance, your manner, your talk, your actions, your home, that you are going to show the world your real mettle, that you are no longer going to pass for a failure, that you have set your face persistently toward better things, a competence, an independence, and that nothing on earth can turn you from your resolution, you will be amazed to find what a reinforcing power will come to you, what an increase in confidence, reassurance, and self-respect. Resolve with all the vigor you can muster that, since there are plenty of good things in the world for everybody, you are going to have your share, without injuring anybody else or keeping others back. It was intended that you should have a competence, an abundance. It is your birthright. You are success organized and constructed for happiness, and you should resolve to reach your divine destiny. End of chapter 56. The Conquest of Poverty. Recording by Luke Sartor, Griffith, New South Wales. Chapter 57 of Pushing to the Front by Orison Swett MARDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Luke Sartor. Chapter 57. A New Way of Bringing Up Children. Only a thought, but the work it wrought could never by tongue or pen be taught, but it ran through a life like a thread of gold, and the life bore fruit 100-fold. Not long ago there was on exhibition in New York a young horse which can do most marvelous things, and yet his trainer says that only 5 years ago he had a very bad disposition. He was fractious and would kick and bite, but now instead of displaying his former viciousness, he is obedient, tractable, and affectionate. He can readily count and reckon up figures, can spell many words, and knows what they mean. In fact, this horse seems to be capable of learning almost anything. 5 years of kindness have completely transformed the vicious yearling colt. He is very responsive to kindness, but one can do nothing with him by whipping or scolding him. His trainer says that in all the 5 years he has never touched him with a whip but once. I know a mother of a large family of children who has never whipped but one of them, and that one only once. When her first child was born, people said she was too good-natured to bring up children, that she would spoil them, as she would not correct or discipline them, but would do nothing but love them. But this love has proved the great magnet which has held the family together in a marvelous way. Not one of those children has gone astray. They have all grown up manly and womanly, and love has been wonderfully developed in their natures. Their own affection responded to the mother's love and has become their strongest motive. Today, all her children look upon Mother as the grandest figure in the world. She has brought out the best in them because she saw the best in them. The worst did not need correcting or repressing because the expulsive power of a stronger affection drove out of the nature or discouraged the development of vicious tendencies which, in the absence of a great love, might have become dominant and ruined the life. Love is a healer, a life-giver, a balm for our hurts. All through the Bible are passages which show the power of love as a healer and life-lengthener. With long life will I satisfy him, said the psalmist, because he hath set his love upon me. When shall we learn that the great curative principle is love, that love heals because it is harmony? There can be no discord where it reigns. Love is serenity, is peace and happiness. Love is the great disciplinarian, the supreme harmonizer, the true peacemaker. It is the great balm for all that blights happiness or breeds discontent, a sovereign panacea for malice, revenge, and all the brutal propensities. As cruelty melts before kindness, so the evil passions and their antidote in sweet charity and loving sympathy. The mother is the supreme shaper of life and destiny. Many a mother's love for her children has undoubtedly stayed the ravages of some fatal disease. Her conviction that she was necessary to them, and her great love for them, have braced her and have enabled her to successfully cope with the enemies of her life for a long time. One mother I know seems to have the magical art of curing nearly all the ills of her children by love. If any member of the family has any disagreeable experience, is injured or pained, hurt or unhappy, he immediately goes to the mother for the universal balm, which heals all troubles. This mother has a way of drawing the troubled child out of discord into the zone of perpetual harmony. If he is swayed by jealousy, hatred, or anger, she applies the love solvent, the natural antidote for these passion poisons. She knows that scolding a child when he is already suffering more than he can bear is like trying to put out a fire with kerosene. Our orphan asylums give pathetic illustration of how quickly the child mind matures and ages prematurely without the uplift and enrichment of the mother love, the mother sympathy, parental protection, and home influence. It is well known that children who lose their parents and are adopted by their grandparents and live in the country where they do not have an opportunity to mingle much with other children, adopt the manners and mature vocabulary of their elders, for they are very imitative, and become little men and women before they are out of their youth. Think of a child reared in the contaminating atmosphere of the slums, where everything is dripping with suggestions of vulgarity and wickedness of every description. Think of his little mind being filled with profanity, obscenity, and filth of all kinds. Is it any wonder that he becomes so filled with vicious, criminal suggestions that he tends to become like his environment? Contrast such a child with one that is brought up in an atmosphere of purity, refinement, and culture, and whose mind is always filled with noble, uplifting suggestions of the true, the beautiful, and the lovely. What a difference in the chances of these two children, and without any special effort or choice of their own. One mind is trained upward, towards the light, the other downward, towards darkness. What chance has a child to lead a noble life when all his first impressionable years are saturated with the suggestion of evil, when jealousy and hatred, revenge, quarreling and bickering, all that is low and degrading, fill his ears and eyes? How important it is that the child should only hear and see and be taught that which will make for beauty and for truth, for loveliness and grandeur of character. We ought to have a great deal of charity for those whose early lives have been soaked in evil, criminal, impurity thoughts. The minds of children are like the sensitive plates of a photographer, recording every thought or suggestion to which they are exposed. These early impressions make up the character and determine the future possibility. If you will encourage your child and help him to make the most of himself, inject bright, hopeful, optimistic, unselfish pictures into his atmosphere. To stimulate and inspire his confidence and unselfishness means growth, success, and happiness for him in his future years, while the opposite practice may mean failure and misery. It is of infinitely more importance to hold the right thought towards a child, the confident, successful, happy, optimistic thought, than to leave him a fortune without this. With his mind properly trained, he could not fail, could not be unhappy, without reversing the whole formative process of his early life. Keep the child's mind full of harmony, of truth, and there will be no room for discord, for error. It is cruel constantly to remind children of their deficiencies or peculiarities. Sensitive children are often seriously injured by the suggestion of inferiority and the exaggeration of defects which might have been entirely overcome. This everlasting harping against the bad does not help the child half as much as keeping his little mind full of the good, the beautiful, and the true. The constant love suggestion, purity suggestion, nobility suggestion will so permeate the life after a while that there will be nothing to attract the opposite. It will be so full of sunshine, so full of beauty and love, that there will be little or no place for their opposites. The child's self-confidence should be buttressed, braced, and encouraged in every possible way. Not that he should be taught to overestimate his ability and his possibilities, but the idea that he is God's child, that he is heir to an infinite inheritance, magnificent possibilities, should be instilled into the very marrow of his being. A great many boys, especially those who are naturally sensitive, shy, and timid, are apt to suspect that they lack the ability which others have. It is characteristic of such youths that they distrust their own ability and are very easily discouraged or encouraged. It is a sin to shake or destroy a child's self-confidence, to reflect upon his ability, or to suggest that he will never amount to much. These discouraging words, like initials cut in the sapling, grow wider and wider with the years, until they become great ugly scars in the man. Most parents do not half realize how impressionable children are, and how easily they may be injured or ruined by discouragement or ridicule. Children require a great deal of appreciation, praise, and encouragement. They live upon it. It is a great tonic to them. On the other hand, they wither very quickly under criticism, blame, or depreciation. Their sensitive natures cannot stand it. It is the worst kind of policy to be constantly blaming, chiding them, and positively cruel, bordering on criminality even, to suggest to them that they are mentally deficient or peculiar, that they are stupid and dull, and that they will probably never amount to anything in the world. How easy it is for a parent or teacher to ruin a child's constructive ability, to change a naturally positive, creative mind to a negative, non-producing one, by chilling the child's enthusiasm, by projecting into his plastic mind the idea that he is stupid, dull, lazy, a blockhead, and good for nothing, that he will never amount to anything, that it is foolish for him to try to be much, because he has not the ability or physical stamina to enable him to accomplish what many others do. Such teaching would undermine the brightest intellect. I have known of an extremely sensitive, timid boy who had a great deal of natural ability, but who developed very slowly, whose whole future was nearly ruined by his teacher and parents constantly telling him that he was stupid and dull, and that he probably never would amount to anything. A little praise, a little encouragement would have made a superb man of this youth, because he had the material for the making of one, but he actually believed that he was not up to the ordinary mental standard. He was thoroughly convinced that he was mentally deficient, and this conviction never entirely left him. We are beginning to discover that it is much easier to attract than to coerce. Praise and encouragement will do infinitely more for children than threats and punishment. The warm sunshine is more than a match for the cold, has infinitely more influence in developing the bud, the blossom, and the fruit than the wind and the tempest, which suppress what responds voluntarily to the genial influence of the sun's rays. We all know how boys will work like troopers under the stimulus of encouragement and praise. Many parents and teachers know this, and how fatal the opposite policy is. But unfortunately, a great majority do not appreciate the magic of praise and appreciation. Pupils will do anything for a teacher who is always kind, considerate, and interested in them, but a cross, fractious, nagging one so arouses their antagonism that it often proves a fatal bar to their progress. There must be no obstruction, no ill feeling between the teacher and the pupil, if the best results are to be obtained. Many parents are very much distressed by the waywardness of their children, but this waywardness is often more imaginary than real. A large part of children's pranks and mischief is merely the outcome of exuberant youthful spirits, which must have an outlet, and if they are suppressed, their growth is fatally stunted. They are so full of life, energy, and so buoyant that they cannot keep still. They must do something. Give them an outlet for their animal spirits. Love is the only power that can regulate and control them. Do not try to make men of your boys or women of your girls. It is not natural. Love them. Make home just as happy a place as possible, and give them rein, freedom. Encourage them in their play, for they are now in their fun age. Many parents ruin the larger, completer, fuller development of their children by repressing them, destroying their childhood, their play days, by trying to make them adults. There is nothing sadder in American life than the child who has been robbed of its childhood. Children are little animals, sometimes selfish, often cruel, due to the fact that some parts of their brain develop faster than others, so that their minds are temporarily thrown out of balance, sometimes even to cruel or criminal tendencies. But later, the mind becomes more symmetrical, and the vicious tendencies usually disappear. Their moral faculties and sense of responsibility unfold more slowly than other traits, and of course they will do mischievous things, but it is a fatal mistake to be always suppressing them. They must give out their surplus energy in some way. Encourage them to romp. Play with them. It will keep you young, and will link them to you with hooks of steel. Do not be afraid to lose your dignity. If you make home the happiest, most cheerful place on earth for your children, if you love them enough, there is little danger of their becoming bad. Thousands of parents, by being so severe with their children, scolding and criticizing them and crushing their childhood, make them secretive and deceitful instead of open and transparent, and estrange them and drive them away from home. A man ought to look back upon the home of his childhood as the Eden of his life, where love reigned, instead of as a place where a long-faced severity and harshness ruled, where he was suppressed and his fun-loving spirits snuffed out. Every mother, whether she realizes it or not, is constantly using the power of suggestion in rearing her children, healing all their little hurts. She kisses the bumps and bruises and tells the child all is well again, and he is not only comforted, but really believes that the kiss and caress have magic to cure the injury. The mother is constantly antidoting and neutralizing the child's little troubles and discords by giving the opposite thought and applying the love elixir. It is possible, through the power of suggestion, to develop in children faculties upon which health, success, and happiness depend. Most of us know how dependent our efficiency is upon our moods, our courage, hope. If the cheerful, optimistic faculties were brought out and largely developed in childhood, it would change our whole outlook upon life, and we would not drag through years of half-heartedness, discouragement, and mental anguish our steps dogged by fear, apprehension, anxiety, and disappointment. One reason why we have such poor health is because we have been steeped in poor health thought from infancy. We have been saturated with the idea that pain, physical suffering, and disease are a part of life, necessary evils which cannot be avoided. We have had it so instilled into us that robust health is the exception and could not be expected to be the rule, that we have come to accept this unfortunate condition of things as a sort of fate from which we cannot hope to get away. The child hears so much sick talk, is cautioned so much about the dangers of catching all sorts of diseases, that he grows up with the conviction that physical discords, aches, pains, all discomfort and suffering are a necessary part of his existence, that at any time disease is liable to overtake him and ruin his happiness and thwart his career. Think of what the opposite training would do for the child if he were taught that health is the everlasting fact, and that disease is but the manifestation of the absence of harmony. Think what it would mean to him if he were trained to believe that abounding health, rich, full, complete, instead of sickness, that certainty instead of uncertainty were his birthright. Think what it would mean for him to expect this during all his growing years, instead of building into his consciousness the opposite, instead of being saturated with the sick thought and constantly being cautioned against disease and the danger of contracting it. The child should be taught that God never created disease and never intended that we should suffer, that we were made for abounding health and happiness, made for enjoyment, not for pain, made to be happy, not miserable, to express harmony, not discord. Children are extremely credulous. They are inclined to believe everything that an adult tells them, especially the nurse, the father and mother, and their older brothers and sisters. Even the things that are told them in jest they take very seriously, and their imaginations are so vivid and their little minds so impressionable that they magnify everything. They are often punished for telling falsehoods, when the fault is really due to their excessively active imagination. Many ignorant or thoughtless parents and nurses constantly use fear as a means of governing children. They fill their little minds full of all sorts of fear stories and terror pictures which may mar their whole lives. They often buy soothing syrups and all sorts of sleeping potions to prevent the little ones from disturbing their rest at night, or to keep them quiet and from annoying them in the daytime, and thus are liable to stunt their brain development. Even if children were not seriously injured by fear, it would be wicked to frighten them, for it is wrong to deceive them. If there is anything in the world that is sacred to the parent or teacher, it is the unquestioned confidence of children. I believe that the beginnings of deterioration in a great many people who go wrong could be traced to the forfeiting of the children's respect and confidence by the parents and teachers. We all know from experience that confidence, once shaken, is almost never entirely restored. Even when we forgive, we seldom forget. The suspicion often remains. There should never be any shadows between the child and his parents and teachers. He should always be treated with the utmost frankness, transparency, sincerity. The child's respect is worth everything to his parents. Nothing should induce them to violate it or shake it. It should be regarded as a very sacred thing, a most precious possession. Think of the shock which must come to a child when he grows up and discovers that those he has trusted implicitly, and who seemed almost like gods to him, have been deceiving him for years in all sorts of ways. I have heard mothers say that they dreaded to have their children grow up and discover how they had deceived them all through their childhood, to have them discover that they had resorted to fear, superstition, and all sorts of deceits in order to govern or influence them. Whenever you are tempted to deceive a child again, remember that the time will come when he will understand, and that he will receive a terrible shock when he discovers that you, up to whom he has looked with such implicit trust, such simple confidence, have deceived him. Parents should remember that every distressing, blood-curdling story told to a child, every superstitious fear instilled into his young life, the mental attitude they bear towards him, the whole treatment they accord him, are making phonographic records in his nature which will be reproduced with scientific exactness in his future life. Whatever you do, never punish a child when he is suffering with fear. It is a cruel thing to punish children the way most mothers and teachers do, anyway. But to punish a child when he is already quivering with terror is extremely distressing, and to whip a child when you are angry is brutal. Many children never quite forget or forgive a parent or teacher for this cruelty. Parents, teachers, friends often put a serious stumbling block in the way of a youth by suggesting that he ought to study for the ministry or the law, to be a physician, an engineer, or to enter some other profession or business for which he may be totally unfitted. I know a man whose career was nearly ruined by the suggestion of his grandmother, when he was a child, that she would educate him for the church, and that it was her wish for him to become a clergyman. It was not that she saw in the little child any fitness for this holy office, but because she wanted a clergyman in the family, and she often reminded him that he must not disappoint her. The child, who idolized his grandmother, pondered this thought until he became a young man. The idea possessed him so strongly that every time he tried to make a choice of a career, the picture of a clergyman rushed first to his mind, and, although he could see no real reason why he should become a clergyman, the suggestion he ought to worked like leaven in his nature, and kept him from making any other choice until too late to enable him to succeed to any great extent. I know a most brilliant and marvelously fascinating woman who is extremely ambitious to make a name for herself, but she is almost totally lacking in her ability to apply herself, even in the line where her talent is greatly marked. She seems to be abundantly endowed with every faculty and quality except this. Now, if her parents had known the secret of correcting mental deficiencies, building up weak faculties, this girl could have been so trained that she would probably have had a great career and made a world-wide name for herself. I have in mind another woman, a most brilliant linguist, who speaks fluently 7 languages. She is a most fascinating conversationalist, and impresses one as having read everything. But, although in good health, she is an object of charity today simply because she has never developed her practical faculties at all, and this because she was never trained to work, to depend upon herself, even in little things, when she was a child. She was fond of her books, was a most brilliant scholar, but never learned to be practical or to do anything herself. Her self-reliance and independence were never developed. All of her early friends predicted a brilliant future for her, but because of the very consciousness of possessing so many brilliant qualities, and of the fact that she was flattered during all her student life, and not obliged to depend upon herself for anything, she continued to exercise her strong scholarship faculties only, little dreaming that the neglect to develop her weaker ones would wreck her usefulness and her happiness. It is not enough to possess ability, we must be able to use it effectively, and whatever interferes with its activity to that extent kills efficiency. There are many people who are very able in most qualities, and yet their real work is seriously injured and often practically ruined, or they are thrown into the mediocre class owing to some weakness or deficiency which might have been entirely remedied by cultivation and proper training in early life. I know a man of superb ability in nearly every respect who is so timid and shy that he does not dare push himself forward or put himself in the position of greatest advantage, does not dare begin things. Consequently, his whole life has been seriously handicapped. If children could only be taught to develop a positive, creative mind, it would be of infinitely more value and importance to them than inheriting a fortune with a non-productive one. Youth should be taught that the most valuable thing to learn in life, next to integrity, is how to build their minds up to the highest possible producing point, the highest possible state of creative efficiency. The most important part of the education of the future will be to increase the chances of success in life and lessen the danger of failure and the wrecking of one's career by building up weak and deficient faculties, correcting one-sided tendencies, so that the individual will become more level-headed, better balanced, and have a more symmetrical mind. Many students leave school and college knowing a great deal, but without a bit of improvement in their self-confidence, their initiative ability. They are just as timid, shy, and self-depreciatory as before entering. Now, what advantage is it to send a youth out into the world with a head full of knowledge, but without the confidence or assurance to use it effectively, or the ability to grapple with life's problems with that vigor and efficiency which alone can bring success? It is an unpardonable reflection upon a college which turns out youths who dare not say their souls are their own, who have not developed a vigorous self-confidence, assurance, and initiative. Hundreds of students are turned out of our colleges every year who would almost faint away if they were suddenly called upon to speak in public, to read a resolution, or even to put a motion. The time will come when an education will enable a youth, while upon his feet in public, to express himself forcefully, to use the ability he has and summon his knowledge quickly. He will be so trained in self-control, in self-confidence, in level-headedness, that he will not be thrown off his guard in an emergency. The future education will mean that what the student knows will be available, that he can utilize it at will, that he will be trained to use it efficiently. Many of our graduates leave college every year as weak and inefficient in many respects as when they began their education. What is education? For if it is not to train the youth to be the master of his faculties, master of every situation, able to summon all of his reserves of knowledge and power at will. A college graduate, timid, stammering, blushing, and confused, when suddenly called upon to use his knowledge, whether in public or elsewhere, or to be an unknown thing. Of what use is education which cannot be summoned at will? Of what good are the reserves of learning which cannot be marshaled quickly when we need them, which do not help one to be master of himself and the situation, whatever it may be? The time will come when no child will be allowed to grow up without being taught to believe in himself and to have great confidence in his ability. This will be a most important part of his education, for if he believes in himself enough, he will not be likely to allow a single deficient faculty or weakness to wreck his career. He should be reared in the conviction that he was sent into this world with a mission and that he is going to deliver it. Every youth should be taught that it was intended he should fill a place in the world which no one else can fill, that he should expect to fill it and train himself for it. Taught that he was made in the Creator's image, that in the truth of his being he is divine, perfect, immortal, and that the image of God cannot fail. He should be taught to think grandly of himself, to form a sublime estimate of his possibilities and of his future. This will increase his self-respect and self-development in well-proportioned living. End of chapter 57. A New Way of Bringing Up Children. Recording by Luke Sartor, Brisbane, Queensland.